um, completed. The rebasing is planned for July 1st, so coming up here in the coming days, and it will be formed with its headquarters being formed in MriyaReport. So yes, it is going to be interesting. The ships are going to come from the Black Sea and the Caspian flotilla. So that I thought was an interesting piece of news that I got from the Resistance website today. I always find at least one piece from their site that's good. Lily, did you have a question?
I did. Regarding the vessels in the water right now, waters. So, do we know how many vessels, which country in Azov and the Black Sea around the borders?
Well, you're talking about what are they? I mean, the stuff around the borders, in a sense, doesn't really matter because it's not involved in the, in the conflict.
No, so I'm talking. I'm sorry. So, like land borders, say, like all around Crimea and Sea of Azov, as well as the Black Sea hugging the coastline. Are there new vessels or formations that are interesting?
Oh, as far as Russian controlled ones, as far as military ships? Okay. They're I don't know actually. I mean, if you looked at High Sutton's profile, you could probably glean a whole lot from that. If I try to pull up the naval trackers, my eyes go crossed because there's so many shipping ships in that area.
No, that's cool.
Yeah.
You mentioned that tag, so I just wrote that down because I remember there was someone when we were talking about it another time. So that's fine. I can go and follow up there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But as far as I'm not sure, I have to look at the map to see how they would get the ships from the Caspian into the Black Sea or into the Azov Sea, because the Bosphorus is supposed to be closed. Now, I don't know if because this is going to be an official new, base for Russia, if Turkey would let them through the Bosphorus. But as of right now, they're not letting any new Russian ships through the Bosphorus as far as military ships go.
So there's no new tensions in the shipping lanes and corridors right now. No increased tension.
Not that I've heard, other than just the still being, how do I say it? The Black Sea Grain Agreement isn't going as it should be, and it is due to expire again on July 17th. And there are all kinds of, Russia saying they're not going to do it unless the ammonia pipeline is opened up. Well, they blew up the ammonia pipeline, so the ammonia pipeline's broken. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. But I did notice there was a decrease in the number of ships that were able to take off today, and there's still a lineup for them to go through inspection at the Bosphorus. So
thanks so much. And Alex probably knows some more too.
Alex and G-Man very well might.
Exactement. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lily. Go ahead, Alex.
Maybe I didn't hear the question. Were you discussing how ships go from Caspian to Black Sea?
Well, that is one of my questions because they're putting a new Russian naval base in Mariupol on the Azov Sea, and they're taking some ships from the Black Sea Fleet and some ships from the Caspian flotilla to make up that new naval base.
Yeah, there is a channel. There is a channel that joins, I believe, Volga that flows into Caspian Sea, and the Don that flows into Black Sea. So I think that channel Volga-Don, it was built at time of Stalin, I think, and they can move ships from Caspian to Black Sea using that channel. It's not very deep, obviously, but for some of small ships in Caspian, it can be used, and they did use it before. They moved some to Black Sea and then fired some missiles from ships into Ukraine. So they wouldn't need Turkey in this case. There is internal channel that they can be using.
Very good. Thank you, Alex. Alrighty, G-Man. I bet you know more about this than I do, and yeah, I hope you have gotten past your rubber ducky stage of the day.
Well, good morning and happy birthday,
Thank you, and good morning, G-Man.
Prince Heather. Yeah, well, it's 3 in the morning here, so yeah, I mean, I should be a bed, but I'm not, so we can talk. So Alex is right. He's got up there before me. It's the Volga-Don Canal, linking the river Volga and the river Don. The Volga flowing into the Caspian, and of course the Don flows into the Black Sea. The canal is 63 miles long. So, I mean, if Russia is wanting to bring targets into the Black Sea, then knock themselves out. I mean, also, that actually linkage, the Volga Don Canal could well be in range for some decisive action and some storm shadows. So if you just hit a few locks on that canal, that's not going to be operable anymore. So it's just a question of how many assets Russia want to bring in to the Black Sea, and how many artificial reefs the Ukrainians decide to make later on.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
because I don't think in those terms, but they're bringing them closer. They're bringing them closer for a target. As soon as they can hit Mariupol, they should be able to hit there. They're making more targets. That's basically what they're doing, isn't it? That's great. Sorry, Primus.
And also, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Primus was about to talk, and I cut him off. So go ahead, Primus. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that, likely what they're going to be moving in from the Caspian are these JUN M class corvettes. That kind of raised my antenna if I mentioned caliber shooters. And the only thing that they could really move out of the Caspian was going to get through the canals are going to be these JUNs, or however you pronounce it. And they're basically 1,000-ton corvettes, and among other things, they carry 8 calibers apiece. These things are basically all tooth and no tail because they can only go up for like a week or two, but they're just covered with guns and so on. So they'd be really useful for port security. I don't really think they really have a lot more calibers to shoot, and if they're going to be bringing those out, then it's probably more for port security and naval gunfire support and that kind of thing would be my expectation. I mean, they can use, they do have these Onyx missiles, which it's a pretty nasty anti-ship missile. So basically, it's a supersonic sea skimmer, which the Russians have used from their Bastion systems, which is basically a ground-based or shore-fired anti-ship missile using Onyx. And that's been pressed into service against Ukrainian land targets a few times in the war, which tells me right there, if you're using something not designed to hit land-based targets, which is a high-end anti-ship missile, you're probably running low on your actual system, so that would in no means be their first preference. So, the Russians are just kind of shooting what's left of their inventory, and if they're moving those things over, that tells me they're actually getting kind of worried. So yeah, maybe there will be new targets. It wouldn't be hard to sink them if they can get a piece of them. So these things are just basically loaded with explosives. So I guess we'll welcome the Azov Sea Fleet for its brief stay in the area. I don't know if the ink will dry on their paperwork, but it is what it is. So, couple thoughts on that from me. But yeah, I mean they have a lot of like smaller security ships and little boats that they can use until they can transfer over from the Caspian or other parts of the Black Sea. But I mean, if they're dedicating something to that, yeah, it's not about offensive potential. It's really more defensive in nature, and letting the Black Sea Fleet focus on, I don't know, terrorism, which seems to be their main role right now. So basically that. I see Anda is here tonight, and let's see, Lily Bell. Anything you wanted to add? We have Captain Himars.
I'm cool. Thank you so much, Primus and Prince again, and happy birthday, and G-Man, Alex, everyone here tonight, Alan. And please retweet MriyaReport.org. Tell your friends, everyone. It's the best news source ahead of everyone. The Journal, Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, you name it. We have it. Thanks so much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, Lily. And just real quick, I'm going to milk this for all it's worth because I started it early. I started it in a European time zone, and I am going to go through Los Angeles time zone, which will become the 22nd in about 4 hours and 20 minutes or so. So for the next 4 hours and 20 minutes, please make sure you go to MriyaReport.org, hit that donate button, and hit donate $55 in honor of my birthday. Would be the best birthday present ever if you would do that for me. And if you can't give $55, that's fine. If you can give 55 cents, $1.55, $5.55, $5, just any donation that you are able to make, if you are able to make one, would be much appreciated. But I'm sort of milking the 55 this year, just because it sounds good. Good morning, Anda. How are you, my dear?
Good morning, Prince. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I came I came up especially to say to you happy birthday. May you have a very productive year going forward. Always be healthy. Always have your wishes come through. So this is and Kat says hi. In a softer voice today. She's nicer lately, but
Oh, I hear.
yeah. So happy birthday.
Thank you very much. And
Yeah.
and the bird says happy. The bird. She almost sounds like a bird. The cat says happy birthday too.
Exactly. She came here and she's purring right now. I kind of muted myself because she became loud a bit. So happy birthday from the cat also. She's happy that she's petted. So I've been listening um about what you talked a bit earlier about the Black Sea Fleet, and uh, I have a question. It's a rhetorical question this time, but still a question. Um, how could they think? Uh, how do you phrase this? Um, it's early and I didn't have my coffee, but I was afraid that if I prepare my coffee, you're going to go to sleep, so I wanted to say happy birthday in person. Um, so how do you do this? You have a 4 submarines. They want to supplement, right? The Black Sea Fleet. This is what they say. But you have the Iris T. You have the Iris T and all the other systems which arrived in Ukraine. So basically, even if you have, as Russia, more um, vessels in the Black Sea fleet, they don't really help you much, right? It doesn't. Um, so in my mind, this is just a move to supplement something because they don't have enough air power, right? They are not controlling the skies, so they try to find ways in which they can bomb further down in Ukraine from the Black Sea Fleet, which they did in the past. But that's about that. So it's just terrorizing the population and make people afraid. But it doesn't really help them to win the war. So it's not a. I don't see this as a move in which they will have a clear cut advantage. You know, something that it will help them um, make a difference going forward. Do I make sense what I say? It's really early.
Yeah, I think you do. I don't think it's gonna give them advantage at all. I think they're trying to sneak a couple of extra ships in there, maybe get a little bit closer to could read miss don't know actually you can do Primus knows that than I. Um,
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there, Prince Edward.
Primus, can I ask a question to Anda?
Sure.
So, Anda, my question, having come in late to the naval discussions, was we hear a lot about the lines on the land, and I was just curious about either strengths and or vulnerabilities from the south, from the water, and really Russia has, that's the only distance they can make south, right? Is a vessel, because there's nothing else. So I was curious whether they could come in on a vessel and maybe lob some missiles to a advancing or encircling Ukrainian forces. So that was my goal here. Not, I didn't want to make fear or that I heard anything. I was just curious what is happening in the water right now, right off of the land. Thank you so much, though, again.
Well, Lily, I wish Gunny will be here. He will be more eloquent than me. As I'm not a specialist per se, but what can I say is that they haven't been precise as of yet. So using what they did from the Black Sea Fleet, both from the submarines and from the um, Makarov was there. I don't know. I think it's still there in port. And my point is, when they bombed or shelled, Cat is not happy right now. Uh, I moved from my place of petting her. That's not good. So my point is, they are not precise. So when someone is advancing on the front lines, and you need to hit a certain position, not risking to hit your own man, you need to be precise. And they are not. And they do know that they are not. This is why they never used, even if it's with long range, they never use the Kinzhal and all other types of bomb.
Ammunition.
I mean, yeah, from the Black Sea in order to hit precise targets. They just think of it like this: they launched a rocket from the Black Sea, which went across Moldova and hit something in Ukraine, not even a specific position on the other side. So it is long range. This is why I took this example. They have the possibility to hit with long range from the Black Sea, but they are not precise. They cannot pinpoint a certain position which would make sense from a military point of view, and it would give them an advantage going forward. So this is just to impress, and also to make people be afraid, right? Because you still can be hit. You're on the west side of Ukraine. You don't have a lot of drones coming in right now because of the um, anti-air defense system which is in place. So you will gonna take your chances with some rockets, some missiles, actually not rockets. So this is basically it, how I see it. I'm sorry. So I feel this need to say I'm sorry to the public, because I am from Romania. From this is for the people who are not in the room previous times when I was here, and we are kind of familiar with the threats of Russia. So right now, because we are in the NATO alliance, there is not much they can do against us. But previously, we had some runs with them, some discussions, and basically every time they don't get it the way they want it, they will try to threaten and to impress you with their might and power in order to get some sort of a reaction, because it's not gonna win anything at this point. So that's basically my point. If I hope it makes sense.
No, 100%. 100. Thank you so much, Anda. Please retweet the space, MriyaReport.org, and tell everyone about it. You have all these brilliant people here waiting to share their knowledge with you, and a few jokes now and then.
Bad jokes. If you hear me and Axel, only bad jokes, but you take what you can, right? This is the only thing I have in my repertoire of jokes. So yeah.
Do you have
All right. Well, Yeah. Jokes aside, which I don't have any good ones tonight, and you should all thank me for that one. Yeah, I would caution one thing with the calibers you're talking about. One, I mean, I don't think the Black Sea Fleet or this Azov Fleet or whatever are really going to have much of an impact on the war outside of providing some standoff capability, some port security, and that's really about it. If it comes down to it, maybe some naval gunfire support. But I mean, the caliber itself, it isn't exactly an inaccurate weapon. I mean, it's a precision guided weapon. It'll hit, the target. I mean, it's been proven to hit targets fairly precisely. I mean, not nearly NATO levels, but I mean, it'll get there reasonably well. The problem with the Russians really has been more along the lines of, they're targeting intelligence. They're not getting good intelligence on targets, so they don't really know what to really put into the computers, and where the missiles should go. So I mean, they're not good at finding targets, they're not good at doing the targeting, they're not good at mission planning. um I mean, I think you've seen like some of these apartment buildings that these calibers and so on have hit. Be completely honest, is because it's probably because the Russians are really bad at mapping the routes of the missiles there, and they're just running into the side of the building they didn't see was there. Because they're targeting people who are too lazy and hanging out on Twitter or Grinder or whatever it is they're on there. It's interesting. Bellingcat actually found some information on the people that were involved in the targeting there. So I see Boris has his hand up there. So we'll go to Boris quick because I think he's responding directly, and even back to Anda.
Yeah, it's sorry guys. Maybe I don't want to interrupt your current subject. I just listened if, Mark Fagin. Mark Fagin is a very interesting personality who probably made fortune during wartime on the war subject and in a good way. So him and the Ukrainian, Mark Fagin is from Moscow. He's Russian, and like 2 meters long, like 7 feet tall, big Russian from Moscow. And his friend Arestovich, Alexei Arestovich, it's Ukrainian personality. They together both created a podcast Thursday of War, and this is most popular probably in the world podcast about this war. Unfortunately, only in Russian. Um, so they have like every time when they airing, they have like hundreds of thousands, like 400,000 people listening them online, and millions listening them offline. So those two are most prominent podcasters about the war, and as I'm joking, they made probably fortune. So this Mark Hagen, he discussed today subject of nuclear threat, and he did it brilliantly. If you maybe later, if you have time, I would explain how he did brilliant.
Are you calling in from the freeway there? Yeah, I don't really want to get too much into the nuclear threat because I mean we've been hearing about it for a year and a half, and I mean it's not a unreal thing, but it just seems like it's at this point it's not really a realistic possibility on there. And I'll say that as someone who was probably been more inclined to think it's more of a risk than perhaps others have. But I mean, yeah, I don't think we really need to get in it because we've talked about that one quite a bit. There, if it happens, it happens. It'll be dealt with, and that'll probably be the end of the Black Sea Fleet question, and I guess the Azov Sea Fleet question, and who knows what else on there. So let's just hope that doesn't happen there. So,
I agree. I agree. That's why I don't. I'm not ready even introduce the subject. I agree. It doesn't make sense to speak about it unless you speak as Mark Fagin speak about it, because he makes it so how to say, not relaxed way, but casual and brilliantly simple, explaining what will mean different world with when everyone is aiming openly to have nuclear power, and it's so short and so brilliant. I probably won't even able. I won't be able to repeat it, but that's why I don't have hundreds of thousands listeners online. I'm not Mark Fagan, but yeah, the answer is there. The answer is there, and he knows how to answer it.
All right.
Can
Thank
I
you, Boris. Go ahead, Anna.
can I jump in just real quick?
Go ahead.
Who was it?
So, regarding every Russian nuclear threat of any kind, right? As Primus said, we have heard them in the last year and a half. We're gonna hear some more, so it's not gonna it's not gonna go away, right? This rhetoric, because this is basically what. Um, let me put it this way. In order for them to get to that point, besides the fact that we haven't seen any movement of troops, which would be spotted from the um, satellite, so the West would know if they prepare to do something like this. It's not like they won't see it coming. That's one. Second, they need to deal with the aftermath. And one of their biggest and maybe only ally, which is China, doesn't want nuclear war. Doesn't want nuclear war. They want a status quo or some kind of peace. And this is actually one of the base reasons for which they ain't gonna do a thing in this direction, right? They don't have support in this in any way.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It looks like wise countries, wise governments don't want nuclear rhetorics and nuclear blah blah blah. But we don't know what is in the head of Chinese or in the head of such sick person as Putin, right? But we can find ourselves in a world very fast after using some small nuclear bomb like a 5 kilos only bomb, like something very small. We can find us in a world where nuclear power
I
is
think
casual. It's
I think
casual. This is
I
the
think
word.
you no.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think
Yes.
this, Boris.
So yeah, we can.
Let
We have a lot of technology to develop.
You're just fear mongering right now. So this is you're just bringing this up. Um, I don't know if to spread fear here, it's not working, um, or to um, um, I don't know, impress someone with this, but it's not gonna go there because nobody wants to go there, not even Putin. They want parts of Ukraine and they want to have um, some sort of status quo of great empire. Um, it's not helping them either in any way. And he knows really well that the minute he starts this is not gonna end well for him either. So nobody has any interest, not even him, to go in this direction. And it's no reason to come and push this narrative and spread fear when um, really there is nothing there behind. Yes, they do have nuclear weapons. Actually, if you look, the West combined has more, which he knows, more precise, better satellites, better intel, and he has no support from any place else, not even from China. So I don't think this subject is worth discussing going forward, if that makes that makes sense. Really.
All right. Yeah, just because I don't think there's really anything else to be gained on the nuclear subject. I think we're just going to move past that for right now because I mean, right now they haven't used them. They're unlikely to use them, and basically at this point, whenever I hear the Russians issue a nuclear threat, I do a shot and then I move on. That being said, that article you're talking about, or Sabian there, Boris, wouldn't mind if you'd, maybe send me a link to that. I'd be interested in hearing about that so I can hear a little bit more about where you're coming from on here. So, but yeah, and I also like your profile on here, and it's good. Just because Ukrainians have been changing in different ways from Russians, it's not a justification for genocide. You're absolutely right about that. I totally agree. Okay.
Anda had her hand up because she wanted to ask something
Yeah.
before that all happened. So Anda, there's still something you want to ask?
Two things actually. Because you know me, I never have one question. I have several, and they are complicated. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you, actually, Prince, is because I know you monitor this. Do we have any more information on what happened? So I'm interested in the kids which were taken to Russia. I haven't follow this very closely in the past month and a half or something. So I was wondering if we know more or we have more information or any sensible how do you put this? In Romanian would be horizon. Uh, so, so if we can see at the horizon some light, if that makes sense, do we have any information or forecast? This is the word. I told you that I'm still sleepy. So any forecast of some at least some of the kids being returned. I understood that some of them are right now in Belarus. Am I completely off base?
No. You guys hear me okay? Okay. So the most recent that I have here is there were 22 children returned yesterday. It seemed like it was a very, very arduous journey. That it was not an easy. None of them are easy, but this one seemed even more difficult. There's of course increasing information that that children have been sent through Belarus to go to Russia, and some have actually stayed in camps in Belarus also. So there is information about that has come to light. However, what I've been hearing more and more lately actually is more children being deported to Russia. I've heard that from Ivan Fedorov out of Melitopol that is happening, and I've heard that also from, I cannot remember his name off the top of my head, but he is the head of Lugansk Oblast in exile. I believe his was 750 children that were being moved. Now, there was a recent and this doesn't have totally to do with the kids, but what it does have to do with is more um more overall the humanitarian crisis and human rights. The Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights published a report on the war in Ukraine, and it pays considerable time and attention to Russia's war crimes, but there is also an attempt to equate the victim with the aggressor. And it goes out of its way to point out things that Ukraine supposedly did without any evidence or backup with it. So, getting the children out of Ukraine is not going to be an easy thing. Let me look really, really quick because I know this won't take long. There is actually, I might have more on this tomorrow. There is actually a Helsinki Commission meeting tomorrow that I believe has to do with this specifically. Come on, go to tomorrow. I have to look at the calendar because I don't remember it all because there's actually 2 meetings tomorrow. Yes, rescuing Ukrainian women and children is the name of the the hearing tomorrow, and I am planning on tuning into that, and I should have more information on that. So there will be more information hopefully coming tomorrow out of the Helsinki Commission meeting that that I will be able to pass along. But as far as really new information about a lot of kids being returned, there really isn't any, and any update as far as tracking kids in Ukraine, not really. There was an OCSE report several weeks ago, um that I believe it was an OCSE report that pointed out many problems um with how things are being done in Russia, and gave them things to do to rectify the issues, and I don't anticipate that they will do any of them. But one of those pointed out very specifically that they are not even tracking where these children are going. They're not keeping records of who the children are, things like that. So, yeah, it's all, it's not good. It's not good, but I keep watching for stuff and looking out for information, and I'll watch that hearing tomorrow and hopefully have more info to share after that.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Prince, we have a hand up. We have Kier up here. Go ahead, Kiri.
Well, thank you. I want to talk about a different subject, but I do have some background with some of the subject about disappeared children, and that included an uncle of mine who was in Karelia, and his daughter, and so on. So I'm going to pause a little bit about explaining about that, but I'm a Finnish American, and we had family in Finland and expatriates that came to here, whatever, 100 years ago, and some went back, and then some of our people disappeared. So I know the story well, and the subject I want to talk about, I'm a little bit befuddled a little bit because it hits a strong chord within me because I found out about their history. I'm not going to explain it tonight, but in any case, my main reason for accessing the site was thinking about some of the policies that are happening in the United States a few years ago. Pardon me, not years, but just a few days ago, talking about some of the bills that are going through Congress HR 488, HR 4175, HR 3979, HR 322, Senate 2000-003. Some of these things are doing with asset confiscation, state sponsor of Russian of terrorism, and so on. And I scribbled these down in haste, and they're not complete. But I learned about all of these through MriyaReport.org. And I just want to ask us to keep a notebook handy. And I was a little bit late in getting some of these things down, because this is not just a entertainment network. This is where information is exuded. It's explained. Keep your notebook handy, and because there are so many good people here on this space who give you really valuable information, and who are talented, who whether you are in Europe, in the United States, among the Southeast, East Asian Anzac nations, and so on. We need to pay attention. We really do. And frankly, I'm a little bit more ignorant of the Anzac nations, New Zealand, Asia, and the other people there, or the other countries there, just out of default, because I'm sleeping at night. So I want to say to each and every one of us, let us pay attention. And I appreciate this space so much. You have truly educated me, or at least embellished the knowledge that I had. And besides, I truly love your humor and the banter and the good schmay. Schmay was a Austrian for giggling or teasing. So thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this space. I really appreciate it, and I've truly, even though I'm so-called educated, I have gained so much from listening to you. Thank you, MriyaReport. And for those of you who have not contributed yet, get on board, my friends. Every penny, every shekel, every euro that you put forth, it will make a true difference in our lives going forth. God bless you all. I really, truly appreciate each and every one of you. God bless. That's it.
Thank you, Curry. Very nicely put. I appreciate it. And interesting 488. I signed up for notifications on these House resolutions and the bills and the Senate resolutions and all of that is going through Congress. And just this morning, I received another message from an email alert letting me know that 11 more congressmen signed on to House Resolution 488, which is to send ATACMS to Ukraine. And also, just a side note, really, that bill did progress through the House Foreign Affairs Committee today for markup, and so we'll see how long it takes them to take it up on the floor of the House to be passed. But making it through committee is a step that has to happen. So that did happen today, and I think that some people misunderstood exactly what happened today, because I've seen some posts that say, the Congress approved this encouragement to send Biden. Encouragement to Biden to send ATACMS to Ukraine, but realistically, what it was just passing through committee, and it's a letter that will encourage President Biden to send ATACMS to Ukraine, and it will it's a non-binding resolution, is what it is, and so it's it is excuse me for just there we go. It is non-binding, so what it does is it gives a bit of a signal and a message as to the intention of the Congress and the feeling of the Congress, so that that can be more widely known. So just wanted to point that out really quick. Primus, did you have anything to add, or should we go right to Anda?
Well, I actually have something I think Anda will respond to on here concerning Romania in a moment. But on the ATACMS or ATACMS, however you want to pronounce it, there's no wrong way. Um, it's whether they're being donated or sold, it doesn't really matter. So long as they get there, they're not exactly an expensive weapon system. And it's kind of absurd at this point that this even has to be like a special authorization to force the president to do something that could be done with a presidential drawdown at literally any time. But we're getting there, and the bipartisan support of that is important. It's out of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Then it's up to basically the speaker when to bring that up for a vote on here. So we'll see when they do that. I mean, McCarthy, I believe it's actually been to Ukraine at least one point. No, not yet. But my apologies. Yeah, but he has seemed reasonably supportive. But it's like anything else with politics. It's a negotiation, I suppose. Let's see. But yeah, we'll go to Anda, and then I might have something for you as well, Anda.
I don't know how to put this. I'm really not familiar with what happens in your house, basically. I only find out from time to time what happens in ours, but to my understanding, right? You have both sides. In both sides, you have people supporting Ukraine, right? To my understanding, in the past years, the Republicans and the Democrats have been really separated, really divided is the correct term, I think. But I think there are people from both parties who clearly and honestly support Ukraine. I don't know why ATACMS or actually other like F-16s maybe uh, are not yet signed to be given to Ukraine. But on the other side, US was the biggest supporter in terms of money, in terms of equipment, in terms of everything you want. I think they delivered more than half to what arrived in Ukraine per se, compared to everything else. So I hope to see these missiles, but to be completely honest, I think by the time the House will decide, there will be some internal produced missiles in Ukraine, right? To my understanding, they are working on some version of the ATACMS, which could hit a bit further and do some real damage. They are not aiming to hit. So one of the fears is, right, and I say fear, not anything else. It is to have some objectives on the Russian side hit, but what's been clear by now is that Ukraine wants to free their own land. They have a lot of land to free. They can, you know, we have a term in Romanian when you say to a necăji, which is actually a Slavic word. Basically, it means when you nag, when you poke someone, right? You're not really hurting them. You're just annoying them, you know. And I think this is what they did with the drones in Moscow, right? But I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Primus. If with all the equipment, of course, so would ATACMS be as a at this point? So we are not talking further in the war, but at this point, would they make a difference? I don't know, put Kerch Bridge down or something like that. Uh, or
Well, yeah, let me address that. So it wouldn't be as much of a game changer now than it would have been a few months ago because the Ukrainians have they have the Storm Shadow and the Scalp ER, which is basically a French Storm Shadow, so it comes with extra baguettes, I guess. But because that's hitting some of the longer range targets. The advantage really of ATACMS is one, you just have the sheer inventory on there, so you have a couple hundred more missiles that you can fire. But there's also the responsiveness of it, because if you want to go and hit something with a Storm Shadow, I mean that's basically a national asset. You have to program into the thing. You have to plan. Basically the air tasking order, basically, get the plane ready, get it loaded, come up with a plan, all of that. So, from a time that you maybe see a target that you want to hit to when it gets hit with a storm shadow, it could be, 24 hours or more. It's because you're having to involve a plane on it versus a, basically a MLRS battery that's sitting somewhere in the rear. I mean, potentially far in the rear, that's just basically sitting around waiting for grid coordinates, and intelligence, however it comes down, gives them a grid coordinates, and they just have to fire and it's there, so you don't have to get an airplane involved. And that's better for a quicker reaction to things, which is why the Army is interested in having a deep strike capability, because they can respond faster without having to wait for the Airedales to get around to hitting the target. It's ATACMS probably isn't what you'd want to use for going after Kerch Bridge, although if that's all you got, just keep dropping them on it, you'll knock it down eventually. It's something that I think would be particularly good for dealing with things like these airfields the attack helicopters are flying out of, especially if you can get the versions which have the cluster munitions, which mostly retired. But if we're pulling stuff out of the back end of the inventory, that might be one of the first things that they'd send out. It's also good for taking out things like surface to air missile things, because it can, I would say, eliminate a grid square, but can definitely have a lot more area effect than just a single explosive is going to do. So if you're going for area soft targets and from a further distance away, then it's great. It's going to be something a lot better than Storm Shadow is going to be. So not as critical as it once was, but still incredibly useful. And I still think it's ridiculous they haven't sent them on here, because the government is saying they're concerned about, well, we won't have enough weapons to handle strike. I mean, okay, so let's break that down. So you have, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 Tomahawk cruise missiles sitting in inventory. You have SLAM, you have SLAM ER, JSOW, JSAM, CHASM. I think I said Slam and Slam ER. What else you got? You have a whole family of JDAMs which you can use. But those are all things. I mean, there's probably 20, 30,000 precision munitions that the Air Force and the Army and the Navy have that can do, some degree of strike capabilities. And that they're sitting here worried about, oh, what if we send them 50 ATACMs? It's a ridiculous issue, in my opinion, because I mean, there's plenty of other capability out there. And besides, they're not going to be retiring them, but they're coming out with something better starting in a couple of years anyway. So they're not even really going to hold on to them for all that much longer. It's not going to be the first thing that they're going to use in a lot of cases. So yeah, there's plenty of reasons to use it, and I think that's why everyone's frustrated about it not being there. Let's see. Does that cover the question, Anda?
Primus, can I add a couple of things?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so a non-binding resolution doesn't become law. All it does is basically gives the intention of the Congress, saying we think that the president should do this. We think that this is something that should be provided. Now, you also mentioned the division in the United States Congress and Senate as a whole. And, I think, as it's been pointed out on here many times, that the squeaky ends of the horseshoe get a whole lot of the attention. But when push comes to shove and you get down to the nitty gritty, there are a lot of senators and congressmen who work together very, very well. And that rest of that crap is mostly for show. We see, even in some of the times where it has seemed the most divided, you see senators and congressmen working together on bills that get passed, and it's good stuff. So saying that, just to point out that, no matter how divided it may seem in some ways, there is really a good working relationship between many of these senators and many of these congressmen to actually get some stuff done. Now, that is very much the case with a lot of these things having to do with Ukraine. As I pointed out to somebody last night on the space, ATACMs are not necessarily the answer to everything, but they are an answer to something. I think that they would be very useful and they would come in very handy in many different situations. There are countries around Ukraine that have them and have them available, where the United States can make a call and say, "Hey, Romania, can you send a few of your ATACMs over to Ukraine, and we'll send you replacements just so that they can get there faster." There are situations like that. Yesterday somebody brought up that ATACMs aren't being created anymore. Well, that's not exactly true, because they're working on the next generation and manufacturing the next generation of those here in the United States. But in South Korea, they are still manufacturing the ATACMS missiles. So there are ATACMS available. I'm tentative to do this, but I'm going to. I'm going to do it. There is a little 2-minute snippet from the House Foreign Affairs Committee meeting today, and I won't leave it up for very long. So pull it up and bookmark it. I'll leave it up for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. But it is a very well done little bit from Representative McCall during the markup meeting today for House Resolution 488. And he explains all of the good reasons why Ukraine needs ATACMs, and he goes farther to mention F-16s, and he goes farther to mentioned cluster munitions, and he is definitely showing the support for Ukraine. So I just thought that would be a good thing to share with people because it's a good thing to hear. But anyway, I think I'll sort of tone it down now. But when it comes to Ukraine, especially, there is very, very good bipartisan support, no matter how much you hear the nut jobs on the far left and the far right scream about it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll look forward to reading that myself there. Yeah, it's there is a good working relationship on it. I mean, I know there's some negotiations regarding the debt ceiling, not just on Ukraine, but just defense authorizations in general, because everything else was supposedly capped except defense expenditures. So we're like, well, if we're gonna sign up for more defense expenditures, and we need to spend some more things on other programs. So that's just the usual business of making the sausage in Washington. So, uh, the important thing is, the aid will keep flowing, and it will continue to keep flowing. So, let's see. The other thing I want to bring up here is it looks like Romania is, a potential site that could host F-16 training for Ukraine. I put an article in the Nest on that. On here. So basically, the gist of it is the Romanians have recently retired their really, really, really old MiG-21s that they've been flying for 60 years. Which I mean, that jet flying for 60 years is almost offensive to God at that point. I don't know how they flew for 10 or 15 to begin with. I mean, but anyways, they did it. And so clearly, Romanian mechanics are miracle workers on here. So very impressed. But the Romanians have been bringing on several more F-16s. They bought them from the Norwegians, possibly the Dutch, and a couple other places. On here, they're eventually going to pick up some F-35s too. But the important thing is, they're bringing on a lot. They're starting a training program for their own purposes, and there's going to be room for Ukrainian pilots to train there too. Is the gist of it. And they're looking for a site, and obviously having the site close to Ukraine has a lot of benefits. There was actually a job posting. Let's see here. Let me find that. Nothing's ever where you left it on a document. So Draken Air is basically a private contractor who's going to be involved in some of the trainings of Draken job advertisement, looking for flight instructor, pilots, maintenance production supervisors, crew chiefs, maintenance schedulers, and avionics electrical technicians to work at Vitesti Air Base in Romania. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that horribly, Enda. Duration of work is between 3 and 19 months, and all candidates need to have at least 5 years of relevant F-16 experience, meet physical requirements to be suitable for a clearance level of secret. So if you are a F-16 pilot or maintainer who's listening to this space now, or know someone who is, please reach out to Draken Air. And there are some excellent job opportunities for you in lovely scenic Romania coming up. So I actually referred one myself, who's an F-16 maintainer, to one of our contacts here. So we'll see what happens with that. So, yeah, that's the thing that's going to be happening. I think it makes a lot of sense because if they're standing up a training program right there in geographic proximity, Romania's been involved in setting up maintenance facilities. It actually makes a lot of sense. So I could see that. What do you think, Anda?
Anda, did you fall asleep again with your hand up because you haven't had
No. No, I was actually looking at that article, and unfortunately, it opened in Twitter. So I was trying to get back, and I was like, "Where is my button?" Okay. So, um, I've 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 read about this. So 2 weeks ago, there was an article saying that there is a discussion in order to have training in the eastern countries, for Ukraine, for the F-16s. And since Poland is technically in the center of Europe, we kind of thought at that point that it's going to be about Romania. We have 16 or 18 airplanes. So we took 16 airplanes from Portugal. And then we took 32 airplanes from secondhand. So we are talking about secondhand from Norway. Portugal was smart. They thought, it's expensive to maintain these planes, and we have a 652-year alliance with UK, and basically we have the ocean on one side and Spain on the other, which for the moment it doesn't seem to be invading anyone. So probably we are safe. Therefore, we could, send this to someone else who needs them more. And Romania jumped to the opportunity because we, as Primus said, we had MiG-21s. The version we had was an updated version. So in 1990, at the revolution, those planes were already in service in Romania. And in 2000, when we were trying to upgrade our fleet in order to meet NATO standards, we thought of the alternatives, money-wise and otherwise. And there was the opportunity, let's say, to buy F-16s. There was an opportunity to buy Gripens, actually. And also there was this opportunity to upgrade what we had. And we had at that point 110, actually 120, something like that, MiG-21s. So it was money-wise and otherwise, for the moment, for that period, it was a good option to upgrade what you have in 1-2 years, which we did actually, from 2001 to 2003, and to use them as you go forward and prepare money-wise to buy newer planes, better planes. What is less known is the fact that we tried to do the same with the MiG-29, and we had a lot of problems from Russia back then. So we decided to not go further with that program. So this is why, for example, Romania, who at that point had like 20 MiG-29s compared to 120 MiG-21, it was more reliable and more easy for us and more suitable to our needs to upgrade the MiG-21s, and then to push for the MiG-29s at that point. So I think we parked the MiG-29s in 2007, something like that, and we continued with the MiG-21s and ground them as they grew old. We had a lot of problems actually with them and we had a lot of accidents. So I think we had 17 planes which crashed in the past 20 years, which is a lot, actually. Because we are, I told you, we have very stupid jokes, very dark jokes. So at some point we were like, oh, this year we didn't had any MiG-21 crashing. Oh wow. So I know it's unfortunate. I know it's awful what I say, but yeah, we got to this point, right? So the population, and I'm talking about real people in Romania, so not military people, but real people on the street, friends, families, you know, you get used to the fact that this happens. And actually, because we were talking, this is not okay, right? We got past to from the point in saying this is not okay. And I'm really happy that they kind of woke up and uh, decided to buy better planes, because the F-16. So if we could have had the MiG-29s upgraded, that would have been a comparison, not the same thing as a F-16, but a good competitor, right? Because we would have put on it what it lacks to be an F-16. But we didn't, right? And MiG-21s as a capability, they were not bad, but they were not, they were fighter jets, they were not multi-role, and they never were a multi-role fighting jet. So yeah, we two good things and out of this bad thing, right? The fact that we kept those planes. First and foremost, we really needed to repair them a lot. They needed a lot of jobs to maintain them. The fleet was pretty big, 110 back then. And therefore, there is the you have the people with the knowledge, right? It's easier to learn how to maintain a different airplane, which is still an airplane, than to train from scratch, to learn from scratch. You also have the equipment, some of them, and the mindset, right? So that we can do this. So as we got 16 or 18 F-16 here in Romania, using them in various roles, and training our pilots on them, it's gonna be kind of, you know, right out on this alley to have. There is no difference, right? If you have a 10 people training or I don't know, 25, 30 people training, you have longer waiting times, I think, but with enough planes, I think they can do it. So going forward, I think it's really something that we can do. We have one factory in Baku, which is the main factory which supported MiG-21, and they are really brilliant, like really a really nice, skilled and engaged bunch of people. So I think they can shift in order to help going forward with the F-16s. And I think it's doable, right? This is the bottom line. We can actually do this, and it is something we are willing to do. So I don't see many impediments going forward. We will see. We will see. Apart from the fact that we we have a stupid left wing rising up here in Romania on, I don't understand what. Well, on inflation, basically, because we really have a steep inflation here right now, but we will see. I think the other parties will push back, and I think we have had yes, no, well, recently, these past weeks, we have had a change of government, which, to my disappointment, meant a change in the our Ministry of Foreign Affairs was replaced, and I'm really sad about that. I really appreciated the way Bogdana Aurescu, which was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, handled everything in the past year and a half regarding Ukraine, and not only. So we will see how the new minister will perform. The good thing is it's a she, actually. She met Maya Sandu, and that's a good thing. Setting forward the fact that we are going to support Moldova going forward. We'll see. I'm gonna look on. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one and report back. Basically, I will come here and report back about what's happening here and how this will influence Ukraine one way or another. And also, I will keep pushing for Ukraine here in the country with my friends and my colleagues and everyone. So, yeah, doing what you can with what you have where you are, right?
Well, that's all we can do for sure. But yeah, I appreciate the extra information on Romania on there, because it's a bit of an unknown to me in terms of what's going on. But it's certainly a very important geographical ally here. So any information you have in the future, please bring that up. My only disappointment really of those MiG-21s is hoping the working ones might have been sent to Ukraine, because I mean it's still a MiG-21. It's a generation behind anything else out there, but it would be awfully good for knocking down drones. So that would mean maybe the actual MiG-29s could go and do some other things, especially the those Shahed drones there. So just a thought on that. Go ahead.
Sorry. So as I said, they had a lot of accidents, and this is the ugly truth. So we have had pilots with thousands of hours dying. This is dying with a MiG-21. It's an awful plane to catapult from, and most pilots actually avoid using that. They try to land the plane not because they want to save the plane, but because they want to save themselves. Some of the pilots who catapulted themselves from a MiG-21 had really bad spinal injuries, and it's from their point of view, it's worse than dying. So most of them actually prefer to try to land the plane, and that actually means sometimes that they some survive, but some don't. So there is this aspect. So they are not very easy planes to handle. And the other aspect is that you need training on them also. So there are Russian fabrication models, but they are not the same as the MiG-29. The transfer from one to another is not as long as going to from a MiG-29 to a F-16, but it's still hard for a pilot to do that. So it's not something that I jump from one cart into the next, and yeah, I figure out it's a bit different, but I can go. And if they would have been reliable, you would have said, yeah, okay. They are good. They didn't have any accidents, but they actually did have a lot of accidents. So you don't want your pilots to die dropping from the sky with an old plane, right? If you have alternatives, and for the moment Ukraine has, the spare parts are not the same. So it's not the same fuselage. It's not the same. It's not the same plane. Even if it's similar, it's not the same. So actually, when Ukraine was asked, when we decided to ground them for good this time, last May on 15th, I think, they said, yeah, you can keep them. Thank you for the offer. or for this discussion. No, you can keep them. They're okay. We are okay with what we have, so yeah. They did their job. They did their job for us. They helped Romania remain safe here, and they ensured for the last 20 years, more than that, 40 more or less. They ensured air police. And when we say they ensured air police, it's a real thing. Russia actually flies all over. Still, right now, they come closer to our borders and they go back. They we had some incidents with them on over the Black Sea. So those planes did their job, and the pilots who use them did an awesome job. Like really, really good pilots to keep them flying. So, and good mechanics actually to keep them flying. So yeah, good discipline, and I'm really hoping to see having 40 F-16s here. We will not be so dependent on other countries in defending this part of the NATO alliance. And I don't know if you know this, but for the moment, till I think mid-July, our pilots, our F-16 pilots, with some of our F-16s, are in Poland in a rotation in NATO, ensuring air police over the Baltics and Poland. So I'm really happy that they are getting this training, this exercise, and this new. I actually asked Carlos. I'm monologuing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna I'm gonna shut up in a moment. So I asked Carlos at some point here in the space about the why is this need of sending planes to another city to another country, and he explained that every country has its own particularities, landscape and everything, and also every airport has the same. So it's a good practice for the pilots to see something else, to get familiar with some other, including the winds are different. So you get familiar with some other areas of the globe and other problematics that you can have in some other parts, and therefore you get more skilled. I hope I make sense. I know I was long. I'm really, really sorry, and I'm gonna shut up now.
No, you're fine. I mean, thank you for adding the context on that. I mean, I was probably a bit snarky on that, and I apologize. But yeah, I didn't realize they had offered those to the Ukrainians on there. But yeah, it's if the MiG-21 is a plane that's done good service, its time is probably done. I mean, I can barely keep a car running for 10 years. I can't imagine keeping a fighter jet running for 60. So, I mean, you're very much at a point where you're just manufacturing your own parts to keep it flying out there. I mean, it's a pretty reliable plane. I remember a U.S. pilot went over to a Soviet base during, I think it was, Glasnost or Perestroika or whatever, in the 80s, and they wanted to demonstrate, MiG-21. The guy wanted to fly it. That was what they were going to do that time. So they go out to the airfield, and it's covered in snow, and they literally dig one of these things out of the snow. They hop in, they do the checklist, which is only a few minutes because it's a fairly simple plane. So that sense, and then they basically took off, did barrel rolls, did all that, and landed again. And I mean, you definitely couldn't do something like that with an F-16. So it was a simple, reliable, effective plane. In its day, it certainly did its piece against like the U.S. Air Force in Vietnam. So I mean, it's not a slouch by any stretch. It's a good plane, but F-16s will be better. So yeah, that's good. And F-35 is even more than that. But I mean, if the Romanians are setting up a training base, then it'll be a very good time to bring on. Who's been waiting patiently, Mila, on here. So, Mila, something you want to say, and then I'm going to rotate to some other news here. Okay.
Hi, thanks for letting me up to speak. I wanted to say happy birthday, Prince, and hello, everyone. Feliz aniversario, Prince.
Thank you.
How's it going? How's your birthday?
Oh, it's fine. It's actually, get up, research about Ukraine, take a nap, research about Ukraine, and co-host. It's it's the way life goes. It's not a bad thing though. I enjoy it.
And I love you for doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I love her for doing that too. She always finds a lot of news I didn't even encounter during the day because I mean you're really into some of the Telegram stuff, but like that I don't really get into on there because I just never really been a Telegram user in any sense on here. But really, I mean, you see all these OSIN accounts and so on. I mean, Prince Everett, I mean, you do a great job of news aggregation, finding things and putting them out on here, and we're lucky to have you here. I certainly feel blessed. Um, so yeah, so a couple other pieces of news here I wanted to add. And before I do anything, you wanted to add, Prince Heather, before we move on?
Well, I was just going to point out one of the more obscure things that I found today, if we have time to get to it later, from the coordinating from the headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war, collected questions that they sent to the International Committee of the Red Cross. So issues that Ukrainian families are having with trying to communicate with POWs that are in Russia. So that might be an interesting thing. And I think it was a really obscure thing to find, and I sort of enjoyed it.
That is both obscure and interesting. So I don't know how you find this stuff sometimes. All right. Let's see. Well, is anyone ready for a daily dose of Schadenfreude? So I have a new video from a new Prigozhin video just dropped. At least I see on here on War Translated. So I'm going to take a minute or two and kind of speed through this on here so you can kind of see what Prigozhin is saying. Certainly, he's being very critical of things. I was looking for a post by War Gonzo on here as well for any updates on the Russian perspective on the offensive, but no one seems to be able to find him. I wonder what happened to him. I heard he might have a headache. So, anyways, what did Prigozhin say?
Would you like me to the most recent update from War Gonzo on Telegram into a document and send it to you?
Oh, please do.
Okay.
So, yeah, that would be interesting. So let me go ahead with this though here. So Prigozhin said, I cannot comment in any way on how the counteroffensive is going for the Armed Forces of Ukraine, AFU. I can say what is happening with us today at the contact line. The enemy is occupying Piatkati there. Enemy is occupying the northern part of Robotyne. Enemy is occupying Eurozane, Urozhaine. It says that huge pieces of land were given to the enemy. Next, in the village of Sadove, above Tokmak, the enemy is there, and pray to God is a single group of 50 to 100 people. But there is no management, no weapons, no ammo. Soldiers are writing letters every day that they need shells, they need anti-tank measures, grenades, and armor-piercing rounds. So our world split into two realities again. In one place away from everyone so that no one, not one military reporter could get there. All information is blocked and the enemy is moving towards it was moving towards Lyman access. That's what he says here. If he reaches Lyman, then all territories taken during the so-called special military operation will be returned by the enemy. The enemy is starting to cross the Dnieper. I don't know if that's actually true. In Hola Prestian, first sabotage groups are appearing, and from today, regular forces as well. All this is hidden from everyone completely. Russia will one day wake up to find out that Crimea is not with Ukraine, or is now with Ukraine. There is direct betrayal of the Russian Federation interests. All this is happening against the backdrop of losses. Troops must be replenished. A soldier cannot fight alone, cannot fight when a unit is missing 50 to 60% of personnel. He cannot withstand alone in a line where 2 or 3 soldiers should be. All these numbers are meticulously hidden. All that the leadership of Special Military Operation doing today is hiding facts in order to give back to Moscow nice-looking reports. And it's one thing that they're used to deceive the Supreme Commander, but they're also deceiving the Russian people. If it goes on, we will remain without the most important thing of all, without Russia. Yesterday on 20th June, there was an assembly of the ministry office where 2 main issues were looked at. The Army Expo 2023, of which the main organizers are the wives and daughters of Shoigu, as well as the Maritime Parade. To run a maritime parade, you first need to get Moscow back from the bottom of the Black Sea. Ooh, that's a burn. Pun intended. Which these scumbags have shamefully sunk together with Russian sailors. This is how the Ukrainian offensive is going as of today. and who is applauding it? The next question is, what is the cost of the SMO? The cost of a total destruction of the army? What for? For some moron to receive the Marshall Star? For his family members to be untouchable? For him to paint himself in other common on frescoes of a Ministry of Defense cathedral? They actually have a cathedral for the Russian army. It's pretty tacky. The Ukrainian counteroffensive is bringing us serious losses and problems, which are hushed up, which the Russian people don't know about. When the trouble comes, I'll repeat, we may remain without an army and without Russia. So that sounds like it's going well for them. He doesn't sound too optimistic. I've heard him much more optimistic in the past about things, but something seems to be harshing his vibe lately, as the kids say. So there was that, and then there was an interesting reaction to that from was it Dmitry from War Translated also posted Russian terrorist Gazenko, aka 13th, is his call sign, commenting on Prigozhin's latest statements as well. Latest statement. That's the context. This is one is brief. And I don't generally like reading anything from the Russians, but when they're dogging themselves, I just kind of can't help it on here. So he says, right now our fighters are suffering serious losses. Every day, 6 to 7 people die. Today, 4. And this is only in one airborne regiment. Former prisoners died the other day. Out of 300, 6 survived. And if you calculate the total losses of all units, then you simply won't even believe in these numbers. Idiots who boast, my apologies, idiots who boost the photographs of a hit leopard are fundamentally unaware of all that is happening now at the front. The process is underway. We are losing settlements. The fighting is taking place in difficult terrain, where the settlements defended are in the lowlands, and the enemy is using this superiority. Probably people will start to wake up only when they see that there are more and more portraits with mourning ribbons around, and most of the losses are the fault of the command, not the soldiers. The soldiers just complete their task, often at the cost of their lives. These faces that every day tell you from TV that everything is going according to plan will not appear on the front line. The children of these same officials and sons-in-law will not appear at the front. Ordinary guys, mobilized volunteers, contract soldiers, and former prisoners all die at the front. So, yeah, I think the Russians are starting to understand this is not going well for them, on here. And I want to contrast that with, some of the reports about the counteroffensive that is not, moving as fast as, people may have expected. And I know, Zelensky came out again saying, basically just temper your expectations and be patient. We're doing this on our own time. Let's see, the war zone calculated. Oh, what was this? Just kind of put this in perspective on here. So, Ukrainian situation port counteroffensive slowed by 77,000 square miles of mines. There, so I mean that's what they're trying to chew through right now. And as Zelensky said here, some people believe this is a Hollywood movie and expect results now. It is not. So I think that's a fair perspective on it. I mean, there shouldn't be a pressure expectation that this happens immediately, that the war will be over by Christmas or next week, or there'll be some sort of breakthrough tomorrow, and a jailbreak into the back end, the backside of the Russian lines or whatever. There, it's not necessarily going to be like that, because that's a very risky strategy that could get people killed unnecessarily. It's better to be slow and methodical until there's an opportunity, and then right now Ukrainian forces have only probably committed, I mean, estimates that I've seen, maybe 4 or 5 brigades, and they have many multiples of that still waiting behind the lines for the real offensive to open up. So in a lot of ways, this is still a shaping operation on here and probing. The Russians have launched some counterattacks and not done well with those. They're starting to bring up some of their more intact formations from rear areas, and involved, I believe it was one of their VDV units, I think it was 76, got involved in a counterattack and didn't really achieve any results. So that's the way things are going. It's in a lot of ways it's kind of a war of attrition right now, except everything's coming up front, because they can't allow the Ukrainians to really push any further back because they probably have orders like not one step backwards, and their reserves are getting attrited as they're coming up, and at some point that line is going to crack, and it's not just going to crack, it'll shatter. Is the expectation at some point in some areas along the line, and then we'll see what happens. But that could be weeks from now. It could be days, it could be weeks, it could be a month or two. I don't know. So, we're just patiently waiting. There isn't as much news as I would like about what's going on, from perspective of understanding it. But, the reality is, there shouldn't be much news because operational security. Recently, I think it was yesterday, the Ukrainian army again asked for, basically silence, because they were doing some things. There'll be, a reminder about OPSEC. Fortunately, it wasn't accompanied by one of those Budanov videos of him just basically staring into your soul, telling you to be quiet, because I think that point has been well made. But it was a reminder, things are happening, and to be quiet about it. So, anyways, I thought that was interesting stuff from the Russian side on there. That they seem to be freaking out about it. Now, I would put that in the context though of this. They've been known to, say that the enemy are making bold moves and a big advance or whatever, and then we heroically defeated them, kind of thing. So you even got to take some of their dooming, with a grain of salt on here. Although I think at this point, Strelkov, Igor Girkin, is obviously pro-Russian as that war criminal is. He was also basically calling out Putin the other day. So I'm not even entirely sure there's going to be any more videos from him on here because it seemed like he may have crossed a line. So, but we shall see. Anyways, Prince Heather, any thoughts on any of that? Anything, any other news items you'd like to cover?
Well, what I would say is that it's sort of like watching a soap opera and makes you sort of roll your eyes and go, "Oh, geez, what's today's episode going to be like?" At times, that is sort of how I see it. It's sometimes I just get out the popcorn, and yeah, sometimes I just fly past it. I know it's good to know what they're saying, but you know, how do you trust what some of these people say? I'm interested to hear what Anda has to say too, though, because Anda always has an interesting take on this, and I think that's always very, very good and interesting to hear. So, shall we see what Anda has to say? Go ahead.
Always, yeah.
So thank you. I I was laughing out loud when you said the soap opera uh, comment. Indeed, this is how you look at least at Prigozhin and all his drama. Although you have to admit they did a good thing but by retreating from Bakhmut, and yeah, letting the Russian army take the brunt of this offensive. But on the other side, not being there, it's still a good thing for Ukraine. So good for them and their break, wherever they are. I hope they find some. I don't know how to say this nicely. So we have in Romania a saying, when you're on our territory, that everything from our territory fights against you. That means including rivers, including forests and animals. So I have this cute meme. I used it yesterday with the kangaroo, and I really hope they will encounter some unfriendly animals wherever they are. And I'm thinking of the Wagnerites, and yeah. What I wanted, why I raised my hand, was the fact that uh, um, Primus actually brought me back to the reason I came here in the space, right? The first idea with which that I lost in the process, but the first idea I came here in the space to discuss with you was expectations, right? After the first offensive, after the first counteroffensive, when large amounts of territories were liberated fast in September last year, I think people kind of expected the same, right? And I think this is worth um, discussing. So back then, there were Ukraine was able to liberate large, vast areas, and also after when they liberated Kiev and the area, right? So Russia was not distributed. The Russian troops were not distributed the same way. The front lines and the how they were distributed in the territory, what they had with them, what type of soldiers, what type of equipment, and everything else was not the same, is not the same, right? It's not the same thing. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it was spring. It was muddy. They were not prepared for that kind of mud, which means they were mainly on the roads, right? You had the roads. If you won an intersection, you basically won everything that was left on right and right on that intersection, because they didn't use the terrain per se, the fields, which going forward and right now, it's not the same thing. So when Ukraine says that they are pushing, right, because it's summer actually, so it's hot, the most of the land had dried up. It's not the same thing. It's not the same fight. It's not the same type of fight. They are not the same equipment. It's not the same distribution. So the number of soldiers per square meter in a certain area is not the same. So to expect to have how do you say, to snap your fingers and get something done, that's not gonna happen. So it was a brilliant move back then because it was the right time, the right setting for that, and Ukraine got a boost in morale and also got to liberate some of their territories fast. But it's as we see Ukraine pushing forward, they will start pushing forward in the occupied territories of Ukraine, which have been occupied in a long time, right? Or which are not so easily reachable, like Crimea. And you have to plan this carefully and to execute it in a diligent way, in such a way in which you don't lose a lot of people, because Ukraine actually cares about their people. And after the dam was destroyed by the Russians, and all the flooding, it's even harder to cross that river, right? So you have to rethink some of the strategies and plans that you had before that, because I don't think they planned for that, right? So Ukraine never planned for that. It's not in their favor. It doesn't help them, and it doesn't help the fact that they had to dislocate some of their forces in order to help the population to help to evacuate the population under shelling. So I think it's worth. I couldn't come up to ask um, Thomas Steiner last time when he was in here in the space. But I really hope next time when he'll be here, I will really try to see what's his opinion on this. Do I make sense, Primus?
Yeah, no, you make sense. I would say, your next opportunity to talk to Thomas Steiner will be, let's see, Thursday. Let's see. So that is going to be 11 a.m. Pacific time, 1400 Eastern time, 1800 UTC, 1900 London, 2000 Rome, or 2100 Kiev time. So, or Kiev time there. So that'll be an opportunity there. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, because in terms of the expectations, there are quicker ways to maybe do this that would cost a lot more lives, and I'm glad they're not trying to expedite this unnecessarily. But also direct people to think about the Kherson offensive, in that, that was something that was basically a slow creeping offensive, meter by meter, trench by trench, over several months. And then at one point, the Russians just basically had enough of it and just left. Under fire, crossing a river, that kind of thing. On here, once they knew that they were in a inevitable position of defeat, they decided, well, we're not going to stick around for that, and they left. So, yeah, good thing there. But I just encourage people to temper expectations. Small note, I'd throw in terms of news. Looks like Latvia is donating their entire helicopter fleet to Ukraine. So I believe they've donated equivalent to like 1% of their entire GDP in military aid on here, which is pretty impressive. So that is good. They do have some Black Hawk helicopters. I don't think we're donating those. It's the old, Mi-8 hips and that kind of thing. So, those helicopters are useful for things like case evacuation, as well as some rocket attacks, so on. So, I think they're not going to be primarily a combat role, but a support role, but still very valuable. So very much so. Oh, we have Monica up here, and Natho Dave was up here, and he actually popped down, so hopefully he comes back. But Monica, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. At least evening where I am in the East Coast of the United States. I should be asleep, but I'm still up. I think Anda made very good points about our need to temper our expectations. And, one thing that's frustrated me, although I love this space, one thing that's frustrated me is so many well-meaning and very intelligent people talking about the upcoming spring offensive as if they know that there is going to be an offensive in the spring, or that it is going to be one singular operation. What we're seeing so far is probably what we should have expected to see, which is just Ukraine taking offensive actions, and it's many offensive actions in many places. And this might not go on just weeks. This might be going on for years. I think to some extent, our expectations were colored by some of the events in the latter part of last year. And I think to date, there have only been two major counteroffensive operations by Ukraine. By major, I mean ones that covered large amounts of turf. And I think the Kharkiv counteroffensive in particular may have generated certain expectations that Ukraine is going to cover these vast territories in short periods of time. But that offensive was historically impressive, but by any standard. I mean, things that happened in that Kharkiv offensive don't happen very often in any war. And it was really a matter of the Ukrainians, number one, having superior intelligence to understand that the Russians just didn't have enough resources in that region, and also creating diversions to divert the Russians to Kherson and to other locations. And it was a matter of taking advantage of opportunities. And the other major counteroffensive, in my mind, not nearly as major as the Kharkiv counteroffensive, but was the offensive operations northeast of Kherson City. We may forget this, but there was a period of about 2 or 3 days where the Ukrainians moved about 50 kilometers, which is again is a lot of turf. And I think both of these instances were examples of just taking advantage of circumstances as they presented themselves. And what we're seeing so far in Donetsk and Zaporizhia oblasts is basically a series of probing attacks. The Ukrainians, as Thomas Tyner has pointed out a number of times, have not devoted a particularly large percentage of their capacity, and they are just trying to get an understanding of what kind of resources they are up against in different locations, with the possibility that maybe at some point they will devote a larger number of brigades to break through. But breaking through is not necessarily something they need to be doing in any particular urgency. And the reason why is there are really two wars going on, and there have been since this war started. Yes, ultimately, war is a war for territory, and ultimately, Ukraine wants to regain all of its lost territory. But in the shorter instance, it's a war against the opposing military, and they need to defeat the Russian army where they are. And the Zaporizhia front line is largely where they are. Those are the largest concentrations. And if the Ukrainians want to attrit the Russians, well, they're in the right place to do it. And attrition is something that takes time. You attrit the enemy when you eliminate enemy personnel, when you eliminate enemy equipment, and you also attrit yourself every time you fire a bullet or a missile, because that's one less bullet or missile you have. So it's a process of attriting the enemy and refurbishing your own stocks and hoping the enemy has less of a capacity to refurbish themselves. And this is going to go on a very, very, very long time. I hope there are big breakthroughs and massive short-term successes, and it's still a possibility. But I don't think any of us, should expect that necessarily. And one thing I think we can be confident about is the people in charge in Ukraine seem to know what they're doing, and they seem to know. They seem to be able to take advantage of Russian imbalances when they happen. And so if they happen, they will take advantage, but they may not happen. And it may just be a war of attrition in which there doesn't seem to be a lot of daily news, that we can interpret, but it doesn't mean there isn't anything going on.
What it makes me think of is very slow at first and then all of a sudden at once. It makes me wonder and think about the prior offensives that just seemed to come out of nowhere and just like took off. And it makes me wonder if we're just getting more accustomed to watching for the signs of the of things, and we're expecting that big move. But perhaps what it is previously we missed a lot of the slow signs that led up to the big move. I don't know. I'm not a military minded person, but that just makes me that's what I keep wondering is, are there a bunch of things that I missed previously that would have indicated that it was coming, just like I think we're seeing now a bunch of slow things, a bunch of very, very deliberate things that will lead to something more, but it's taking time. And this time we're more cognizant and more aware of it, and less patient, I guess, because we got so excited last time. And look forward to this. It's just my non-military mind thinking about it that way. So just
Well, I think we can be confident that the Ukrainian top brass have all kinds of contingency plans. And, and if the opportunities present themselves and if it makes sense to break through or try to capture large swaths of territory, they'll do it. But it may not make sense. The Russians on the Zaporizhia front have, by all accounts, three lines of defense. And, the Ukrainians may need to attrit them for a bit longer before there are any big breakthroughs.
Yeah, definitely. That is a really good point. It's what the MOD report was about last night or this morning or whenever it came out, was about the Russian defensive lines in a specific area that I can't remember off the top of my head. But very, they may not be the best defensive lines, especially when we're talking about the Dragon's Teeth, but they're still defensive lines, and there's a lot of mines. A lot of mines have been placed. And just a random piece of news that I literally just ran across. Um, in Odessa today, an 80 millimeter mortar mine was discovered and was removed. The controlled destruction of ammunition from the Second World War by specialists of the State Emergency Services will take place today at a specially equipped site. So they found an 82 millimeter mortar from the Second World War in Odessa just within the last couple of days. So I just thought that was an extremely interesting random piece of news that I literally just came across that I thought I would share. So, when we talk about mines, I realize this is a mortar, which is different, but it still brings things to mind that from the Second World War, they just found a mortar in Odessa. Um, it These things don't go away quick and easy, and it's going to be something that Ukraine is going to face for many years to come. Anyway, I sort of veered off of the topic there. I apologize for that, but I think we all need to be patient. It's something I learned um, in this last many months is patience. War doesn't move as fast as it feels like it does in the movies, and never having really followed a conflict before this, I'm learning a whole lot, and I appreciate learning a whole lot, because it's making me a better person, and it's helping me to understand so that I can share knowledge with other people when they come to me asking questions that they have heard that were clearly Russian propaganda. So anyway, Primus, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, that's I bet you probably look back a couple of years ago, you probably wouldn't think that you'd be in this chair talking about these kinds of things, would you? So I know I didn't.
No, a couple of years ago I was doing 1,000-piece puzzles. Actually, 6 months ago I was doing 1,000-piece puzzles, but I'm enjoying this a lot more. It's more interactive.
Yeah, it's definitely more interactive than a puzzle. If the puzzle was interacting back, I would be concerned. Um, let's see what else we got for news on here. Well, let's see. Looks like Portugal donated another aid package. So it was 14 M113 armored personnel carriers and a battery of 105 millimeters howitzers on there. So it's interesting. I never really saw a direct announcement of this, but apparently the Ukrainians for a while have been using not the M777s, but I think it's like the M119 or something. The previous generation 155 millimeters. So that's that's also a towed artillery piece, and it's kind of a light, handy piece of equipment on there for sure. So that's been useful. I also saw a picture today of a F-350 truck hauling a M777 around. So that's interesting. They're getting creative in what they're using to as their primary motors there to drag around the artillery pieces on here. Overall, I think with this offensive, though, it is going to go slow before it gets fast. the Russians are coming up, and they're using a lot of air artillery, and so on. Every time they do that, then that opens them up to being attacked counter battery, and since a lot of their self-propelled stuff has been targeted and taken out a while ago, they certainly have a lot less of it than they did, and the really good stuff is probably near extinct, I would expect, on here. So we're definitely relying on the Soviet legacy stuff, and they've been relying a lot more on the towed artillery, which makes it a lot more vulnerable to things like drones and counter battery and that kind of thing. So that's not a good sign for them. They're probably a little bit better off being on the defensive now than when they're on the offensive, but still, whenever they fire, it gets dialed in and then it gets hit. So, because artillery works on a ballistic path, a computer doing some basic trigonometry can figure that out pretty accurately. So we have that. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we talked about this a little bit before, but the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Ukraine signed an agreement on June 15th in cooperation with purchase and operation of Swedish CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles. Slovakia is buying 152, Czech Republic's buying 200, and Ukraine wants to buy 1,000 of them. So that is a pretty big number. So I think that's kind of indicating what the future of the Ukrainian army is, and they're definitely going for the best of the market, in my opinion. And also, I mean, it's a big shot in the arm to the Swedish defense industry. And also, I think it's an indication that, if they're going to be having these defense connections with the Swedes, who've sent in their Archer artillery systems as well, it might be a long-term partnership, and also increases the odds. I think they're going to probably get some Gripen fighters. Because remember, the Swedes are also providing training on their fighters for a operational evaluation, quote unquote. There, so we'll see what that operational evaluation means. There's also an article from Ukrainian pilots, basically literally begging for their lives, in the sense of, talking about why they need F-16s, because there's nothing they can do about these Russian Su-35s, and just how terrible it is to see like their wingmen get blown up in front of them on there, because they don't really have any means to defend themselves. They're modern fighter jets, and it's very vulnerable and costing a lot of pilots their lives. I mean, it's not like they're losing planes every day or anything like that, but that's mainly because they've been very risk adverse and trying to preserve their forces, because they only have so many planes, and even if reinforcements are on the way, they definitely want to hold on to their organic aircraft on there, because I mean those might be the only ones that they can use for deep strikes into Russian territory if the Western planes are not allowed to do that. So it is what it is there. But yeah, I mean the CV-90 thing is those should be arriving in front soon. I think there is a second wave of stuff that's training right now. The M1s will be up soon. The second batch of CV-90s should be up soon, and we'll see where they go. But again, they can't really commit all of their brigades to the offensive, because I mean the Russians, are definitely going to do counteroffensives to distract Ukraine. So they have to have forces in reserve across a wide front, and still be able to defend the northern approach from Belarus in case that suddenly turns around. So it's not like they can use 100% of the offensive, but they can definitely use a big portion of it. They have a force superiority. It's just going to be a matter of when that is applied, and to be determined. I would expect it's going to take a little bit of time still, but time is good. And they're just kind of like the Bakhmut situation, where the Russians kept breaking their teeth on the defenses there. The Ukrainian counteroffensive has moved up, secured areas. Now the Russians are trying to push them back. That'll probably break a couple of their big reserve units, and then the world is full of opportunities. Here would be my expectation, but yeah. Any other news you came across, Prince Heather? Anything you'd like to add, or maybe you've seen?
Well, it seems there's been an earthquake.
That
Yeah, where did that message go? There was an earthquake.
I'll take that as a no. All right. We'll bounce back there.
Primus,
Let's see.
can you hear me?
Primus, do you hear Prince?
Won't pull up something else here. But
I think Primus
yeah,
can hear us.
Yeah, I think he cannot hear us. Primus?
can anyone hear me? Raise a hand.
Uh,
Huh.
Okay, we can hear you, Primus, but you can't hear us. Are you sure you can't hear me now? Now we're gonna sound like a
I hear
variety.
you. No, I hear you.
I know you hear me. And I think I sent Primus a message. He actually may have ran into further technical difficulties. It looks like, and yeah, we'll get that sorted out. But what I was saying is that there is an earthquake in the temporarily occupied Crimea. They complained about underground tremors. An earthquake with a magnitude of 4.7 occurred in the Black Sea, 64 kilometers off south of Sevastopol. And are earthquakes common in that area?
That one is too far. We do have earthquakes, but most of them are in so are based in Romania, actually, somewhere between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. It's one of our most frequent epicenters, but we didn't feel the one from Sevastopol is too far away.
Yeah, but it's not that uncommon for them to happen there. Um, and then there's another really interesting piece of news that I heard that I was debating sharing, but now it's like all over all kinds of channels. Evidently, Russia is reporting that the bridge in Chonhar, one of the main crossings into southern Ukraine from Crimea, has been blown. It's a Chonhar, however you pronounce it. I apologize, but anyway, it's like this little island between Crimea and mainland Ukraine, but that little island is Ukraine, is in Kherson Oblast. And there is a bridge between Crimea and Ukraine right there, and it appears that it's been blown. I went further deep and found some other stuff that that indicated that there were like 3 cars on one side of the break and 3 cars on the other side of the break. Uh, so it we'll see what ends up happening. They're hoping the damage isn't too bad. I'm hoping the damage is really bad, because that would cut off another way to get from Ukraine to Crimea, and that would just mess with logistics a little bit more. And we don't mind messing with logistics. So that is some really, really good breaking news. Um, Give me just a second. Good morning, mockers.
Morning. You hear the complaint then?
Yeah, the complaint department.
Yeah. How dare I talk to you before I fed them? Give me 2 ticks.
I know. I'm trying to send a message to Primus to try to let him know what was going on. And he is now not even in the space.
It's okay. That's why I'm here. I opened my eyes and I was like, you're on your own. So I arrived. I take it was momentary.
Yeah, he just dropped. So let's let Mockers like open her eyes for a second, because that's sort of nice. We really try not to talk to Mockers until she's had 2 sips of coffee. I literally send a message, Mocker, saying she's ready to come up to co-host, and the reply to that will be, "Have you had 2 sips?" So let's go through maybe some of the questions. There is a Telegram account that I follow, that is the coordinating headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war, for the government of Ukraine. So these are the people who deal with negotiating prisoner transfers, and communicating with Ukrainian prisoner of war families in Ukraine while the prisoners are still in Russia. And they put together some questions to send to the International Committee of the Red Cross. And these are from public organizations, family associations, initiative groups, and family of the servicemen who were captured by Russia and who have been in captivity in Russia. Now, the Red Cross is the one responsible in this situation to sort of be an intermediary and to make sure that the Ukrainian prisoners are being treated correctly, and these kinds of things. And so I think some of these questions are really interesting. And I don't have answers for these questions, but there are things that make us think, and I think many of them are probably things we have heard. But it's nice to know that these are being forwarded to the Red Cross, to hopefully get some answers on. So it says the Red Cross doesn't visit a large number of colonies of the aggressor country where prisoners of war and civilian hostages are kept, justifying this by the fact that the Russian Federation does not grant access to them. Why is the International Committee of the Red Cross not looking for an alternative solution to this issue? Well, right there. Why won't they look for an alternative to that? It makes sense to me. They should be visiting them. Next question. Why has the system of visiting, transferring humanitarian aid, and correspondence with the family not been established in more than a year? Now, I can say from what I understand, this is something that Ukraine does for Russian prisoners. They are allowed phone calls on a regular basis. They are allowed, I believe, packages and correspondence. Um, so yeah, that's a that's an interesting question, and I think a very justified question. Um, Red Cross, why aren't you doing your job? Next question was, how can you find out when and how many times a prisoner was submitted for confirmation? I think that is a situation where they're trying to find out for sure if a Ukrainian soldier or a person is a prisoner of war in Russia, and they're trying to find out how many times the Red Cross was asked to find that information out, and it just hasn't been found out. Yes, here's another one. Why is the information closed? As in, there is not information sharing between the families and concerned organizations about what information the Red Cross might have. Now, that might be a Geneva Convention thing. I'm not exactly sure. But it could be. For some reason, it sounds familiar. And another one, these are a little bit repetitive at times, but not too bad. Why is it not possible to call relatives in Ukraine from Russian prisons, as Russian prisoners of war are allowed to do, which is something that we just talked about? Why has the ICRC not yet been able to visit the wounded fighters as a result of the terrorist attack in Olivka? Olivka. We all remember that. That was a prison, I believe, in MriyaReport, that was bombed or exploded. And yeah, why hasn't the Red Cross visited them? Why is the process of corresponding with prisoners there we go. Why is the process of correspondence with prisoners provided for by the Geneva Convention still not set up? They're asking the ICRC all kinds of really good questions. Questions that should be answered and shouldn't need to be answered 16 months into this. They should have been answered a long time ago. Most of the prisoners did not receive a single letter from their relatives for the entire time. Why are the conditions of detention of our prisoners still not in accordance with the Geneva Conventions? I have one more question, and then we'll go to Anda's hand. The last one was, for its part, the coordination headquarters will do everything possible to help the International Committee of the Red Cross in the implementation of its mandate, as well as to promote its interaction with the Ukrainian public. That was more just a statement from the headquarters for the prisoners of war. And that help the families and such. So those are all very interesting questions that, you know what matters the most to me in this is that the coordinating headquarters is confronting the Red Cross straight up about these things, and they're giving the families the opportunity to weigh in and ask the questions also. And because Primus is still technically my co-host, I'm going to hand it to him before I go to you. Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to apologize for experiencing some technical issues there. So if anyone heard me kind of rambling on and some confusion there, I apologize for that. I didn't know what was going on. Not the first time this happened to me today. So no, just last piece of news I was going to add. It's going to be wrapping up my session tonight. Was apparently the Ukrainian helicopter fleet is in line to get some important upgrades. Basically, it's a missile warning system, and that'll deploy countermeasures that basically automatically, so it can sense when a man portable air defense system, like a ground launched missile there, has been shot at it, and can help help with the reaction on that. So hopefully that gets installed soon, and can save some Ukrainian lives. So basically, it's a sensor that's basically kind of looking out for infrared signatures that might match a missile, and then deploying heat traps, basically flares, to try to seduce the any sort of missile that's coming in against the helicopter. I've seen these things before. It's kind of platform agnostic. I mean, you could put it on basically any kind of helicopter or small plane, I suppose, in a sense, and it will react accordingly. So it's a good system, a good addition. I'm almost a little upset that if they could have put this on already, then if they could have put this on that easily, I mean, well, like, not necessarily easily, but it was a system that could have been added on a while ago. Why that wasn't done sooner? Because of course, helicopters are pretty vulnerable. And also on that note, it looks like now we're into yesterday, but at least one Mi-24 Hind was shot down by Ukrainian forces on there. So it's interesting that it's Mi-24, because I mean that is a previous generation attack helicopter. So that they're leaning on their older stuff tells me they're kind of running out of their newer stuff, right? So that's good, and those kinds of helicopters generally aren't able to deploy, those longer range anti-tank missiles. Something shorter and is thus easier to defend against. But that pretty much concludes my time on here, so no need to come back up speaker to drop down here. So Mockers is taking my seat. It's a little colder than usual. I apologize for that. But yeah, it was a pleasure talking with everyone tonight. And I know Anda had her hand up, so I'd like to listen to her response, and then I'll drop off for the morning, I think. And good morning to you, Mockers.
Good morning, Primus, and thank you very much for being here and pulling the late shift. Good morning, Anda.
Good morning. Nice to see you. How are you?
And you, my lovely.
Much better. I am much better. So I raised my hand because Prince Heather read something regarding the Red Cross, and I was thinking, is just a thought. Would this so? It is clear for us that in relation with Russia, Red Cross didn't manage to negotiate anything, right? There is no success, basically, in any way. When we look at what's happening there, it's nothing there. No success in any form. The only time when I saw the International Red Cross involved, not actively but passively observing what was happening, is last year when the defenders of Azovstal were processed, I think is the best suitable word to describe what happened then, before being sent to prison. But that's about that. And I was wondering, actually, when are they going to say, that's enough? It's not about. I don't know if it makes sense. And I don't know how to phrase this, right? Looking at what's happening with the Red Cross, with the International Red Cross, from outside, and from a country which comes with a very extensive history of bribery, I cannot help but asking myself, who has been paid at the top of Red Cross for them not to do anything, for them not to be able to obtain any kind of relief for the prisoners of war in Russia, for the Ukrainians who were taken prisoners of war in Russia. Because there's nothing, no results whatsoever, right? So that's my thought. I'm granted I'm coming from a country which, okay, we have had other systems, and we know this is actually a possibility, and Russia is actually a country which deals very much with bribery. They work on bribery. They thrive. Let's say some of them thrive on bribery. So I cannot help but wonder in my mind, how is it possible for an international financed organization to not be able to establish clear channels and clear procedures, and to obtain some relief for the Ukrainian soldiers held captive in Russia. All of them who come back are telling horror stories, horror treatments. So how is that possible, and how can they sleep? You know, how can they wake up in the morning and look at themselves in the mirror and still function? I don't know. I yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Nothing to apologize for. You're right. I mean, how can this organization, whose job it is to do this, not have succeeded in 16 months of needing to do it? And, you know, we can say the same thing, even though the timeline has been shorter. We can say the same thing with the UN for its inability to be able to go over to the left bank of the Dnipro and help to evacuate people and give humanitarian aid to people in the occupied areas. Russia just says no, we won't grant. You know, we won't give you the clearance or the security guarantee to be able to do it. Um, what has really been uncovered in the last 16 months is how ineffective some of these organizations, like the International Committee for the Red Cross and the UN and Amnesty International, and how ineffective these organizations are at doing the things that are their responsibility. And how do we get them to be able to do these things, or how do we hold them accountable? I'm not exactly sure, other than making sure if you donate to the Red Cross, donate to your local Red Cross. Because, as we've said multiple times here, local Red Cross does some good things. We see it in the United States repeatedly with fires and with floods and with hurricanes and tornadoes. We see good things locally that the Red Cross does. Um, you know, even random stupid example, I participated in a disaster drill when I worked for the city of Portland, and it was a very grueling experience. But what was there though was the Red Cross, even though it was planned and all of that. But the Red Cross was there, giving us sandwiches and other kinds of food and drinks and everything that was needed, so that we didn't have to think about it, because in that situation that would have been their responsibility anyway, and they did it very effectively. But they do it at the drop of a hat, you know, for house fires even regularly. But how do we hold these places accountable is to not donate to the international organizations. I think I've probably gone on long enough, which is why Mockers raised your hand and said, "Okay, that's enough, Prince Heather." Um, but it's just something to highlight. Another example how one of these international big organizations is not being effective in this in this situation. It's horrifying and frustrating. Go ahead, Mockers.
Oh, I only wanted to come in with a bit more detail about this bridge, the Chonhar Bridge, wherever it is. So some pictures have now emerged. I wasn't sure at first what was going on because the tweet was put up and then deleted, but it was only to fix the name. And just having a quick look at that bridge, of course, they say that it's been hit with a particular missile. Gosh, it does remind me of the Antonovsky Bridge. You remember how they like punched a few holes in it first just to discourage heavy traffic, and then it continued to get worse and worse until the Russians finally got rid of the span by blowing up the actual span rather than just running around the holes. Well, yeah, it's got two big juicy holes in it as far as I can see. And well, yeah, Antonovsky Bridge take 2, but this time on the road to Crimea. Personally, I think that sounds like a fabulous movie with tagline, and they're coming for you. If you wanted to, I'm talking to Russians now. If you wanted to transfer equipment down that particular bridge, you better hurry up, because you've just been given notice. A bit like with the Antonovsky Bridge, they popped a hole or two in it first, and then they literally stitched the thing with holes from one end to the other almost. And it was indeed a sign that if you want to use this bridge, you better do it darn quick. And you know what? That makes me recall something that I saw yesterday, which was a very nice statement from, here we go, from Alexei Danilov, Secretary of the NSDC. And the message was, and this is what I enjoyed the most, about the Crimean Bridge. And he stated, they understand, as in the Russians understand, it's only a matter of time before we come and drive them out of Crimea. And I would advise everyone to use the services of the structure that they currently have, the Crimean Bridge, as soon as possible in order to ensure your safety. And, well, I can safely say that there was a hint there that the Crimean Bridge might not be around for too much longer. And he was basically saying, while there's a bridge there, why don't you use it? And I'm going to say that's probably a very good way to start. Their campaign into Crimea is to make it very clear that anybody who wants to get out, who needs to get out, now's the time.
Yeah, I liked seeing the news about this bridge. I saw that come out a little bit ago. It's just, one more way where they can't get into Ukraine. And it's maybe it's an indication we're getting a little bit closer to the big Crimean Bridge, to the Kerch Bridge, and take advantage of the one way you're going to have out while you can, because you're not going to have it forever. It's going to go away. I agree with that.
Yeah, and this appears to be the next place that they've decided. Well, they've blown up that big ammo depot there, and they've exploded the headquarters at Henichensk, that one there, and these are all in the same sort of area. So yeah, that logistics route is being cut, I would say. Good morning, UK for UA. How are you doing?
Good morning. I hope you can hear me, Marcus.
All
Super.
good.
Super. I'm just wondering. I've been doing a series of spaces to try and give people a taste of what it's like to do an aid run, because I'm on my 28th run since last March, on day 8 at the moment. And because I've been out of the loop and not able to keep an eye on what's going on my timeline. Does anyone have any updates on the prisoners of war being held in Hungary?
I do. So, as of yesterday morning, this was what we knew, that Hungarian authorities had now said, oh no, it wasn't our vice prime minister or whatever he is, our vice president. It wasn't him that did this. He just found out about it. But who really did it wasn't him. No. It was a organisation which is not connected to the government. It's a religious organisation who work directly with the Russian Orthodox Church. Yes, that's it. And, we have no idea where they are because we've released them. That was kind of the statements coming out of Hungary. And shortly after, 3 of these prisoners or soldiers, defenders, were actually repatriated back into Ukraine. It would appear that Hungary has indeed let them loose somewhere in order to sort of kind of go, oh, not our problem. No, they're free men. They can do what they like. And 3 of them must have had the wherewithal to pop down to their local consulate or ring the embassy or something like that. And they have indeed been found and repatriated without much detail. With regards to the other 8, we're still waiting to hear. And I'm sure that they are now in a position where they can freely make decisions as to what they can do with themselves. Obviously, Hungary has said, well, these Transcarpathian Hungarians are very, very welcome to stay in Hungary. I have a funny feeling that the Ukrainian authorities will contact each and every one of them and ensure that they are quite happy to stay in Hungary, or if they want to return home to their families, which, might be the actual thing that they want to do. I mean, as far as being released from Russia, the Hungarian authorities said, well, everybody wanted to come to Hungary. Of course they did. If you were in Russia, in some sort of prisoner facility, now we've seen how they treat these people, and you were offered a chance to go and sit in a relatively decent prison in Hungary, you'd jump at the chance. You'd snap the flipping arm off, wouldn't you? So, what do you reckon, mate?
That's fantastic news. So I'm in a different vehicle, so I'm still getting used to it because I was the turbo went on it a couple of days ago, and it really it's at least the turbo apparently. But that's fantastic, and I'll drop back down, and anyone that wants to know what it's like on the road, we got a number of recorded spaces, and might give you a taste of what we're seeing and hearing while we do what we do. Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, I certainly hope the rest of these 8, I don't want to call them prisoners because they're no longer really prisoners. So these 8 Ukraine defenders, there we go. So yeah. People ask me questions when I'm doing this. I know it's very rude asking me questions. It's terrible. What I would ask you to do, my lovelies, I haven't got the numbers yet, but I will get them very soon. So I would ask you all to have a little retweet and make sure that, when they come up, there's enough ears for me to bless them with the numbers. What do you reckon, Prince?
I think that's a good idea. And I also decided that I'm still gonna, say it's my birthday because it is only 10:20 in Los Angeles, California, which is the same time zone I'm in. So you have an hour and about 50 minutes to still go ahead and donate $55 in addition in honor of my birthday, where I turned 55. Now, if you can only afford 55 cents, that's fine. If you can afford $1.55, 5.55, you get the idea. If you can't donate, that's perfectly fine too. We understand. Don't give away your lunch money, your electricity bill money. Don't give away anything that will make sure that you stay clothed and fed and have a roof over your head. But if you can afford it, $55 in honor of Prince Heather's 55th birthday, still lasting for another hour and 50 minutes or so. Um, that would be greatly appreciated. And to everybody who has sent me messages today, I thank you very much. And to those who have sent me screenshots of their donation, I thank you very, very much.
It's always good to have a reason to celebrate, isn't it? And it's, you know what? I'm glad you decided to do this for your birthday. Oh, can you tell I've got hiccups? Morning hiccups. Yes, I get that often.
Just as I'm pressing enter to send you the numbers, it's perfect timing.
It's okay. I'm having a little fight with them at the moment. They're holding off for the second. So, oh, folks, I have some numbers, and oh, right. So there's some really good numbers here, and there's a little tiny disappointment at the end for me, but I'll live with that. So let's go through this. We have as the top figure here, 650 liquidated personnel. It may not be 1,000, but it's still a significant number of people. So don't ever feel that that top line is disappointing because, well, every single number there is a life that had to be taken. So, it may be a bit of fun and the numbers, but just remember that Ukraine has to fight these people, and they keep coming, unfortunately. So anyway, let's cheer myself up with some tanks. We've got 7 tanks, Prince. Did you know? Did you know that they only had 1 tank in the parade in Moscow? So that's 6 more than they even had in the parade in Moscow. It's a bit sad, isn't it?
It's very sad, but a thing of beauty all at the same time.
I know. I loved it. So 12 armoured personnel vehicles. Always nice to see them in double figures. And again, we have a job lot of artillery systems. So 21 artillery systems and 2 multiple launch rocket systems. So that's, like I say, those things, every tube on the battlefield that the Russians can use, every time one of them is taken out, it's a it's a blessing for whoever they're firing at, because it's usually residential properties and people's homes and aid workers, and you get the point. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. Again, they don't pop up every day, so I'm quite pleased. And 1 helicopter. Now, which one did we say this was, Prince? Was it an Mi-24?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beautiful. I actually remembered something. Amazing. We have 10 UAVs, and I'm just going down now to vehicles and fuel tanks, where we have 11 vehicles and fuel tanks. But you know what? There was no special equipment today. or at least not on not on the list. Put it that way. But you never know. There could be very soon. However, I've been spoiled over the last few days. There's been quite a lot over the last few days, so I think that's what it is. I've just been thoroughly spoiled. There was something else that I wanted to add. You know how you have these brilliant ideas, your brain goes, oh yeah, I'll tell you about that in a minute. And then gone. Never mind. But at least we've got a different type of helicopter today, which suggests something, doesn't it? It suggests that they they brought that a bit too close to the front. So go on.
It suggests perhaps they're running low on another kind of helicopter.
Well, we were having a conversation yesterday that there is between 30 to 50 of the alligators left, if they're all in good condition, and flyable. So take that in the middle. So they've probably got 40. So yeah, these are the things that they're now dealing with. I mean, personally, if I had 40 helicopters, I think I'd be all right. But considering they're trying to wage war with them, then yeah. Bit more information now. Sorry, I was just finding stuff in the background, like you do. With regards to this Chang'an crossing, would you like it? Yeah?
Did you see my message? I'll be right back.
Yeah, you do what you need to do, Chuckles.
Okay.
I shall be, just waffling away. You know me. So while Prince goes and recycles, because she hasn't got proper sound, we will just have a wee look at this this bridge. So there are 3 roads connecting Crimea with the Kherson region, 2 that are in the Armyansk direction, which I'm sure you've heard the name Armyansk before. Now these go through Kalanchak and Chaplinka. And the main one that goes through Jankoy comes over that bridge at Chang'an. So this particular road that's been hit overnight was and is, and probably not for much longer, the most convenient for transporting military equipment to Zaporizhia, just because of the whole logistics location, the width of the bridge, etc. And so it would appear that Ukraine have now taken offence at this particular bridge, and that they're going after this one. And it doesn't stop them, moving into Crimea on foot. And it doesn't stop them escaping. It just stops them taking their heavy equipment with them. In other words, they can't continue to wage war if they don't have these machines. So they can enter Crimea, but they can't take their weapons, or at least nothing that's too heavy. And we've seen what they're carting about. I mean, the S300 and 400 things, and they've got these big heavy trucks that have, MLRS and things like that on the back. And so this particular bridge, I would say its days are numbered. I see Prince is still resetting herself, so I shall continue. You know me, I like to talk. Oh, excuse me. It's a wee bit early. Right, okay, that's better. Aha. I feel better now. Right, okay, so I'm just having a look at a bit more information as to what's happened overnight, because there was a Russian base set up in Azovsky. Now, Azovsky means of the Azov Sea. I have worked this out, and thank you to Doman. So this location is directly next to Berdyansk. And we know that Berdyansk is very popular at the moment with the missiles from Ukraine. And the reason they've hit this location in Azovsky, next to Berdyansk, is because it was a former recreational centre called Troyanda. And it would appear that these are the sorts of places that the Russians sort of take a liking to, because they've probably got space and a roof big enough to house plenty of them. And of course, they thought they were safe by the sea here in their beautiful little recreational centre. And it's now smoking, apparently. Terrible smoking accidents, and it would appear that perhaps a concentration of manpower and equipment was taken out at that location, and we'll find out soon. Welcome back, Prince. She's probably still waiting for her earbuds to kick in. Good morning, Skykiss.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the numbers, and they're moderately good. You know, they're decent.
Yeah, they're still up there, aren't they? There's nothing to really be disappointed about.
Really not. When you take into account all the, trucks and fuel tanks and tanks, just more. I mean, they must be running out. I wonder which ones they are. Does it say which tanks they are?
Well, it doesn't, but yesterday I had a fantastic breakdown of things which had been taken out the day before. So this would be a day at the weekend. Let me have a little read through this, and I will tell you what we had. So I think we have to wait a couple of days really to get the breakdown. So this was what? Not yesterday, but the day before, I think. So during the day, enemy losses in killed and wounded totaled nearly 3 companies. So that was, yesterday. This is talking about the day before. So 68 units of enemy military equipment were destroyed or damaged, including 6 tanks, 13 infantry fighting vehicles, 2 infantry fighting vehicles. And then it goes on. Mr. 5, 2C19, Mr. S howitzers. When I say Mr, I mean MSTA, not with a, hello, sir. 2, oh, no, sorry, ignore me. 4, 2A65, Mr. B howitzers. So that's 5 of them all together. 2 Arrow air defense systems, 5 2S5 Hyacinth self-propelled artillery systems, 2 of the 2S3 Acacia self-propelled systems, or Acacia maybe, I don't know, Acacia I think. 1 of the 2S7 Peony self-propelled artillery systems. They went for a bouquet. Can you tell? Hyacinth, Acacia, and Peony. Yeah, they're collecting a bouquet. 1 BMP-21 Grad rocket launcher system. 1 Zoopark radar system. These are things that we see quite rarely, so that's nice. 3 of those unfortunately named UAVs, the Super Cam them. 1 Orlan 10. So additionally, 3 ammunition storage sites were destroyed. So we've got 5 of these Mr. or MSTA, a Peon, a Zoopark Raider, 5 2S5s. I mean, these are all, well, None of these items are insignificant, put it that way. And taking out the newer named artillery systems from the Russian side. I mean, these systems might not be amazing, they might be old, but they can still kill people quite effectively. So the more of those we see removed, the better. Camilla, you've got your hand up.
I just wanted to say good morning. And thank you for the numbers.
You're most welcome. I don't know what I'm going to do afterwards. Like in the morning when I have to get up and like do other things. And I'll be like, I'm missing my morning numbers. Where is the Armed Forces of Ukraine with my morning pick-me-up? I mean, I'm going to have to rely on coffee alone. It just doesn't seem correct, does it?
No.
Exactly. It's just going to be, I'm going to be bereft of the Armed Forces of Ukraine's updates. And you know what? I'll be glad, but it does mean that I'll have to make more of an effort to leave the house and pop over to Ukraine and see what they're up to myself. So, it's something I do plan to do. I do definitely plan to visit Ukraine as and when most of this is over. Hopefully, by the time I'm visiting, they won't necessarily need to have daily air raids. I'm a bit of a chicken. I don't know about you, but I really like my home comforts as well. So, yeah, I'm going to just stay out of the way while there's a war going on. Seems like a good plan. I would just get in the way right now. Anda, go ahead.
So, I do agree of your plan. I think it's better safe for us because we don't know how to fight anyway. So I can cook. I know I can be useful with that, but yeah, I'm not a fighter, so I'm gonna talk here in the meantime. I have a piece of news actually from yesterday. I don't know if you discussed it yet, so I wanted your opinion on it. It is about the 11th package, sanction package against Kremlin, which Sweden, which is right now the president of the European Union. For the people in the room who are from US, we share the presidency. So from time to time there is always another. So the new package is about the restriction of sensible technology in selling and transferring products with double use, which have the potential to be used in both civilian and wartime. Basically, what are they trying to do is to prevent part of the equipment which is now reaching Russia through it's only for commercial reasons, and like drones, for example, to be delivered into Russia from other countries. So there is a list of affiliated countries with Russia, such as Armenia, Kazakhstan, and the Arab Emirates and Turkey. but also this list includes companies with which have their main headquarters in China. So this is what's expected, right? So to have further and tighter sanctions going forward against Russia and against the countries which help Russia. And this is not new. This was in discussion since April. So I wanted to know, going back to my question, if you think this will work, or if you have any more information than me on this one.
The 11th sanctions package. Yeah, this particular package, I believe, is it's tightening up certain restrictions, and it's going to try to tighten up some of the things that are getting into Russia through sanctions avoidance, shall we say. So I do have a bit of a statement here from Zelensky himself. And he's saying, so part of this was prepared based upon the recommendations of Michael McFaul and Andrei Yermak. This package additionally limits Russia's profits that it has received in Europe so far, as well as blocking some of the routes to bypass the previously introduced sanctions. This is now one of the priority tasks. All our partners are fully informed about how critical it is to block all routes of bypassing sanctions. The terrorist state still has access to various products and components, technology and financial schemes created by those in the world who still value freedom and international law. Russia must be in complete isolation while their main export products are evil and death. And, well, I couldn't agree with him more. It's something that really needs to be cut out of the loop. I mean, initially, sanctions did tighten up, and now, obviously, some unscrupulous fellows have managed to find ways around them. And I appreciate it. You know, a bit of a rebel myself. When there are rules, you can find ways around them. But in this case, yeah, it's not being rebellious. It's for the money. And in this case, that money equals Ukrainian lives. And I'm not prepared to pay that price. So, yeah, we need to tighten this up and make sure that these things aren't continuing to happen. Now, I know Doman will probably be able to tell me a bit more about this later, but I know that this 11 sanctions package only went through after Ukraine took out a piece about Greek shipping. Although there has been some problems with items coming through Greece, I think their main I think what was happening there mainly is they're receiving imports. I think is it oil, Prince, that's sneaking around there, or are they? Is it something else? It's something else, I think.
Sneaking around
Anyway,
where? Sorry.
Greece,
Oh,
Greek shipping.
yes. Yes, I believe it is. Sorry. I'm trying to fix my headphones. It's pissing me off. I apologize, but I am here.
You carry on fiddling with your earbuds, right? So, yeah, I think it would have been nice to have tightened that particular sanction, but there are other ways of dealing with those. I mean, you know, some of these ships now don't have insurance because they've been found to be flouting rules and regs. And of course, there's this ghost fleet that turns off their transponders and pretends to be in other places and stuff like that. However, one of the things about the oil and gas transportation that Russia's trying to sneak in and around places, they're not making a massive amount of money out of it anymore because, well, sanctions. And also, they've got a problem with overproduction. We talked about this some while back, that Russia has to keep the taps on. If you close down a running well, then it's closed. And you have to spend billions getting that thing back up and running again. It's not just a case of turning the tap on and off. So I think, all things considered, the revenue that they're making through the oil and gas, it's almost hurting them to do it. And I think that's why these, this part of it was taken out, because as a compromise, it's not too painful to make that compromise. And those ships are already costing what's it called? Costing Russia money, basically. They do make a bit of profit out of it, but they're stuck in a place where they're overproducing. They're having to reduce the money that they're paying, that they're paid for oil and gas products. In fact, I do believe they've given China a really, really sweet deal, because I read something yesterday that China swapped to start purchasing from Indian sources because, or was it Iranian sources? My apologies. Because they offered a better deal, and so Russia have had to undercut them, and it makes me chuckle a little bit that China, the ever the opportunist, appears to be playing two countries against one another here. And I just think it's really sweet to see. It doesn't upset me at all to see that China is really, well, they've got them both on the back foot there. And when it comes to oil and gas products, China's really making a killing. And it's unfortunately Russia and Iran that are actually suffering there. With friends like these, hey? With friends like these. Ooh, so I've just been sent a nice image, satellite image of Russian helicopters and new revetments, which are visible in recent satellite imagery of Berdyansk Airport. Now, this place has been hit a few times, and you can quite clearly see on one of the pictures that there are damaged buildings. But you can also see that new revetments have been built to, to protect the equipment there. However, I was going to say there's a fair few helicopters you can also see. And you know what? They are learning. They are rather spread out, these helicopters. Let me see, there's 7 in this image that have been identified. And yeah, it would appear they've figured out if they stack them all next to one another, they might lose them, or at least lose more of them. So, yeah, unfortunately, they do learn, but now we know they've got more helicopters there. And they keep bringing these things in, don't they? And keep losing them. It's becoming a regular thing now, isn't it, Prince?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just sent you a link. It's a happy link.
Oh, yes, I spotted that. So, We have this morning the British MOD's update, believe it or not. So here is the update for the 22nd of June 23. On the 20th of June 23, Russia's Duma voted to create a parliamentary committee, to investigate alleged crimes committed by the Ukrainian government, against juveniles in the Donbass since 2014. My good gracious me. They
Are
make
you kidding me? I mean, I'm
up.
looking at the thing and are you kidding me?
I know.
Seriously.
It's absolutely, yeah. I kind of feel like they live in some sort of parallel universe, and they do. So, the Duma is responding to the international condemnation of Russia's deportation of children from occupied Ukraine since its full-scale invasion, which I've got to say is more than reprehensible. It's absolutely, well, there's a strong word I could use, but it's not for this morning. So this move is highly likely to form a what they normally use, which is lawfare, and contributes to Russian information operations, weaponizing legislation, which they do on a regular basis. Sorry, that was me. Weaponizing legislation by attempting to muddy the narrative around its own egregious actions. Messaging around children's rights is likely an important communication theme for the Kremlin because of the deportations. Now, I've got to say, the British MOD say alleged, right? I'm not alleged, British MOD. I understand you've got to use the right language, but not alleged, actual. Sorry, that really miffs me off. Anyway, because of the child deportations formed on the basis of the International Court's arrest warrant for President Putin. So they're basically, well, they've always tried to use children in propaganda, haven't they? And today they're continuing to do so. No big shocks and surprises there, I guess. But yeah, alleged, I don't see anything being alleged. I see it being actual and happening. So yeah.
Well,
I appreciate for legal reasons they have to use certain wording.
didn't the Russia Duma in the last few days also pass a law saying that Russian soldiers cannot be held criminally liable for what they may do in Ukraine? Something along those lines?
Yeah, they've been doing this sort of thing for a while, making it okay for Russian soldiers to basically just run amok, and it's just war, just part of war. I mean, it doesn't fall into what you would call the rules of armed conflict, but yeah, every crime, every atrocity, just wipe the slate clean because Russia don't care. It helps them achieve their goals. So, this sort of blanket absolution also means that they're giving their current soldiers all the more reason to be worse. Because, well, let's face it, they can be worse, yeah?
Oh yeah. How? I mean, yes, I know they can be worse, but how can they be worse? I'm trying to figure out what more you can do to a person besides kill them, besides torture them and then kill them, besides rape them and then kill them, besides all kinds of things and then kill them. What worse things can they do than that? They torture, they maim, they mutilate.
Those last two.
And then they kill them. But they're already doing those things.
So, yeah, I mean, those last two. Torture, maim and mutilate. That is something which I'm really, I'll be honest, Prince, that report the other day that came out that you sent me, and I said I don't think I can read that right now. I may not have said to you actually, but I said it to myself. Don't think I can read that right now. And eventually I did summon up the intestinal fortitude to read it properly. And you know what? I'm pretty unshockable. Just generally, I am pretty unshockable. And I was utterly horrified. There's not much that shocks or surprises me these days. And I can safely say that that article did. And yeah, that the fact that people are doing this, and then they've been legally given a waiver which says that it's all right, you know, that it just goes to show how deep and disgusting the attitude is towards anybody who's not one of us and doesn't want to be one of us.
Yeah, and that's it. And you know, and it was that article that I was thinking of when I was saying what I was saying. What is worse that they can do to somebody than, you know, what we have seen in some videos and what was in that article? What yeah, I can't.
The same but more,
Yeah,
basically. I think.
the
Yeah.
same but more, because they can draw it out and do it for a longer period of time before killing somebody. That is what it comes down to.
Yes, unfortunately, that's what I think. That, you know, this sort of blanket decision to, you know, everything's fine. It just gives them permission to continue their horrible actions. So, shall we move on to something a bit more fun, which is the Chang'an Bridge directly after the explosion? I have some videos now, which I'm going to pop into the nest for you, and you will enjoy them. And luckily, they don't have, well, one of them doesn't have huge, oh, that's nice damage. Sorry, just checking. It doesn't have a huge bouncing for pin logo all over it. You know how they like to put these logos on, which are very annoying. So yeah, have a look at those. Certainly very interesting. So it would appear that Ukraine are systematically taking out logistics. And well, we know what that's about, don't we? And while they're at it, their news at home is telling fairy tales of hundreds of destroyed tanks. Oh, Ukraine has lost hundreds of destroyed tanks. Well, they only have a couple of hundred of the newer tanks. So, you know, dudes, get on it. Yeah. Apparently, everybody in the every tanker in the Russian army wants a leopard for themselves. Don't think that's going to happen. It's almost like they're talking about their girlfriend that, you know, doesn't exist. It's a pure fantasy. So I'm just having a quick look as to the importance of this bridge. So it is important. The bridge is 206 kilometers, and without this bridge, they will have to truck a distance of 450 kilometers. So it more than doubles the route to get things to and from that rail line there. Gosh, and that's you know, well, it's going to slow them down, put it that way. And I like
Could I
that. Go on.
could I also, you know, maybe point out that vehicles and fuel tanks, you know, this will give them more wear and tear, and they will need more of them, and yeah, they're going to need more to be able to do this, and that category seems to go up and up and up, and that will make Doman very, very happy in more than one way. It'll make Doman happy that vehicles and fuel tanks, and I don't remember how many today, were lost, but now they're going to need even more of them to cover double the mileage or kilometers to be able to get to where they need to go.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen them driving a lot of civilian cars. We've seen them with their wonderful Scooby-Doo vans. Excuse me. And yeah, it's going to be an extra problem for them, isn't it? I do like it when they have problems, especially in the logistics, because, well, getting the beans and bullets up to the front is something that they're really struggling with, and I don't think they're taking beans at all in most cases, just bullets and shells. And
You know what else?
you
know what
know,
the other? You know what the other B
yeah.
is?
What's that?
Beans, bullets, and bandages. Bet you they don't take the bandages either.
Oh no, you don't get things like that at the front if you're a Russian soldier. Come on.
Maybe tampons, but they're out. They can't get tampons anymore. But you missed the whole tampon discussion because you were asleep. But it was funny.
Yes, I did indeed miss the discussion. Now, there is something which is quite funny, and I don't think it's anything to do with Ukraine, but a couple of nights ago, I spotted this, and I didn't mention it at the time, but one sec. Oh. So, a couple of nights ago, I spotted this, and I thought, ha ha, like you do. And I'll tell you about it as well. So, at the Sevastopol ship repair plant, there is a floating dock which they use to repair boats, obviously, and they had a boat attached to it. And so this floating dock appears to have had some sort of problem and sunk and dragged the boat down with it. So I just found that quite amusing. That obviously that you know how they are with their maintenance and what have you. And it would appear this thing just decided to sink in the night. I can only imagine that there was things that should have been done that weren't. So yeah, they're sort of degrading their own fleet at the same time, and now they don't have that floating dock anymore to help them repair ships. Just the general degradation of stuff. Yeah, I find it interesting to just see the difficulties that they're now having. So I'm just taking another look at a clearer video of this bridge in Chongar, and that there appears to be quite a bit of damage to the surface and a little bit to one side. I mean, the piers are obviously still all there, but if you see this particular video yourself, you can see that it does look very much like the Antonovsky Bridge, just not as tall, so not as high up. Well, I know that Ukraine have some very, very, what are they called? Accurate weapons. Even the Russians themselves have commented that they are effing accurate, apparently. That came out. And so that really pleases me. Go ahead, Prince.
Well, I was just going to say, would you volunteer to be a repairman to fix that? You know, to be one of the workers working on that, knowing that a missile can hit it again at any time? That's the thing that
Not a chance.
exactly. Exactly.
The thing is, any one of them who remembers what happened in Kherson with the Antonovsky Bridge is gonna just see the same parallels, I think. And they'll be like, okay, now they've started hitting this, they're just gonna continue to hit it until it's gone. Or until it's virtually unusable. Certainly by vehicle traffic. You know, I think that they don't mind leaving it open to people on foot because, let's face it, what can they transport in bulk? Not much. But also, it gives them a chance to leave.
How long is it? That bridge?
The bridge itself, I think it's somebody said, I read it
I think you
earlier,
said
about
200
450
kilometers. You're gonna walk
kilometers.
across 200 kilometers?
Oh yeah, 200 kilometers. There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's what's being left to them. Basically, it's their option if they want it. So yeah, it's if you recall, the Antonovsky Bridge was the same, quite a long, bridge on pillars, and people were able to get across the bridge. People, but
200 kilometers is a freaking 124 miles. You drive that in 2 hours. You drive that's a 2-hour drive.
it's not that long then. It can't be that
Yeah,
long.
that's what I'm
Surely.
thinking. It can't be
I'm gonna
that
have a look.
long. Because that's insane. Somebody like added an extra 0 on there or something.
Yeah, I think probably. It sounds like it, doesn't it? Maybe it's 200. No, it would still be right. Okay, I'll come back to that because yeah, I've lost the original tweet, so I'm going to come back to that in a minute. However, I do have a short tale of woe, and this is something that I've been trying to watch actually. It would appear the Russian army have a bit of a problem with deserters. Would you believe that, Prince?
I saved this one too. Yeah, I am just in total and utter shock that this happens. Did I sound
Yeah,
sarcastic
I mean,
enough?
yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, when the chief morale officer is the one who's imprisoning them in basements and, allowing the FSB to torture people into agreeing to go back to the front. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine why these people might just be wandering off. However, it is interesting to know where they're wandering off from. So, according to a leaked document which appears to show hundreds of men deserting from the airborne forces, the VDV. Oh yes, the VDV. And this is since the 1st of February 23. So the document published by the VCHK Telegram channel is likely to come from a military prosecutor's office. It summarises criminal offences in the VDV over an unclear timeframe, appearing to start from the 1st of February. So it states that there has been 325 cases of absence without leave, of which 228 of the men have been recovered and a further 97 are still being searched for. Given that the VDV likely has around 40,000 men, this may represent nearly 1% of their total. Case lists from Russian military courts have reportedly shown a highly increased number of desertion cases being heard. The VDV has suffered heavy casualties during the war, so it's likely this will have had effect on the members' morale. I know, it's a shock, isn't it? It is also of interest that the document records 29 deaths during this period, 6 of them resulting from incidents, whatever they may be. Another 4 cases of inflicting serious bodily harm to another soldier were recovered, and these are likely the result of infighting between the soldiers. Everything's going well, isn't it? You know my little phrase, trouble at mill. There's trouble at mill.
Everything's going according to plan. Putin remains a master genius. And I see somebody listening, so I just have to say, I am rephrasing this to be no longer do they need to worry about getting beans, bullets, and bandages. It's beans, bullets, and tampons they need to worry about getting to the front. And I hope that makes somebody very specific laugh.
Excellent stuff.
It worked.
Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning. I had a question about the bombing of those 2 bridges near I'm having a senior moment. I need some more coffee. And it's 10 p.m. at night, so I don't know.
Near
But
Henichensk.
Huh?
Near Henichensk, on the land into Crimea.
Yes, exactly. You are so wonderfully articulate. Thank you. I was looking at the pictures of the results of the bombing, and they were nice, but they didn't exactly take out the bridge. And I was wondering if you could ask somebody who knew something about the explosives involved, if it would be better if they had parked a truck with a fertilizer bomb on the bridge before they tried to blow it. In the early 90s.
Only thing is, they can't get to the bridge physically, so they're having to hit it with long-range weapons.
Yeah. They would have to have help from the inside, and then it would be difficult not to make it a suicide mission. But if they can ever manage to do that, that would be an excellent way to take out a bridge. You know, if they could manage to get maybe a truck that could be moved without a driver, you know, onto that bridge with a bomb that was similar to the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're not in a position to be able to do anything like that, but they are indeed in a position to hit it with long-range precision fires. So very much like they did with the Antonovsky Bridge, they're going to keep popping holes in it until it can no longer carry a vehicle. And you never know, even now, they might be a bit more cautious on that bridge because they know that at any time a missile could fly down and land upon them. I have a funny feeling they will look for sympathetic targets, if you know what I mean. So, you know, anything being transported over that bridge in bulk now, the Ukrainians will be watching, they will know, and they will have a missile there. So, yeah, I think probably it's going to be a case of they will wait until they see, you know, any vehicles passing over that bridge and then try and take them out. And you know what Russians are like. Everything they own is flammable, it would seem. So, yeah, I would suggest that it's possibly going to come, but it won't be a truck placed there by Ukrainians.
I wish them the best. Thank you. I'll drop down.
No problem, Karen. Thank you. So I'm just having a quick check to see if I have any more tales of woe for you, because you know how it is. I love them. And oh yes, I do. In fact, oh, this is a shame. It's not really. My field is barren. I have another tale of woe, Prince. Would you like it?
I love the tales of woe. I really do.
Me too. Me too. It's one of my favourite parts of the day. So, would you believe, right? Mobilized Russians are being denied leave after months of frontline service in Ukraine.
Are you kidding?
God,
Are they
I
doing
know.
that to them?
It's a shock and a surprise, isn't
It's
it?
rude.
How awful. So, as well as going against promises made by the Russian government, this will obviously lead to combat fatigue, which is very real. Widespread reports have emerged of Russian soldiers being denied leave, or in some cases, they will receive leave if they pay a large bribe to their commanders. So, those who have served more than 6 months in Ukraine are supposed to get 14 days leave. But I'll just pick this other thread up a little bit. Russian army commanders are reportedly demanding bribes from the men to let them go, or they'll just keep them out on the front line. So obviously very corrupt. That information came from the We Can Explain Telegram channel. It comes particularly from the men in the 1439th Regiment, which has suffered severe losses in fighting near Avdiivka. Officers are extorting 100,000 rubles for leave or for avoidance of frontline duties. Now that is $1,188, so it's not to be sniffed at. You don't just find it in your back pocket usually. So according to the mother of one soldier, Vasily, her son was mobilized in September 22 and hasn't had a single day leave since then, despite promises made by the Russian government. She says she keeps in touch with him and mentally he is very tired. So, of course, she wrote to the military prosecutor's office because they do believe that this is going to help, don't they? And funnily enough, she received no reply. However, her son told her in order to go on leave, the command demands money, 100,000 rubles for soldiers to also be removed from the front lines and placed in the rear. So corruption is just so rife. As you can imagine, Vasily's mother says it shouldn't be like that. No, it probably shouldn't. You're right, love, but that's how corruption goes, eh? So yeah, she moans that some are sitting out and risking their lives. Her son hasn't received any pay for all his efforts. And he says many people have written and complained about the illegal behaviour, but of course there's no results. Well, dude, that's so shocking. So I will continue now with the original thread. So here we go. In April and May 23, videos emerged of Altai territory soldiers and their relatives complaining that they were getting neither leave nor pay. More such reports have emerged, and yesterday, the We Can Explain Telegram channel spoke with the relatives of several more soldiers. One man was mobilized from Belgorod in November 22, before his regiment was sent to the front line in Donetsk in March 23. His regiment suffered crippling losses amounting to 40% of the total. After that, his wife Yulia says that the regiment was disbanded, and now it is not clear who the guys are attached to. They appear to have no commander. They are due leave, but whenever they ask, they are just sent away. As for mobilization, they barely had time to get ready at all. At 8 p.m, they were given a draft order. At 9 a.m, they had to be ready for collection. It is not clear who they should even ask for their leave. Well, you know, if there's nobody around and you can't ask, you can't get, can you? That seems to work for the Russian army. Another soldier from Vladivostok was mobilized on the 23rd of September and sent to Ukraine on the 2nd of October. So that doesn't seem an awful lot of training time, does it? Initially, he was assigned a 30-day leave from the 1st of September 23. So he was expecting to receive 30 days leave in September. However, it has now been reduced to a mandatory 14 days. His wife states the leave still only starts from the 1st of September, but will now only be for 14 days. Those who are close to commanders, however, or those who look in the right places, can now go on leave. One man from the Moscow region, he was mobilized in October 22 and was wounded in February 23 while rescuing a fellow soldier under fire. He was sent to hospital and declared absent without leave while he was being treated. Just goes to show how bad their records are, doesn't it? That they don't even know that they sent this guy to the hospital. So, after a month of recuperation, he returned to the front and was told, "You've been lying in the hospital for a month on sick leave. You don't need any ordinary leave, so you won't be receiving any." I know, that's just, it's so fun. I bet you it's done his morale, the world of good. So, presidential decrees, according to the wife of this man, are not enforced by the Ministry of Defense. There is deception upon deception. You know, it's funny, we worked this out some months ago, didn't we? It's surprising that she's just working it out. Anyway, similar reports have come from across Russia, and it is likely there are a number of multiple factors involved, including manpower shortages, uncaring commanders, poor organisation. However, it's also likely that not allowing soldiers to go on leave is going to have seriously adverse effects of combat effectiveness. It was well established during World War II that keeping a soldier on the front line for long periods of time turned them into a psychiatric casualty. During the Battle of Normandy, 98% of those who fought continuously for 60 days became psychiatric casualties due to combat fatigue. American troops at the time remained in a battle continuously with no relief for as long as 80 days. Less sustained fighting was able to cause the breaking point to be reached within 200 to 240 days. So those mobilized in September 22 have potentially been in the line for, drumroll please, 260 days or more, which I can imagine is not doing them an awful lot of good. While some mobilized soldiers have certainly been able to go on leave, it's likely that those unable to pay or not allowed are increasingly at severe risk of developing serious combat fatigue. To quote the 1946 Combat Exhaustion Report, psychiatric casualties are as inevitable as a gunshot or shrapnel wound. The general consensus was a man reached his peak effectiveness in the first 90 days of combat, and after that, all efficiency would fall off, and he became steadily less valuable and less reliable thereafter, until eventually completely useless. Now, this reminds me of a number of videos that we've seen of Russian soldiers being just that, completely useless, either so fatigued that they're unable to continue, through weakness of starvation and just general degradation of their situation until they're sick and can't carry on, or they are indeed appearing to lose their minds. Somebody spoke the other night about a guy who was being harassed with a drone. The Ukrainians were basically harassing some soldiers in well, it wasn't even much of a trench. There was basically no cover. And this guy was running backwards and forwards, trying to avoid having a drone drop grenade on him. And I think the Ukrainians were just watching, because it was quite pitiful. He tried to hide with a couple of guys, and they literally told him to go away because they didn't want the drone to come with him. And so, you know, even his own guys were like, no, you stay out there and die, mate. We're all right here. And yeah, it was shocking to me. It really was. He did not seem to be in full control of his faculties. And it's an awful thing. And we have talked about it a lot, that, you know, mental health is really important. And that's why you see a lot of dancing, a lot of joking, a lot of silliness, because you have to keep yourself at a, you know, a certain level of mental health. Otherwise, you will indeed find it very difficult. And so, yeah, all these things that boost morale, however silly they might be, you know, you see them messing about. And it's really necessary to be able to laugh, even in horrific situations. And you know what? I don't hear a lot of laughter from the Russians when I see videos of their trenches. Apart from the TikTok brigade, I've not seen anybody who appears to be having fun. So, you know, there is quite the contrast, shall we say. I'm just going to say good morning to Tim. Good morning, Tim. Time do you call this?
Good morning. I call this busy morning. How's everything going? Bridges are exploding, I see.
Oh yes, yes. We're quite pleased to see that bridge, with a couple of big holes in it. You know, I just get flashes back to the Antonovsky Bridge and what happened there, and we can quite clearly see that this bridge is now in range. So I was
Where is it?
oh, this, right. So you know where Henichensky is, where they had them headquarters that got blown up, sort of at the top of Crimea, near to I'm trying to remember what it's called, Rekove, where all that ammunition was taken out the other day.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So it's all in that direction. Basically, Jankoy has a big rail line that goes through there, and the bridges are for, you know, transporting heavy traffic. One of them is for heavy traffic, and one of them looks to be more of like maybe, you know, lighter vehicles. And of course, it's the big heavy bridge that's been taken out. Or at least that has some new Swiss cheese holes in it. And I remember this happening to the Antonovsky Bridge, and they were sort of taking lighter vehicles over it and trying to avoid the holes. And it contributed to a bunch of equipment being left behind because they just couldn't possibly get it over that bridge. So, yeah, I see these things continuing.
Mockers, I just sent you
Yes, my
I
love.
just sent you a video that I'm not sure that you've seen, but it's a guy describing the damage. It is, I think, more impressive than I thought.
Excellent stuff. I really enjoy that. So, is it subtitled for a start before I start looking at this?
No, it is not subtitled at this point. But I think just, you know, standing on the bridge and pointing to the hole and seeing the water underneath it is rather impressive. And you can see that the other bridge that he points to doesn't look right. And yeah, I think that they sort of screwed them. I think they're screwed.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Both bridges have been hit.
Yes, very Antonovsky-like.
Oh, I like that. I mean, I think you could still get some lighter vehicles over there.
You are
It doesn't look as though it's completely out, this bigger
you are
bridge,
not
but
you are not taking a heavy truck full of bullets, beans, and tampons across it.
you absolutely are not. No, I would say that's going to preclude that the use of some of the heavier vehicles there, and yeah, to see the water through it, it does kind of give you an idea that there's probably some structural deficiencies with that bridge now. Look at me with the big words in the morning.
I know.
Good morning,
Well,
Marcus.
just
You're
real
back.
quick. There is
Oh,
there
yeah.
is also cotton in Melitopol.
Oh, golly gosh. Well, I'll go and have a look at that while Skykiss speaks. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I wanted to wish Prince Heather a happy birthday while it is still her birthday on the West Coast.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. And thank you very much. I've been thrown out of the space, like you bring the app is in front of your face. You didn't close it. You bring it up and it stays there for like a fraction of a second and then it disappears from the screen. Maybe that's never happened to you, but that's happened to me a couple of times, and there were other things that.
There was an update last night
Oh,
for some
okay.
phones. So
I'll
go and
try
check
it.
for an update.
I will. I'll try it for Android.
Yeah, it was an Android update last night.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, last week I think it was Apple. Okay. Thank you.
Well, and I will
Thank you very much.
I will say, since we're talking about this, there was an iOS update yesterday. I'm sorry. There was an iOS update earlier today for me, and a Twitter update yesterday, I believe it was. So just making sure that your phones are up to date. That's something I check before I co-host every day.
Yes. That's a very good idea. Well, there was something else I wanted to say about morale, and you were talking. The two of you were talking about the morale officer, and they, locking the soldiers in a dungeon, basically, and I'm thinking, I don't think the morale officer knows what morale is. It's like opposite world.
You're absolutely right. Their idea of encouraging someone to do something is with, well, you've heard of the carrot and the stick, haven't you? And it would
Just
appear
stick.
Russians just have a stick. That they sold the carrot some time ago.
Yeah, they had to, because they ran out of potatoes or something. Or maybe that's all they have left. And the carrot was like the last good thing. Oh, well, Prince, I hope you had some fun today. And you can.
I ordered pizza, and I'm going to have that for dinner here in a bit. And I ordered a birthday cake, and it was all delivered today, and so I will be set.
Oh, that's very good. I wish my birthday cake could be delivered. I have to go pick it up.
but it's a really fine bakery, and it's this couple named Kim and Jake, and Kim is like me from New Orleans. And so anyway, Jake is has
Skykiss.
great
Sky.
great
We don't need to know. I'll be honest, sweetheart. We don't need to know. There's seriously big explosions in Melitopol, by the way.
oh, okay. I was just gonna say gluten-free.
Yay for gluten free, and I had mine delivered from Amazon Fresh. So you know, it's just
And these are more expensive. These are more expensive. They're handmade. You know, like and the strawberry one is to die for.
well, good. And I'm not picky, but let's
Okay,
hear about
let's
the booms.
let's hear about the booms.
Yes. So we have about 20 minutes ago, there was a report of multiple booms in Melitopol. And about 5 minutes ago, yes, Kat, again, more booms in Melitopol. It would appear the Russians are getting a very early morning wake-up call. They've definitely had some problems today. Tim, you unmuted there. Did you want to say something more?
I was just going to say, I'm not sure what gluten is, but let's talk about explosions.
Awesome. Yeah, so there definitely appears to be something going on. The bridges at Chongar are both damaged, and I imagine that that's going to be the start of something. You know how these things sort of carry on. Once the Ukrainians have decided that they're going to hit something, they tend to make a point of continuing to hit it over and over again. Bear with me a minute. Let me just deal with this cat. Come here. Come here.
Well, I'm actually bringing up the map because I'm wondering. Look, you know, Chongar is what you said it is, and then Henichensk isn't far from there. And if I zoom out a little bit more, I believe I saw Melitopol. It's all along a specific road there. It looks like E105. That's what it makes me think of. Because, you know, I know those are all, you know, it's sort of a diagonal line, but if you go from Melitopol to Henichensk and then to where this bridge is, that bridge is actually the E105. And so it's all connected. I wonder if that's how they were taking their stuff into Melitopol, and they're cutting that off big time.
Yeah, well, that was indeed one of their major logistics routes for vehicles. So, yeah, all along the coast there, they've been running logistics vehicles, and it would seem that that's going to come to an end now.
With a blast, and it's a big hole. I'm not sure that a storm shadow could do that. I wonder if it was perhaps an MLRS. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, my app just decided to not bring up the space for a moment there. I couldn't unmute for a minute. Yeah, it would appear that they've taken a particular liking to this place. Now, yesterday we had some fun soap opera type stuff going on. I'm sure you probably heard that Prigozhin had a lovely 4-minute rant, Prince.
Yes, I did. Found another video too. So, but it's not translated either. I can't wait till some of these are translated.
Awesome. That, you know, I do feel like we need to get in some extra popcorn just to watch this happen, just to sit back and relax and, you know, enjoy the show. That's the one. Yesterday, in a 4-minute audio message, Prigozhin declared that there are areas where no military reporters are allowed to hide the truth about casualties Russia is taking during the counteroffensive. So, according to Prigozhin, Ukrainians are aiming to reach Molochny in Liman, which would cut the Russian Zaporizhia group into two. If things progress in the same way, Russians will wake up one day with Crimea being Ukrainian, says Prigozhin. That's the plan, mate. He again attacks Shoigu for his inactivity and brings up the Moskva cruiser lost by Russia last spring. He goes on that basically they're being infiltrated in the rear, by Ukrainian SOF, and all of this is happening against the backdrop of losses. He's shouting about troops needing to be replenished because soldiers cannot fight when the unit is missing 50 to 60% of their personnel. So he's saying, how can a man withstand a line when he's supposed to be in a group? So all these numbers are meticulously hidden. All that the leadership is doing today is hiding facts in order to give back to Moscow nice-looking reports. It's one thing that they're used to deceive the supreme commander, but they're also deceiving the Russian people. If it goes on, we will remain without the most important thing, without Russia. So yesterday, on June the 20th, there was an assembly in the Ministry of Defence where two main issues were looked into. The Army Expo of 2023, where the main organisers were the wife and daughter of Shoigu, as well as the Maritime Parade, because you see, these things matter. To run a maritime parade, you first need to get the Moskva from the bottom of the Black Sea, which these scumbags have shamelessly sunk together with the Russian sailors. This is how the Ukrainian offensive is going as of today. And who is applauding it? The next question, what is the cost of this SMO? The cost is the total destruction of the Russian army. And what for? For some moron. I like this. For some moron to receive a Marshal Star, for his family members to be untouchable, for him to paint himself and other con men on frescoes of the Ministry of Defence Cathedral. Oh, he's not happy, is he? So he states the Ukrainian offensive is bringing serious losses and problems which are hushed up and the Russian people don't know. And he's disgusted with the whole thing. You know, I do like it when they start telling the truth. It does make me chuckle. Go ahead, Tim.
I think the goose was first, actually.
Oh, apologies. Go ahead, Goose.
I just had a general question about the nature of the combat and the different sort of styles of video that we've been seeing. So if it's going to derail the topic of conversation, I'll happily stand by for a minute.
We'll come back to you in just a second then. Thank you. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Goose. I was just going to say, have we turned him? Is Prigozhin working for us now? He's getting more and more bonkers, and his the general theory on here seems to be that he's kind of some of his stuff is genuine and some of it is orchestrated, right? So some of it is kind of what Axel calls the kabuki theater end of it. You know, they're using his ranty to kind of shift the Overton window in a more belligerent direction. Is kind of is kind of the feeling. I can see that. But they're getting, you know, they're getting more and more shrill, and I'm just wondering, have we got to him? Is he working for one of the Western powers at this point? And if so, I hope it's someone really embarrassing. I hope it's I hope it's like a really small one. You know, not MI6 or the CIA. I hope it's like, you know, the Macedonian National Intelligence Administration or something like that. But anyway, I'm just wondering because he's getting worse. So he's either losing it or someone around him is, and it's kind of not working. Or I don't know. I think he might be just working for us at this point. Anyway, just an idea.
Well, he's certainly got plenty of things to say about, things not working out. Serv, did you have something on this?
Yeah, morning, Marcus, morning, Tim. I was going to say exactly the same as Tim, really. Is he either losing the plot? Is he kind of the only person that kind of in Russia is actually, in a way, strange way, kind of talking some sense, like telling the truth? Or is he somehow working for us and starting to come over to the Ukrainian side, sort of propaganda-wise? Yeah, I just think it's funny. I quite enjoy waiting for his next video to see what he comes out with. So similar lines to Tim, really. But also, to any other nation, when they're at war, I suppose they're invading other countries, it's different, isn't it? Than the people are being invaded. But do they have parades? Surely, like, you'd want all your kit out in the front working rather than parading it around the place. So, yeah.
Well, parades make a lot more sense to Russians, it would seem. Yeah, I know. That's why he specifically mentions them. They're planning parades, and you know, what's the use in a parade when you're losing? I also think that Prigozhin now has some sort of political aspiration. Some of why he's telling the truth is to make him seem trustworthy, I feel. I kind of feel as though that's, you know, look at me, I will tell you the truth, even if it's a hard truth. You know, that sort of attitude.
I hadn't thought of that, and maybe you're right there. Maybe he's playing that kind of game of, look, I'm telling the truth. You know, these guys are just sending you to the slaughter, and come over to me, support me, I'll look after you, all that kind of stuff.
He's trying to be a man for the people. Yes, exactly.
A man for the people. Prigozhin, brilliant.
Can we get him on? Because frankly, I think he does this. He does our job much better than we do at this point. No, his visceral style when he's accusing Shoigu and Gerasimov, like it's just amazing. It would put Daniel Arfar to shame.
It really would. He's a very angry man, isn't he? Yeah, bless him. So, I do think his political aspirations have something to do with why he's coming out so frequently and talking about, you know, losses and saying, you know, he's trying to protect his men, and, you know, the government are just letting people die and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And he's also made an almost direct attack on Putin himself there as well. He's mentioned that he's not getting the right information.
I do wonder how long he's going to last. He's getting dangerously close to a window accident, isn't he? With all this stuff, or is he kind of? Do you think he's kind of a little bit untouchable?
I think he's got some friends in high places still. Surovikin appears to be one of his good friends. He seems to only respect him for some reason. I think it's because he wangled a deal to get him some extra ammunition at some point. It's a strange situation. I'm not quite sure exactly who's protecting him, but I would say somebody definitely is. Either that, or he thinks he's big enough to protect himself. We'll see about that. Goose, go ahead with your question properly now.
Sure, thank you, and thanks for the discussion tonight. I just want to say thanks for keeping the space up 24/7 since the beginning. I've tuned in many different times and always been appreciative of the fact that there's always a community here to reference back to. Um, what One thing that popped into my head was when we looked at the Snake Island contestation. There was those TB2s that were destroying anti-air systems. So there was, these drones that were supposed to be fairly observable and detectable, and they were actually destroying anti-air systems. And you'd see the HD footage from the drone destroying a system that was designed to destroy the drone. It just seemed so asymmetric, and that was at the time, at the beginning, when Russia was supposed to have had its, the tip of the spear was supposed to be at least sharp. And at this point, we're dealing with sort of the rabble and whatever they can muster to keep this thing going. But we don't see these totally asymmetric strikes anymore, where you're seeing assets that should be very vulnerable. Um, I guess in the beginning, it seemed quite bizarre that the second most powerful military, we know that's not true, but was being dominated by Ukraine, and at this point, the nature of the contests has changed dramatically. Uh, do you kind of understand where I'm getting at?
Could I jump in on that, Marcus?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have to remember about footage that we see on Twitter is that we're seeing survivorship bias, right? So every time a video, a kind of combat footage video is released, or at least most of the time a combat footage video is released by the Ukrainian side, it is of a successful engagement. And this is especially true of the drone stuff, right? Because it's cool, it's neat. You have a little drone dropping a mortar round on a BMP or whatever, goes straight through the hatch, destroys the BMP. Lots of little Russians run out the back and fall over. The lion's share of drone ops won't be like that. So the lion's share of them will fail. There is a known problem with survivability of drones in Russian-controlled airspace. Russia is good at electronic warfare. This is an area where it's very, very challenging for the Ukrainians. The drones, especially the very low end drones, and even some of the military grade drones, they're not particularly survivable in Russian airspace. They're very vulnerable to EW countermeasures, and so they're considered increasingly to be disposable assets. So you have your drone, to be a DJI or even something higher end. You're going to send it off for its mission. You're probably not expecting it to come back. It's like a missile or a bullet or whatever. You fire it off and you're not expecting to see it again. And so, yeah, there are issues with the survivability of drones. The stuff we see through Twitter and the stuff we see through the OSN community exhibits very strong survivorship bias. We only see the successes. The failures aren't particularly interesting because it's a drone you can't really see just falling out the sky all of a sudden. So the extent to which we can gauge much from that kind of footage, I would say, is fairly limited. That said, I'm not sure I quite understood your point about the change over the year. So could you restate that, please, Goose?
Sure, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Um, I guess what I was trying to get at was this was when Russia first invaded. This was supposed to be their best and their most trained and their professionals. And to a degree, when you saw the helicopter invasion of Hostomel, it seemed like a fairly, standard textbook sort of. It actually seemed fairly professional. and that's definitely not what we're seeing today. So what? So the professionalism, and this is from the armchair Twitter, civilian side. The professionalism that I'm seeing now has decreased, but at the same time, we're not seeing drones taking out very high value anti-air systems that are specifically designed to take out the system from, we were seeing TB2s taking out TORs that are supposed to be able to take out TB2s. And so that was bizarre at the beginning where you're saying, okay, well, this is their best. And we're watching millions of dollars of equipment being destroyed by micro munitions from a TB2. And now that it's the rabble that they can rouse, from the bottom of the barrel, we're not seeing the same uh, asymmetry of value of sort of system versus system. So they seem to have somehow leveled the playing field of asset destruction, but at the same time, this is their worst people that we're seeing fighting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, I would point out that I think you may be looking at it the wrong way if you saw Hostomel as a display of military competence. I mean, that was an absolute disaster. That was for Russian airborne forces. It was just, yeah, it was an extraordinarily poorly conceived and poorly executed operation. And this is something I clocked fairly early on, and this was really before I started following. This was before I joined MriyaReport. Before I started following this invasion in any detail, I saw it and I thought, right, okay, so they're sending the VDB in to seize the key asset, the airfield, and then they're sending an armored column across one of only two roads across the Pripyat swamp. Oh right, they're doing Market Garden. That's what they're doing. Was Market Garden a success? Oh no, it wasn't, because they decided to send airborne forces in to seize the key assets, and then send an enormous column up a very vulnerable and unserviceable road. Yeah, this was not a good thing. What I would kind of push back on the suggestion that at the beginning of the invasion we saw a more elite side of Russia. I mean, if anything, as you say, they've probably slightly improved since then. I think. So yeah, I mean, Hostomel was really not Russia's finest hour. If this was the acquittal of their elite forces, then yeah, this tells us a great deal about their capabilities. In terms of the system-on-system stuff, not really sure, to be honest. I mean, I think we would have to see something a little more quantitative to be able to make that judgment. It's entirely possible that it is still occurring in the way you said. So countermeasure systems failing to perform in the role they were designed, and that is still occurring. We're just not seeing as much of it. I think what we have to be careful with is that we're seeing this through a lens, and we're seeing it through the lens the Ukrainians want us to see it through. So, yeah, I mean, I would hesitate to reach that conclusion based on the actual data we have, which is not really very much. If that makes sense, we have these kind of online videos. We have these videos that have been released of stuff happening, and unless we've analyzed it on some kind of quantitative level, then yeah, I'm not sure how we can reach that conclusion. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we probably don't have enough evidence that that's the case. Does that make sense?
No, for sure. And I thought about that too. I basically am just receiving my information through Reddit, right? So there's a huge bias of what kind of uh, material I'm receiving. So the level of objectivity is quite low, I would imagine. Yeah, I was just trying to remember back to the initial days of this whole thing and try to contrast it to today's happenings and try to draw, some level of conclusion, I suppose. But you're right, there's just so many factors.
Talking of factors, just a little something to add while we're here. They've been having an awful lot of problems with power in Crimea just recently, and it would appear that this morning power was knocked out in an area called Osoviny after a power transformer has been destroyed. The Russian military eyes and ears for the
Hello,
north.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you obviously can't hear me.
Melhus, I don't know if you can hear Mockers, but Mockers is saying stuff. It's possible you're having audio issues, Melhus, so if you could drop down and come back up again, then I guess that may solve them. Sorry, Mockers.
No worries, no worries. So, yeah, the Russian military eyes and ears for the north entrance of the Kerch Strait are located in this particular town and currently have no power. I can't imagine that putting a panic on them at all, can you? I just think, that might make them a little bit nervous about using the Kerch Bridge today. I just wonder if they close the traffic today for it, just in case, And I believe we have Melhus back now. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yes, thank you. So I would recommend if you want to look for an explanation for why you saw TB2s bombing tours and stuff like that, stuff which really shouldn't happen. It's explained pretty well in a report by Dr. Justin Bronk and colleagues from the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI, which explains why that sort of thing could happen. So we have to remember that Russian electronic warfare is actually pretty good, and their pilots are also the Russian Air Force pilots are also pretty good. They are. The problem was that nobody told these air defense units about the operation until at the last moment. So they didn't have time to exchange cryptography keys. They didn't have enough radios, and their planning for deconfliction between their own air force and air defense was deconfliction by time. It seems like, so that it looks like if a Russian plane was flying in an area at a certain time and it was outside the time that it was pre-planned, the Russians might shoot it down. And because of this fear, their standard rules of engagement seem to be to not shoot at anything that was flying, because they were supposed to have destroyed the entire Ukrainian Air Force. So they were assuming that everything, including the TB2s, was a Russian TB2. So that is why the Ukrainians were able to shoot bomb tours with Bayraktars, which shouldn't really be possible. But this was just a problem for the maybe three first days of the offensive. But the Ukrainians kept publishing videos from those first days about TB2s. So that meant that a lot of people outside Ukraine thought that TB2s were super effective and a super weapon. So that's sort of the explanation from that, based on that report.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's always good to know what's going on properly. I have noticed we haven't seen a lot of Bayraktar videos recently. I do know they are still in use, however. So, you know, maybe it's just they're not always quite so dramatically successful.
They can't drop bombs with them, but they can use them for stuff like maritime patrol. So some people say that when they shot down sunk the Moskva cruiser, it was distracted with a Bayraktar while it was attacked by missiles.
Yeah, so perhaps they're being used, you know, as part and parcel of other operations and not just as a standalone item. I mean, let's face it, they are still very useful, but we do know in some places there has been so much electronic warfare going on that some drones have been affected. I don't think that they would be just because they're usually quite a high observer, aren't they? But I don't know for sure. And so, yeah, it is possible they're using them more as an observation platform at the moment. I would think that's probably more like it. Oh, thank you. You agree? I've said something correct. My goodness. I know. I pick things up eventually. You have to beat them into me a bit sometimes, but yeah. So yeah, that's probably why we're not seeing any major videos of Bayraktars, because they are being used more as observation platform these days. I mean, let's face it, if they can get a smaller, much less expensive drone into an area and drop grenades and bombs that way, it's pretty accurate as well. They've got it down to a fine art now. And I mean, it just amazes me that they can drop a bomb into a hatch on a vehicle, or like, you know, you get it just so that it lands in a place where somebody's going to be, because you can time the distance for them to get there. I've seen some absolutely beautiful shots. So yeah, why would you use a Bayraktar when you can just tootle in with one of them and just take people out? I think, you know, different drones have really come into their own at the moment, and we've seen the masses of drones which Ukraine are now using, and even though there's you know, strong EW in a lot of places, you still see drones taking out electronic warfare equipment, and it's a little bit of extra fun to see a drone take out an anti-drone piece of equipment. The irony is beautiful, and we've seen it quite a lot. So yeah, the Russians' equipment is becoming degraded in a lot of different ways. We know how they feel about maintaining stuff. We know that they seem to think that a lot of things that maybe aren't disposable are disposable, including people for some reason, including people. So yes, my lovelies. We will have the lovely Doman with us in a moment, just waiting for the Dominator to appear. Just in case you were missing him already. And I am just waiting to see what else is going to happen with regards to booms today, because we've already had some very, very interesting ones. Yeah, I'm just having a look. I mean, this is here we go. A bit more information about the bigger of the bridges at Chonghar. So obviously an important logistical point, but the main bridge is currently closed for crossing. So yeah, it would seem that we've already seen an interruption in their logistics there. That's not upsetting at all. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but why is it every market in Russia appears to be on fire? It seems to be happening a lot. Construction sites and markets. I'm thinking insurance jobs. I really am, because it would seem that these two particular types of building are extra highly flammable at the moment, and I don't quite understand why it's such a pattern. I can only think that these places are becoming unviable, and this seems to be the option that they're left with.
And I think you're right. I think,
Very
you know,
strange.
I think you're exactly right. There's no point in dealing with it anymore. Or maybe somebody who, you know, can't pay rent for their shop anymore, and he's like, yeah, do you know what? If there's no shop, I don't have to pay rent.
And the same with construction sites. We don't have the money to continue to do this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, as you well know, just naked concrete burns really easily, doesn't it? Catches on fire
It
all the
would
time.
seem, yeah. I was going to say it would seem that for some reason in Russia these things are actually flammable.
It's a special concrete. It's a flammable concrete. You know, it doesn't conform to EU regulations that make it fire retardant.
Maybe they use straw for it.
Oh my, yeah. If only it were that straightforward. No, but what Mark is basically getting at is not that they have flammable concrete, but that they do something that makes the whole place catch on fire, and then it's like, well, you know, can't do anything here anymore, can we? Not worth continuing the whole building thing.
Well, it saves them pouring more money into it, doesn't it? And it does mean they can run off with the money that they've obviously already scammed, without anybody really knowing, because they could say, oh, you know, we lost millions of rubles worth of equipment and, you know, stuff, building materials. And so, yeah, they could say anything was there, couldn't they, really? You know how people do these insurance scams. Yeah, I was robbed, and I definitely had a massive telly and a gold Rolex and so on.
Yeah, but then you have. Go ahead,
Something
Don.
was before we continue on this. Something was said earlier when I was waiting to get my my co-host invite, and I need to address it. Somebody said the Russian pilots are well trained. They're not. They haven't been in a long time. It's famous that, you know, widely available information that they weren't getting their flying hours in, not just in a given year, but year after year after year after year after year. Training on Russian pilots was severely below what it should have been under any sort of normal circumstances. They were getting maybe a third of the minimum flying hours to keep current. Now, that's an inhomogeneous landscape, but basically everyone except for those who were, you know, murdering people in Syria were getting way below what they should have to keep current on their airframes. Beyond that, they were not training in any of the sort of stuff that is kind of normal if you're an American pilot or some such. That's why you never saw formations and you never really saw more than 2, maybe 4 planes working together, because they simply didn't have, you know, any practice with larger sorties at all. And nothing but the strategic bombers off that are over the Caspian Sea that take hours to figure out what they're doing and get into position. nobody else gets anything more than 4 planes, but usually 2 at a time. Yeah, Albion, good morning.
Good morning, Delman, Marcus, and all. A question, a question from another armchair general, talking about the Kerch Bridge. Well, talking about taking out bridges and the constant speculation about what might happen with the Kerch Bridge. I had a thought some time ago. Tweeted it and got absolutely no response, which is probably the answer it deserved. But I was thinking about a psychological operation and wanted to ask two questions, basically, one operational and one strategic. My thought on the operational side was to knock out, talking about Kerch, to knock out the rail link, but basically put it out of business for the duration. And at the same time, knock out one of the lanes used for vehicular traffic. I think it's 2 lanes. I may be mistaken. It may be 4 lane, but to knock out one lane of traffic and leave one, and then make an announcement saying that for the benefit of all of you people illegally present in Crimea who have been giving thought to possibly leaving, here's a chance for you to do it. And you might call it the last chance, because we can't guarantee how much longer this one remaining lane is going to be usable. So that's the sort of scenario. My question is this doable from a military point of view, from a bombing or missile strikes or whatever? And secondly, is it strategically desirable? Any thoughts?
I like your thinking. Basically saying, don't take it out all, but just take out most of it, and then tell them to beat it while they still can. That's basically the Reader's Digest version, right?
Right.
I like that. I quite like the theory. I wonder how easy it is to do it in practice. Basically, the roadway is it 2 adjacent panels, or is it just one panel? Depending on how it's done, you might be able to get rid of all of the roadway only at the same time, at least not accidentally. I know that last time they didn't get rid of all of the roadway, but it was, yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
when you say one panel, you mean from left to right, there's only one section of cement, which is divided into 2 lanes.
Yes, exactly, right? Because obviously paint on top of the asphalt isn't what determines
right
anything,
okay.
right? So what I'm trying to remember if there are two sets of girdered things separately that have lanes in one direction and another set for the other direction. I think that's actually true. So that could be quite possible.
In which case, it's not doable. Yeah. Well, theoretically not doable.
Yeah, the thing that you'd want to do, however, if depending on what you had to strike it with, if you had attackums, it's easier because you come top down and you can go into the middle of a span. If you have Storm Shadow, you could do that, but you don't get nearly as much of a benefit of a Storm Shadow doing that as coming from the side, because with the Storm Shadow, ideally what you want to do is take out pillars. Because the way that the warhead is designed, it's not just a unitary warhead, but it's a 2-step warhead, because it's meant to be specifically bunker busting, penetrating. Exactly, right? Yeah. So it hits something, and the kinetic energy plus the initial warhead make a hole in it. And the second warhead continues into the structure and then blows up. So if you have a thick concrete pillar, if you're detonating it on the surface versus if you're detonating it, even 50, 60 centimeters inside, 60 centimeters inside is just going to collapse the thing, right? And that's kind of the beauty of Storm Shadow. Part of it really great use. The thing is, the same pillar supports obviously both sides of the roadway, right?
Precisely.
So it's a question of how you do it. I like the thinking. My real question is, even now with Storm Shadows, why haven't they taken it out? And I think it's because they want to do some more things on Crimea, get some more like traffic jams out, just because then it's the fewer people there are when you're trying to take an area, the easier it is. Because you don't need to be careful with, if you're taking empty space, it's much much easier when you don't have to take that into account with your fire missions, right? Of course, Russians don't, and that's why they don't care, and they just go and shoot at civilians all over the place. And there's a difference between being civilized or not, in terms of what you do in war.
Well, going back to the operational side, perhaps I don't know what was used on the bridge this morning or last night, whenever it was, but perhaps just create a few potholes in such a way that traffic can still move, but with greater difficulty. And again, with the announcement that there may be more potholes forthcoming.
Yes, indeed. I think there's a good chance of that. I was looking at that hole and thought, oh, that's awfully elongated. And then I was talking to a couple of other chaps this morning, and they basically said the same thing. Oh, look, this is awfully elongated, right? What does that mean? If you look at the pictures of Antonivsky Bridge at Kherson last year, when it was getting hit with gimlers, they were coming straight down, and I mean really straight down, right? So every hole was almost perfectly circular, plus minus some inhomogeneity in the concrete, right? But they basically were all coming dead down, right on down, which is very
So this implies an angular trajectory.
exactly, but elongated, exactly elongated, and specifically looking to be elongated, away from the direction that it came in, right? Means that it's unlikely that the concrete is inhomogeneous in this particular way, but what's quite likely is that something flew at an angle, at possibly quite a shallow angle. So it could be. Now I have a few theories here. If you want to hear them, it could be several things. The first thing that I think could be a thing is daggers, right? That is to say, ground-launched small diameter bombs, right? But which I don't like calling guzd, because nobody else could say guzd. So it could be that, but I don't think that they would use it this way as the first use case. Also, the charge is a little bit too big, I think, to make a hole that small. Secondly, it could be a storm shadow. Some people said. I really don't think it is, because the hole's way too small and it's at an angle, right? The storm shadow is overranged for that. It would be coming straight down, or rather, it would be going for some sort of support pillars underneath, if any exist. It wouldn't just go and make a hole in the middle of the roadway like this. No way. And if it were to, it would be a bigger hole, right? I don't think it works that way. The only way I could see it working kind of that way is if the storm shadow came straight down, or almost straight down, and the first warhead went off, and then there just wasn't enough stuff underneath for the second warhead to do anything before it already passed below the level of the roadway and just exploded in empty space. But I don't think that's likely. If they find the remnants, appropriate remnants at the site, and be like, oh, so that's what happened. Maybe. But it would basically have to be that, because otherwise, where did all the rest of the explosives go, right? And then it's my favorite theory, and I don't know if it's quite within range, but you know how gimlers for a HIMARS, how they have kind of an artificially suppressed range.
Now you're beyond me.
Okay,
but carry on.
So a gimler comes down literally vertically.
Okay.
The terminal phase is literally vertical, and that makes it really hard to intercept. It makes it really hard to do anything to it, because for the last goodness knows how many kilometers of its flight, it literally comes down vertically. Now, as you will know, if you want maximum range, you go at 45-ish degrees. You know, I'm saying ish because air's in the way, so 45 isn't actually the best angle. But anyway, you got 45-ish degrees, and of course you entered at that sort of an angle as well, right? So my question is, could it be that somebody figured out a software patch for HIMARS that allows them to get the extra range out of gimlers? Because that would now be exceedingly useful. The thing is, if you're well aligned and you don't care exactly because what you're going to suffer on is precision, right? If you get rid of this terminal vertical, that's what gives HIMARS the precision it has, right? Or gimlers the precision they have, rather. I shouldn't use the launcher for the missile. That's what gives them this fantastic precision, where last year we saw like evenly spaced holes along the bridge, just tuck, right? On the Darivka bridge, for example, over the influence. So you lose that precision, but say you're shooting in the same direction as the bridge goes, and you don't care where the hole is exactly. You know, if the hole is 5 meters further down the bridge or 10 meters further down the bridge, because your lack of accuracy is going to be in that direction, right? You're either going to be you're either going to overshoot or you're going to undershoot. You're not going to so much go left and right because of it, not nearly as much. So if you don't care about that, maybe you could do it. What it requires is a software rework, and I don't know if that's possible. So that would be really interesting, because it would give Ukraine, for at least occasionally, a capability they don't yet have, and yeah, that's the really interesting one.
Okay, going back to if you don't mind, going back to the strategic side, the sort of psyops side. You mentioned briefly at some point traffic jams and such, but I'm just wondering if that's and I seem to get the impression from what you're saying that maybe not something we want to do too heavily or seriously at the moment, but leave for a while. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, so previously when there were other events on Crimea, there were quote traffic jams going out of Crimea. So maybe maybe the reason why they haven't done it yet, because now we know that the Storm Shadows basically have the capability to do it, depending on what the range of the Storm Shadows they currently have is, because there's just some derated versions with somewhat shorter range, right? So if it is the thing to do, why haven't they done it? We know the Storm Shadows have flown through the most electronic warfare filled environment already, and that was fine. So clearly that's not an issue. So clearly they've decided that it just isn't the time for it yet. That's all I meant. And previously we've seen whenever there's events in Crimea, there's a big queue of cars going out. So maybe they're just trying to say, okay, we won't do it yet. What comes in across the bridge isn't as meaningful yet. What comes in on ferries is probably just as, if not more, meaningful. Therefore, give them a way out and reduce the population of the peninsula before going in.
Yeah.
So maybe don't give them the time to adjust quite yet. The rail link, I believe, is not yet fully operational. As in, it can't take heavy. I don't think it can take heavy trains on quite yet. I think that's coming next month, only at the earliest. So maybe that's what they're waiting for. Waste the time.
Oh, no, I thought it was operational. Yeah,
it's yes and no. Trains can go across, but not trains with lots of stuff on them. And artillery shells. Luckily for the Russians, artillery shells are famously very light. That's why they can go such a long distance. Oh, wait.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks very much.
Thank you, Albion. Pauli, good morning.
Good morning, Norman. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you, Pauli?
Preparing for midsummer, the notorious midsummer in Finland.
How
So how about
how are
you?
you preparing now? Surely you should have ventured across the water last weekend to stock up, because you can't do it now, can you? Midweek.
We're constantly stocking up, constantly prepping. But yeah, so midsummer time in Finland, it's the almost the biggest festival you can have, and people usually spend time at the cottages and then just spend time with friends and family and go to sauna and either do lake or sea to swim and just barbecue for 3 or 4 days straight, and maybe consume minor quantities of alcohol, preferably now Obolon beer and Nemirov spirits.
Very good. How do you keep the mosquitoes away?
What?
How do you keep the mosquitoes away, or midges, or other flying critters?
You feed them, Domen. We feed
them what?
Our balsam, balsam is Nemirov.
We are one with the mosquitoes, so we don't really. If there are like tourists or friends abroad, then we can give some like mosquito balsams or something like that. But usually people are quite how to say, one with the mosquitoes, and if you have already had few Nemirovs, you don't really feel them. On Monday, of course, you'll notice that you have some red pumps and few bites, but other than that, it's all right. But actually, I had a question to Domen.
Yes.
Should I shoot? So usually, when is the time that you start to take out the bridges? Usually, what's the usual time when you start to take out the bridges and then prepare bigger strikes on the ammo dumps? What do you think?
Whenever Domen has a
What does it mean?
whenever Domen has a holiday, these things happen. Did you not know?
Yeah, that's actually the causality, or the let's say the tell off, or that what usually happens. Domen, could you have let's say 10 separate vacations during July, just 2-day vacations, often like on and off? That would be great.
The thing is travel time, right? Travel time.
But locally, go to Tartu or Pärnu. Like, it only takes few hours.
Very good. Yeah. So it's I think it's an interesting question, Pauli. The real answer, of course, that Pauli's really going for is just before you want to cut people off, right? Because bridges can be fixed, just as most things can be fixed, and with time, adjustments occur. What you want to do is to not allow them time for adjustment before something happens.
Yeah, no, I don't have any plans here in front of me, but what I'm seeing in the small information, I would say that we're gonna have a good next 5 to 10 days, if what I'm seeing is correct. So it's gonna be good, I think.
It's a long, hot summer.
100%.
Alvin?
Hi. Well, speaking of midsummer, down here in Spain, and particularly in the south, I think throughout the country, we don't celebrate midsummer, but we have St. John's Day on the 24th of June, when people go down to the beach and build bonfires and party all night. And I suppose it's got some connection in the distant mists of the past, something to do with midsummer. But In my village, there's another custom which I suspect is peculiar to my village, in which the young men would place a bouquet of flowers on the church steps, and the young ladies would try to guess if that bouquet was for them and who it was from. Don't know how that worked, but anyway, it was a very sweet custom. But over the years, that's died out, and it's been replaced by what you basically call vandalism. In the village, a lot of people, most people don't have plots of land. So any gardens that they might have are nothing more than potted plants, which are either placed next to the house in the street or hanging on the facade of the building. And the custom now is for the young lads to wander around in the middle of the night and nick plants and either destroy them or just go and hide them somewhere. So in the end, what you have to do on the eve of St. John, well, when the night of the festivities, if you care for your garden, you literally have to take all the pots inside the house for the night. Otherwise, they might get nicked or destroyed.
That's what you get with the highest level of youth unemployment in Europe outside Romania.
I don't know. We're pretty well.
Spain has it.
Yeah, no, I'm
No
saying
functioning apprentice system, no vocational training, high barriers to entry because other people can't be fired, lots of bureaucracy, very few innovative jobs. That's hard.
I think it's around 14%, isn't it? I don't follow it closely, but it's definitely
way
very high.
above 20. Way above 20.
Oh yeah, for youth unemployment. Yeah, I'm sorry, youth unemployment is way above 20. You're absolutely right. Yes, my son lives and works in Madrid, and he was fortunate in his case because the law, I forget if it's 3 months or 6 months, the law allows people to be hired for 3 months or 6 months and then let go. And however, if they're retained for another 3 or 6 months, I think they have the employer has 3 opportunities to do this before they either definitively have to lay them off definitively or put them permanently on the payroll. And so that's another problem that young people have is as you were referring to the entry into the labor market or entry into the working market. That's all. Has it gone silent here?
Oh, your hand is
And
up.
Domin is trying to find out what his travel plans are for the next bridge.
Well, apparently the bridges are doing quite poorly without me already, so that's nice to see. No, but on a serious point, Axel, did you see the Ukrainian video of taking prisoners in a very, very gentle manner?
I don't know what you're referring to because I've been the last 4 hours quite busy. So no.
Oh, it came out. It came out yesterday.
Which one?
It's quite a long one on Hromadske, about 8 minutes long, where they just kind of
where they're clearing.
No, just out in the open in a destroyed forest. They kind of, hey, you there, come over here, and now you're prisoner, and they do that repeatedly. It's very nice. I mean, they do kind of a deer in headlights, and then instead of fight or flight, they just do the sensible thing and give up, which is very wise.
Oh, okay. So this is where the guys look at all of them as if they are emaciated and hungry.
These guys actually don't seem that emaciated, but it's pretty good.
Well, then we've seen different videos.
Yes,
because I've seen one where essentially they were taken in, and the first thing which happened is when they were given some food that they were ravishing about it as if they were Ukrainian prisoners of war escaping from Russian custody.
Exactly. That's a different one, and that I think says a lot about their logistics. which is good, of course, because if they're not managing that, which is quite small and light, they're definitely not managing much of the rest particularly well. Pauli?
Yeah, thank you, Domin. So this was it the 225 Recon Battalion, if I remember correctly. Either way, it was a Recon Battalion. This video and then the trench video that I think actually referred to with the SSO, like with the Special Forces, I think they both really highlight the fact that the special units that Ukraine have, they have really good training. And I think one key word is awareness, like situational awareness that the forces and the special forces have is on a really good level. I think John Spencer could talk about this in length and more, but you can really see that the forces are aware of the spaces they are, and they are really, how to say, they are as calm and cool and collected as they can be, and they take out of the situation they are, rather than that just like
Exactly, right. Or organized, structured, and it's. I think it's a lot better for. It's a lot better for the Russians to have surrendered, right? I mean, I think this is generally the correct thing for them to do. If only all of the Russians in Ukraine surrendered immediately, this would be very quickly over. Because suddenly there would be no more fighting and peace would have broken out. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was waiting for Pauli there, but then he left us, and then that explains what's going on. So I'm trying to also get something from Hungarian into Romanian into English at the same time.
We're still at 3, right? There's another 2 coming.
I don't know about any other 2, but what I do know is that apparently there was a television show. Which naturally shouldn't have happened, but apparently it had.
This is about, for those who listen in at the moment and wonder why things are going ambiguous, silent, and somewhat strange. This is about the Hungarians who wanted to take a dozen and then had to settle for less of Ukrainian prisoners of war who had been incarcerated in Russia for many, many months. And they tried to snuggle them out in order to cause yet another wreak havoc, yet again on their credibility, because they declared them Hungarian citizen as they were coming from the Carpathian Mountains, tried to impugn the state of the Ukrainian armed forces. They tried to admonish them for having force recruited, so to say, press gang, poor Hungarian citizens. That couldn't stick. They had to change the narrative, pivoting every day, like court jesters do. And now they're still trying to at least save face in some shape or form by telling one lie after another. And contradictory ones.
Indeed, and that's not any good at all. If only we had a.
Do they now know what their foreign minister does?
No, this wasn't the foreign minister. The foreign minister said it wasn't him; it was the deputy prime minister. and then they said, well, no, it
But
wasn't.
they don't know what he does.
No,
either,
of
right?
course not. He's from a different party. And then it was that it wasn't him, that it was some, church charity, which is, how to put this, kind of odd when a church charity can man border controls and get people across borders without documentation.
What is it with this Schengen thing?
It's a sort of village.
Oh, it's a village. So you have to register everyone by, say, a horse riding messenger in that village when you bring someone across the borders. And they haven't quite done that yet.
I think that's what it is. Yeah. No, but fun fact about Schengen. So Schengen is on the Mosel River, right? And on that stretch, the border, if I understand correctly, the border is the river, not the midpoint of the river, but the entire width of the river, because history. And I think that's very interesting. Anyway, Paul.
So, are you saying that the wine grown in the area is constantly Schengen incompliant?
No, it's fine
because
because
it
it's all
takes the
within it.
upwind from the river.
No, it's all within it. It's all okay. So that's perfectly fine. And obviously nothing grows in the actual river, right? So
the wine has something on those people from Hungary, who are not from Hungary but from Ukraine, who brought into the Schengen area without crossing the Mosel, or having a horse riding messenger registering them there for the purpose of Schengen compliance, because that's what you do when you're hungry, right? Having people cross into the Schengen area without registering them by force of a Hungarian charity engaged in nice, friendly международная дружба with their counterparts in Mordor.
something like that. Yeah, something like that.
It's sheer insanity.
It is.
It's an info operation gone completely wrong.
Actually, I'm trying to engage our lawyer here. Please. May I?
Please. Yes, of course. Please.
So, Pauli, with your, legal training, etc., what do you make of all of this? I'm sure you've been tracking the saga for the past 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks now. It'll be 2 weeks in 2 days. And what do you make of these Hungarian attempts?
I was just here to say that Mosel wine is usually quite good, but Hungarian, like what's happening there?
Well, Hungary has lovely wine. The problem is that they also have. So you've not been tracking this. Okay, let me explain this, and then I will ask you for your thoughts. So there were a number of Ukrainian soldiers, originally from Zakarpattia Oblast, taken prisoner, presumably or allegedly somewhere near Kupiansk, by the Russians. Right. So that's sort of Kharkiv-Luhansk front. They were then transported into Russia, and then by some sort of an agreement between the Russian Orthodox Church and somebody in Hungary, and it wasn't entirely clear whom, they were transported, 11 of them, to Hungary. There is still no explanation as to whereby and through where and how they were transported to Hungary. The first response, the Ukrainians weren't told anything about this. The Ukrainian government wasn't told anything about this by the Hungarian government. Then the Hungarian foreign minister, Szijjártó, came out and said, no, this was all, this was, I didn't know anything about this. The same went for the minister of the minister without a portfolio who works in the cabinet of the prime minister. Who, I don't know what to call this, like prime minister's dog's body, basically. Gulyas. He also didn't know anything about this. He basically spoke for the prime minister. The prime minister didn't know anything about this. And then this was all done by Semyon Zsolt, the deputy prime minister, who obviously, he's a total rebel, right? Like that, just does stuff, doesn't tell anyone. He is from a different party. He's from the minor coalition partner of Fidesz. And then it came out that no, he also didn't know anything. This was all some church-based charity that arranged it with the Russian Orthodox Church. So they brought these 11 Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russian captivity into Hungary. And then they said, well, in fact, when the European Commissioner for Human Rights asked them, what's going on here? No, sorry, it wasn't the European Commissioner for Human Rights. Somebody from the EU Commission asked them, what's going on there? You're going to need to clarify what's going on here. And they said, well, actually, these are all Hungarian citizens, or those who aren't, we've given them asylum status, and we don't know where they are. We're not keeping tabs on them. They're free. They're free to go anywhere and do whatever they want. So yesterday, 3 of the 11 somehow got into contact with the Ukrainian embassy in Budapest and either went there or went somewhere else, and the embassy staff found them, and they got repatriated. The other 8 are apparently still in Hungary, presumably. And now a report came out that somebody saw on Hungarian television a video with 8 of them, or at least some number of them, not necessarily 8, but some number of them being interviewed, and said that they were forcibly conscripted, that they were sent to the front lines without weapons and without any protective equipment, as cannon fodder, and how grateful they are to be actually in Hungary. And specifically that they said that all the Hungarian and Romanian minorities were sent straight as cannon fodder, which isn't the thing, right? That's a start. But also, wouldn't this fall, Pauli, under the whole not exhibiting prisoners of war for propaganda, etc., even if they had been transferred to a third party and then released by that third party? Wouldn't the same apply? The same still apply?
Yeah, that's a good question, Domin. I have heard about this like earlier than 2 weeks ago already. So I think my first question would be that is Hungary a party in the war? They are not. So they don't have any. Let's say they shouldn't really apply the same kind of logic that the parties in the war apply. So the legislation that they should be applying is basically the EU legislation and their own national laws that they should mainly and primarily be looking at the moment. Thus, they are not a party in the current war. So they are not a party that's per se handling war prisoners or soldiers or anything. They should only be applying the EU legislation and the national legislation, which Hungary is, how to say, they're not usually big on really following the rule of law and making rational legal based decisions. They're more like currently an, how to say, authoritarian state. That's my personal view. And well, how I should approach the situation is, of course, how Finland would approach a similar situation like this. I think it would have Ukrainian soldiers somehow transported to our country. Would, of course, immediately give them all the necessary help and benefits they are entitled, and then depending on their requirements or what they ask, either an asylum or then, of course, residence permit with all the perks. That's what the EU country would normally do. And
But
not
they've given them Hungarian passports, Paulie.
yeah, yeah, that's good. That's the golden passport, the platinum status, I would say. Yeah, they have given that. So with Hungary, everything goes. I don't know what to say about that country at the moment with their rule of law and thinking. I guess this just gives more gasoline or more, let's say, ammunition for the EU countries to then accuse Hungary for not playing by the rules. That's my only take currently. Yeah, thank you.
And at least a part of this, and I'll pass it to me in a second, is also that, of course, Hungary keeps sort of subtly and softly questioning whether Zakarpattia should actually be Hungary, and are people there just being oppressed by Ukraine, basically using all of the Russian talking points, except that they don't have an army that they're willing to commit or that is able to commit to going and occupying the area, right? But a lot of the talk very much goes in the same direction. It's revanchist, irredentist talk, and certainly plenty of symbolism going in that direction. Ming, good morning.
Morning, Damon. Yeah, no, the question I have about all that is, on what basis can you give your own citizens, your own passport holders, asylum? I mean,
it was the ones who weren't the ones that didn't have Hungarian passports. They gave us.
But again, you need a basis that somehow they're being persecuted somewhere. And what's the claim? That they're being persecuted in Russia and or Ukraine?
In Ukraine, they've been supposedly oppressed, sent to the front without gear and weapons as cannon fodder. They have sought asylum after having escaped to being prisoners of war in Russia.
That's the other piece, isn't it? So they formally requested asylum in Hungary, and that's what the Hungarians are claiming.
No, Hungary claims that they have prisoners of war who, through the charity, have been handed to them, who now claim asylum. They have not produced evidence that the people they brought illegally across the border into Schengen, and they have not registered in any shape or form that these people are legalized migrants or legalized asylum seekers at this point in time, or refugees for that matter. They only highlight that they are Hungarian passport holders, which is why this doesn't really work in full. But they haven't decided how many of them they will now have given backdated Hungarian passports. They need to sort out their story first.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story is just full of holes.
That was good.
So, and I think the real question here is, and this is for someone with, very subject specific expertise to figure out, at what point do they cease being protected from, prying eyes, and wouldn't a television appearance like this be exactly that? I think that's the very interesting one. This for the European Commissioner for Human Rights, perhaps, to address. I hear they've gotten a lot of emails lately. Prince?
I would just like to apologize for my Hungarian heritage. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. There are many Hungarians, indeed millions of Hungarians, who are appalled at all of this.
Köszönöm, Chris. Köszönöm.
This isn't the fault of every Hungarian. It is merely the fault of those who perpetuated the government the way it is, and perpetuated the revanchist, irredentist tendencies, instead of just saying, well, let's make the best together, jointly, in cooperation, where we are and what there is. Which is kind of what everybody else more or less has done No, if you look at territorial claims of just about every other European country, it's in most cases you're looking at, hey, why is this border halfway down a hill instead of on top of a hill where nobody lives? Not encompassing an area where hundreds of thousands or indeed millions of people might live. And of course they're not officially saying it. It's just a little bit of a, hey, what if? Wouldn't it be nice if we returned things the way they were 105 plus years ago? So anyway, silly things, very, very silly things. And of course it advances messaging, it advances domestic messaging, and it's all done fundamentally in bad faith, right? Because if anybody in Hungary was genuinely concerned for the rights of the Hungarian minority in Ukraine, the best way to address that would be to get Ukraine into the European Union, and in the process of which they would have to come and get exactly all of the standards that apply to every other EU country, and therefore also in this respect. So if that's really your primary concern, get them in. Don't push them out. Don't keep them out. Certainly, by far, the best way to go. Right, Marcus. I don't know if you've done the numbers for from the Ukrainian General Staff yet.
Would you like me to do the numbers for you?
I would love to, and especially because I have a contrasting set of numbers from Russia to then tack on to the end.
Oh, sounds like fun. So, yes, I can do the numbers. Here we go. Scores on the doors are 650 liquidated personnel, 7 tanks, 12 armoured personnel vehicles, 21 artillery systems. I think that's still good. 2 MLRS systems, 1 more anti-aircraft warfare system. We have a helicopter, an Mi-24, maybe?
Yes, it got a man pads up its hind.
Indeed. 10 UAVs and 11 vehicles and fuel tanks. We have no special equipment today, which made me a tiny bit sad, but I have been spoiled recently, so, I'll get over it.
How many tanks, Marcus?
7.
So going strong in the artillery still. Artillery definitely catching up in the aggregate number with the tanks, closing in by a margin of 14. Yet again, artillery, of course, as well as special equipment, both on track to vastly exceed the records both set only in the previous month. What I want to contrast all of that with is Putin spoke yesterday. You know the human, and he said that thus far Russia has destroyed during the last period during the Ukrainian offensive, whatever, 245 Ukrainian tanks and 678 armored vehicles of different types. In short, I think that in only a few more weeks, Ukraine will, according to the Russians, be completely out of all heavy weapons several times over yet again. No. It seems as though, perhaps Marcus, Ukrainian tanks are much like Ukrainian high command in that they keep coming back to life.
Respawn.
Something like that, yes. It's very difficult to tell exactly how this happens, but no, interesting, isn't it?
Certainly is. Yes, very interesting. I've been watching a video because, that's what I do in the background here. And you had also picked it out as quite interesting. And it's one of the things which I say sometimes. The best way to win a fight is to not always have one, and I found it fascinating.
Yeah, I think it's very good. I think it's very good to see, prisoners being willing to be taken. The Russians, that is, not protesting unnecessarily and overly at the point when they're in an unescapable situation anyway, right? But also, so that's very good to see. But also, what's good to see is that Ukrainians clearly there were in a vast, what can we call it? Morale superiority, right? They knew what they were doing. They were organized, structured, and the Russians that they were taking one by one were just kind of deer in headlights, and then okay, I might as well. Maku, do you want to get switched out by Ming?
I shall, yes. Thank you very much, Ming. I will pop off, and I will talk to you all shortly. Bye.
Talk to you soon. It's just you and me, Ming. Well, of course, there's Fancy Pants, Fancy Vishivanka. I keep getting the part of clothing wrong, and he's yet to say anything. I don't think. What's going on, Fancy? Why does your former foreign minister still have an Austrian passport? Or not? Ming, why does the former Austrian foreign minister still have an Austrian passport?
No idea. Does she have a Russian one too, Damon?
Probably will soon.
Yeah. Does she still have a diplomatic passport? That's the other thing I'm wondering about.
I don't think so. I mean, she stopped being foreign minister like 3 years ago or something, right? Surely by now this wouldn't be a thing anymore.
Well, no doubt she can go to lots of wonderful Yendel dancing parties in somewhere in Russia.
Oh my, yes. As we know, she's up for a waltz, right? This isn't a joke. This is serious. This is actually an actual genuine thing. And of course, famously, she danced with Putin at her wedding in the south of Austria. I forget where, Gamlitz or Ziereg or somewhere around there. Back when she was getting married in 2018, maybe something like that. Not very long ago. Not very long ago. Now, only last month, she was saying how in Lebanon, it's way better than it is in Austria. Just much better conditions for living. Austria really sucks. Lebanon way better. Ming, how's Lebanon doing these days?
I think, aren't they lurching from banking crisis to banking crisis with inflation at absolutely absurd levels, something like that? And they've also got a couple of mini civil wars with the UN sitting on top of them in various bits of the country.
Yes, so I think that Lebanon is going through what you call a triple crisis at the same time, right? There's a financial crisis, there's a civil war type crisis, or several little ones of them, as you said, and there's a political crisis at all times. So of course it's much better than anywhere in Europe possibly could be, right? Clearly, it makes perfect sense. Certainly does to me. So this was in early May. She came out with that. Over the weekend, she was in St. Petersburg for the International Economic Forum, and she said something along the lines of, "Yes, I'm very glad to be here in Russia. where family values are respected. Of course, I keep not understanding what people mean by these family values. No, what beating up your live-in partner and then sexually abusing minors, is that family values? I wasn't aware of that, but that's how they keep portraying it, despite those clearly being critical parts of their approaches to life. Just the point. I don't think that's any of that is very nice, to say the very, very, very least.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many contradictions and all these things. As ever, the only rational explanation is that there's something else going on in people's motivations when they prioritize certain aspects over others.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hence the question: why does the Austrian state still think that this is appropriate? Now, she will now take the lead at the Gorky think tank, which is something like let me see if I remember, the State Institute for the Strategic Threats to Russia, something like that, geopolitical threats to Russia, something along those lines. So that's what she's going to be running now, which I'm sure are going to identify, Jewish neo-Nazis and Anglo-Saxons as principal culprits of any geostrategic threats to Russia. So that's going to be lovely. No, I'm sure that by now there's a particularly silly version of a language model, right, like ChatGPT or some such, that can spew out Solovyov type rants. I wonder if there is. Might make her job much easier. Just blame it on the Anglo-Saxons.
Well, if this institute she's in is named after Gorky, well, that's appropriate, since Gorky, I think, was a nom de plume that he took that means bitter in Russian. So there she is. She's in Russia, embittered at her treatment in the West.
Yeah, something like that. Speaking of the Anglo-Saxons, there's a lovely little note from Zhivov, who's a Russian meal blogger, Varenkor, and he's describing the strikes on the bridge over Chongar and the consequences of that. I'll just read that out briefly because I think there's some instructive points here. He writes, the first thing to understand is that this is not just a strike on a bridge, it's a strike on a land corridor. The strike was serious and it is possible that it will happen again. 70% of all military and civilian traffic went through Chongar. I presume that means 70% of all traffic between occupied Crimea and occupied Kherson Oblast, but probably. Continuing, the second thing that has now become obvious is that we are poorly protected from attacks by Storm Shadow missiles, and previous arrivals in Henichensk were an element of breaking through our air defenses in the north of Crimea. See, exactly, right? So see, the Anglo-Saxons are to blame with their Storm Shadows. I still don't think it was a Storm Shadow. I think it would have been a much bigger hole if it were a Storm Shadow, unless the mini warhead at the front, the bunker buster, made such a big hole already, and then the rest of it just exploded in thin air underneath. I don't think it would have done that, though. He continues, the logistics of supplying new regions, by that he means newly occupied areas to the north of Crimea, like Kherson, Zaporizhia, after the attack on the bridge will seriously become more complicated, and the risk of repeated arrivals, the repeated strikes, will scare many away from attempting to cross. But both military and commercial operators and all of us who work in the liberated territories will get into trouble. See, his problem is they're not yet liberated. No, this is yet to come in the coming weeks and months. And then, yes, they will be in great trouble. Right, continuing. Thirdly, the border crossing at Armyansk going to Kherson is worse equipped. So that's the one in the far northwest of Crimea, right? The one that goes from Jankoy towards the northwest, towards Krasnoperекopsk, Armyansk, and then towards the city of Kherson. Saying, and you will have to make a detour of 100 kilometers along completely unusable roads that have not been put in order. The Chaplinka border crossing is generally not really suitable for civil traffic, and there are no roads there either. So these are all the various places where Kherson meets Crimea, where it's possible to cross. A lot of these roads are poorly maintained. A lot of these roads are not paved. The ones that are paved are not very well paved. And military trucks, help me out. What is the general characteristic of military trucks?
Slow, heavy, and use a lot of fuel.
So very heavy trucks. What do they do to roads, especially ones that aren't paved?
Well, they tend to chew them up quite a lot.
Yes, and then what happens after you've had 1,000 trucks go? What happens to the 1,001st truck?
Well, they turn into double sunken lanes.
Exactly. They don't go anymore, do they? They're kind of not really.
They're unusable.
Yeah. So that's what he means by that, right? The roads haven't been put in order. They haven't been made passable by, one truck is fine. It's a problem when you do convoy after convoy after convoy. And as we know, Russians don't really need a whole lot of stuff out of the front to be at all effective, right? They barely need any artillery shells or any mines or anything else really that needs to be transported to the front, right? They're very low on a very low demand army. The exact opposite of an artillery army, some would say.
No, it's amazing what they get by with in terms of, the food they seem, very little food they seem to need, and ammo and all sorts of things that they seem to subsist without. But the question in my mind about this bridge thing, Derman, is because there is a strong sense, and everybody's flagged this up, of deja vu, with the Antonovsky Bridge, and you'll remember that the Russians had to string up a pontoon bridge alongside and all the rest of it. But when the blow struck, the purpose of that bridge wasn't to prevent resupply, but escape. And they rolled up, tons of Russian equipment as a result there. So I'm wondering if that isn't the primary purpose here, as opposed to preventing supplies coming in. Obviously, both can be true as well.
I think it's both. I think it's, supplies for now and then escape later. I think it kind of goes like that. And escape later is important to prevent, right? Because there's only so much stuff that Russia has not forward deployed into southern Ukraine by now, out of Crimea. And if you prevent the movement of especially equipment, but also troops back into Crimea, it means that the Russian defense of Crimea is going to be weaker, right? If you capture their tanks, artillery, and so on the north side of Perekop, that makes your life a lot easier.
So again, I think the focus is on keeping them locked up on the non-Crimean side of things.
Absolutely. So the really interesting thing now, I think, is the over the weekend, the ammo dump at Henichens, close to Henichens, at Rikove, which was rather large, it seems, went up in flames. Not just flames, also other more exciting things than simple flames. And then now, the main resupply route by which they could bring in more stuff and build up, either another one or many smaller ones, etc., just isn't really there. And I think that's important. Take out the supplies that are to the north of Crimea, then prevent them from bringing in more. It kind of feels like a very sensible, two-step approach here.
Yep. And to be honest, the Russians should be able to see this coming from miles away.
They should be. The thing is, they couldn't really do an awful lot about it. What I'm still surprised by is how they still kept a large ammo dump altogether. And then I can't judge exactly how big it was, but you know, it was pretty big either way. Like I can judge it was pretty big, judging by just how large an area it erased, just how much of an area of warehouses it erased from the face of the earth. So on that point, let's continue, right? So Vaillancourt here writes, over the past week, the enemy has inflicted serious damage on the civilian infrastructure of his own region. It is still not very clear how the political administration of the region can work without the bridge and under the threat of the arrival of new missiles. Oh no. And fourth, visually, the bridge is quite suitable for movement. It can be repaired fairly quickly, but something must be done about the constant threat of repeated strikes. In general, the situation is difficult. In such cases, the enemy must be dealt a disproportionately strong blow in order to wean him from attacks on his own infrastructure, but premonition tells us that we will refrain. So it's almost as though he's saying, Russians will not try to hit other things inside Ukraine as retaliation or as a way to dissuade Ukrainians from doing this. The problem is, I think that the constant attempts by Russians to hit just about anything in Ukraine don't make their threats very, very real, right? Because they're basically destroying everything at all times, and then nobody's really believing or paying attention to any particular strike because it's just more or less a daily occurrence as it is. And especially in the context where most of them get taken down, especially going at Kiev, for example, by air defenses anyway, it's hardly particularly effective in that way.
So while you were speaking there, Doman, I popped on the Sirkin Telegram account. Now, Sirkin is head of the kind of logistics trade association or something, and he often posts about the difficulties of movement in and around the new territories in Crimea. And he's now got 2 posts up, and the first one is obviously about the attack on the bridge. What's it called? The Chongar Bridge or something?
Yes.
And he's more worried. He's not worried about the damage so much as the safety of the people who have to fix it. And then he's got a second post up forwarded from another account, which is, well, this was a Storm Shadow missile, and we have fragments which say "Made in France" on it. And they bring up Shoigu's statement about retaliation if any Western equipment was used to hit Crimea. And we are now waiting for a new statement from Shoigu regarding hitting of decision-making centers in Ukraine in retaliation. Now, as we know, for instance, from the thing I posted 2 days ago about the attempted Russian hits on Budanov from the Economist article, the Economist profile of him, the Russians are constantly trying to hit Budanov. So this is basically an empty threat, another, light pink red line.
It's all the sun, of course, right? It's all the sun that bleaches them out into pale pink. It's not intentional, surely.
Well, it's just, look, we've had so many red lines from the Russians, back in September. What was it? Ambassador, one of the Russian ambassadors said the West had crossed all red lines already, and yet, look, they're drawing new ones.
Well, that, of course, makes perfect sense. I wonder how that's going to go for them. It's not as though, as you said, it's not as though they haven't been trying to hit Budanov and decision-making centers in Ukraine this whole time. They literally sent assassination squads after Zelensky in the first days of the invasion. What more are they going to do? It's going to be just more of the same.
It's getting a bit boring. They need some new material, don't you think, Damon?
No, I think they just need to bring their material to the sensible conclusion, right? As I said earlier, Putin claiming Russia destroyed, I forget what the exact number was, 250 tanks, 680 armored vehicles in the last, 2 weeks. Just bring that to its logical conclusion. Say, they've destroyed 5,000 tanks and 20,000 armored vehicles, and Ukraine's done for, and they can't fight anymore anyway. And we can just quit. We can just go home.
You sound like you sound as jaded as Gherkin there, Damon. He's just, because that statement where he reacted to that Putin statement saying, well, you might as well just say it was 5,000 tanks. Who cares?
You know why I'm jaded? Because I think that F-16s need to get to Ukraine so Russians can claim that they've shot down 2,000 of them. I think that's the problem. As soon as those are there, they can claim 7,000 Leopards, 2,000 F-16s, and they can quit and go home.
Yeah, and NATO has no equipment left. Freight Monkey,
exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think pro-Russian Twitter has finally started admitting that they got the Budanov assassination wrong. So, again, he's been killed a few times. HIMARS have been, all the HIMARS have been destroyed they've destroyed more HIMARS than Ukraine has. And I've been seeing more recycled footage from 2 weeks ago being claimed to be from yesterday evening. So it's a bit jading. It's true that there's no real news, but it's interesting to see that it kind of does work to an extent as well, because you can write an article, you can publish it, and there's a certain amount of belief in that. My only question is, where is War Gonzo? Because we haven't seen him resurface yet, have we?
Well, unlike the Ukrainian military leadership, he's clearly not a vampire, right? That's why, or cat, or whatever we agreed that they were.
They don't have access to the biolabs to resurrect War Gonzo, it seems.
I have to admit, I'm enjoying the War Gonzo story. I mean, what started out as completely fake looks like it has some legs to it.
You see, this is this is how you just show, we're not up to the standards of the Russians, right? Russians lie and it's definitely not true. No, the Russian government lies and it's definitely false. No, NATO people make something up. It might end up being true.
Exactly. The metaphysics of it all are quite extraordinary.
Fred Monkey?
I mean, I think it's quite compelling, to be honest. I'm not like there's this guy, I think Tommy or whatever, but he seems to be tweeting about it every day. But every day that passes, it does seem to be, possible. I don't know. I think it's more something to keep us amused, to be honest. But it is amusing. I mean, and somewhat, it's more plausible than the Budanov story. Let's put it that way. It's definitely more plausible than that.
I mean, anything's more plausible than that, right? He's Ukrainian after all, not Romanian. How can he possibly be a vampire? There we go. Hope that landed well. John, go ahead. John? John, you'll find a red microphone button in the bottom left corner of your screen. If you click that and it goes blue, then we'll be able to hear you. And maybe there's a technical glitch. Freight Monkey.
So just a quick question. I think it's the New York Times that was writing an article about Budanov, and they kept referring to him as a spook. But he's a military intelligence guy, right? He shouldn't be he shouldn't be referred to as a spy. Or is he also a spy? Because maybe it's just a terminology thing, but it kind of felt off, because military intelligence is not the same thing as I mean, it can include stuff like proper spying, of course, but it's not. I mean, that doesn't make him a spook, does it?
Yeah, I think that there might be spooks as a part of military intelligence. Maybe Ming is better for this, but I think there might be some as a part of military intelligence. But I wouldn't think that someone whose face and name are known would fall among them either way.
First, I want to say,
John, you're
oh,
completely
sorry. I'm
unreadable
sorry,
anyway.
guys. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I'm sorry. I'll mute myself.
Yes.
I didn't get. Sorry. I'll put my hand up. Sorry.
Yeah, very well. Let's carry on. Where were we, Ming? I don't think he'd be called a spook, right?
Well,
because
no,
his name and face are known, so it's a bit off anyway.
No. So he's not an undercover agent, but he's very clearly constantly playing mind games. Again, I refer back to the Economist profile I posted. He's literally got pictures on his office wall of the Bryansk incursion. He's got. He referred directly to the drone attack on the Kremlin. He's got pictures of something else that really would wind up the Russians, and he's let it all be reported in The Economist. So he's very clearly playing a psychological game, which one would associate with spooky types.
Yes, and let's not forget the Japanese flags the other week.
And the resulting meme with multiple Budanovs in the picture. with the Japanese ambassador.
Indeed, things like that happen. Yeah, I don't think spook's the best word. I think that's a journalist trying too hard, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? Shall we go and do a little bit of an overview, because I've been kind of saving this since yesterday, and I never got to go through it properly. But there's a very, very nice summary of everything that's been going on up recently. Courtesy of Karl, the mysterious Estonian military analyst, who shares his thoughts on various things to Michael Weiss and to Holger Ronema. Shall we just go through this, Ming, maybe, and maybe look at it kind of chapter by chapter and see what we get from it?
Let's do that, Domin. Can you pop it up in the nest so we can all see it?
Yes, absolutely. Let me just do that real quick. Won't be more than a minute. I think many people will have seen it by now. There we go. It's up in the nest as well. Right. Let's start at the top. He writes, the last time we spoke, I came to the conclusion that Ukraine is showing the first signs of activation on the fronts. Now this activation has increased. In addition to attacks in the rear, they are also carrying out cautious attempts at a ground offensive. For the time being, progress is scarce. A few tens of square kilometers have been liberated. This is only natural, given how long it took to liberate Kherson from the moment the first attacks were launched there. If last year's situation is anything to go by, the first signs that Ukraine started land attacks towards the city of Kherson came in early August. The liberation was achieved on November 11th, more than 3 months later, and the area was much, much narrower. In southern Ukraine, it may take longer as the area is larger and logistically still covered by Russia. When the Kherson bridges were destroyed, the Russians had a very difficult logistical situation there. In the south, the Russians now also have difficulties. Ukraine has been able to successfully attack Russian railways in both southern Ukraine and Crimea for the last 2 to 3 weeks. Blowing up a railway is not that severe. It can be rebuilt in a few days. But a large railway bridge was blown up between Melitopol and Jankoy in northern Crimea. This means there's no rail access to Melitopol. Reloading will have to be done again further away from the railway line, making it all technically more difficult. So I'll pause here and say, well, this very much feeds into what we were talking about earlier, right? The strikes on the bridge at Jankoy specifically, they also feed into this. Of course, getting rid of the Russian large ammo depot at Rykove feeds into this. Russians might still have logistics existent in the area, but making it harder for them is very important here. And because the area is bigger, considerably bigger than the right bank in Kherson was, it makes it more important that Ukraine has, more of these longer range weapons, and this is somewhere where attacking, for example, would come in incredibly useful. Any more thoughts here, or shall I continue?
No, so yesterday, I don't know if you saw this, Doman, but I think I saw a video of a large number of T-90 tanks coming in by rail. I forget exactly where they were headed and which rail line they were on. And of course, it might be an old video, you never know with the Russians. But either way, severing all these connections is obviously these rail connections in particular is a really good idea.
Exactly, things like that can make all the difference. And then Straight Monkey can tell us, without logistics, you are what, Straight Monkey?
Fucked.
That's one way of putting it. A correct one, to be sure. Right, let's continue. Oh, Fred Monkey, if you want to jump in, go ahead, and then we'll go on with the.
Yeah, just a quick one. Did you touch maybe earlier on the latest? This is talking directly related to the logistics talk on Prigozhin's latest sort of rant that he had yesterday. Or will you do that in a bit? Because what he was saying about the composition of the forces and about the strengths in the units seems to be quite telling of the situation.
Not yet. We'll do that in a little bit, because there's some things there where we need to flag some possible exaggeration. I want to go through Karol's report first, because Karol's a lot better at this than Prigozhin is, I think. So, Karol continues, if you look at the front, there are 2 areas where Ukraine has made significant progress. At Velika Novosilka, they've managed to advance 7 to 8 kilometers. They've also advanced several kilometers around Bakhmut on both sides, from the north and the south. There's no longer any danger that the Russians could advance from there. That's really good, right? Rather, if Ukraine is able to build on its progress, Russian units could face major problems inside Bakhmut. There could be a danger that the Ukrainian flanks are already more to the east than the Russian-controlled town. There's also been some advance by Ukraine from the Orikhiv direction southwards towards Zaporizhia, but the progress there is less. I think he means southwards towards Melitopol, or southwards into Zaporizhia Oblast, because obviously the city of Zaporizhia is north of there. But I think we understand what's meant by that. Now comes, I think, the most important bit here. Ukraine is far from having deployed all of its reserve units to the battle. At the moment, it is not a massive offensive. Not a massive offensive. It would be a lot to hope for a repeat of what happened in Kharkiv last year, with Ukraine taking back the territory of size of Estonia in 5 days. The element of surprise as to where the Ukrainian offensive would now come from was not possible. The Russians were waiting from all directions. Only Donetsk would have been a surprise, that is to say the city of Donetsk, as it has very strong fortifications. And to add a bit of commentary to that, the reason why it has such strong fortifications is because Donetsk was right on the front line ever since 2014. And Russians have had a very long time to build out the fortifications there during the 2015 through 2022 period, right? So that's why it's so well built out. It's also why Russians have been able to take Avdiivka, Marinka, because Ukrainians likewise have had all that time to build strong defensive lines there. Continuing, when the large offensive starts, depending on where the Russian troops will start to break down, how the Russian logistics will work, how much artillery ammo and artillery Russia has down there, suppressing enemy artillery fire is a big priority for Ukraine. Without it, it will be difficult to retake territory. In that case, there would be hordes of corpses. Critical, absolutely critical for at this point for shells to be fed to Ukrainians in large quantities. There's no other way around it. Continuing, Russians have suffered heavy artillery losses recently. Only yesterday, 31 more were destroyed. In the normal phase of the war, the average was maybe 4 to 5 a day. Lately, it's over 10, over 20, over 30. And this is something that we keep highlighting here as well, right? We keep saying, look, those artillery tubes, they won't be able to reappear back. Already last year in October, November, Russians have been talking with the Iranians about getting both ammunition but also artillery tubes from Iran. That's because they went from a phase when they said, well, we have lots of artillery. Every time a tube goes bad, we'll just change out the whole artillery piece, right? They didn't have spare tubes that they would exchange on the existing artillery pieces, at least in most cases. Now, with so many getting destroyed, and remember, getting destroyed on average halfway through their lifetime, right? Or maybe a bit more at this point than half, but much earlier in their lifetime than Russians were throwing away artillery pieces at the end of their lifespan. That's going to be making a lot of a difference for the artillery army. In the last 6 weeks, in the last 6-7 weeks, there have been 1,000 artillery pieces destroyed. 1,000. No, that's more than even the Finnish army has. And the Finnish army has one of the largest artilleries in Europe. You can put together the Italians, the Germans, the Swedes, the French all together. I don't think you get to 1,000 artillery pieces. Especially now as many have gone to Ukraine, and the Brits, and possibly a few other countries. That's just how many have been getting destroyed, and this is going to make a big difference. At this point, I'll pause. I'll pass it off to David. Maybe Ming as well if he wants to add anything, and then we'll go on to the Kakhovka Dam analysis. David?
Yeah, hi, morning, friends. The end is jumping back a little bit to your discussion about Budonov. Is he, or the Schrödinger spy, if you like? Is he a spy? Is he not a spy? Is he alive? Is he dead? So I don't know, but I think first of all, the article, I guess, had a bit of the artistic license involved. So this is the Economist profile that had, but the HUR is a Головное управление разведки, which is main spying agency. It does say afterwards the Ministry of Defense, but I would say there's little doubt that he's the main man in terms of intelligence gathering overall, and he's running agents inside Russia. So, in that sense at least, he's definitely I'd say the most important person involved in intelligence, right?
So I agree with that. The usual translation to English is the main intelligence directorate, right, of the Ministry of Defense. What I want to say is, if you have the head of the CIA, the guy whose face is public, is he called a spook? And I think that sometimes he is, but I don't think that's an appropriate thing to call him, especially if it's one who's never worked actually undercover.
No, I think you're right, but you'd still see him called Chief Spook, I guess, because he's in control.
Well, yeah, no, he is referred to as a spook Doman. By the way, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Just give me a thumbs up.
I hear you loud and clear. I mean,
Yeah.
do you hear David?
I do.
Excellent.
Yeah. And no, he is a spook, but the head of the CIA does not do the mind games that Budanov does. I mean, that there's no way. He might do that, but he doesn't do it publicly in the way Budanov does. So, you wouldn't, catch the head of the CIA doing that kind of stuff. And you can call it trolling. I mean, that's the other thing you can call it. But you could never call the head of the CIA an internet troll.
Fred Monkey?
Yeah, to me, it's just that the idea of a spook is more sort of, in my mind, brings up more images of sort of a George Smiley or something like that, rather than an active military person. But I guess that when you're in, a real hot war like it is, you take on more roles than what you originally did. So I think I've now warmed up to the idea of Budanov being able to be called a spook in that sense. He definitely runs spooks, as Ming was saying.
Yeah, chief of spooks, but not chief spook. I think I would settle for. Right, shall we continue? Anybody else want to jump in? Go for it now. No, okay. Let's continue with Carl. You can follow along up in the nest. The destruction of the Kakhovka Dam has been a major source of concern for the Ukrainians, and also the Western media's fake balanced attitude. I like that. There's also enough information today to be convinced that it was the Russians who did it. If there was a Ukrainian missile strike, US satellites would have shown it very well. The informed working version is currently as follows. The dam was damaged anyway, and some things were not working properly there. The Russians wanted to use a controlled explosion to raise the flow to avoid the flooding around the dam. As usual for the Russians, things got out of control. The explosion was more massive than they wanted. Okay, here I actually kind of disagree with that, because yes, there were reports of some Russians, and there was an interception, right? That it was bigger than they wanted it to be. What I don't think, I think that it's slightly misinterpreted, or maybe at least slightly less than perfectly stated here, because the conclusion that I've gotten to after reading lots of engineering opinions is that there's this gallery through the middle of the dam, right? There's been sketches of that, and it's pretty sure that the explosives were placed inside of there. So what could have happened, and I think it's quite plausible, is that they wanted to destroy a narrower segment of the dam that they ended up destroying, but just as deep, if that makes sense. Now, imagine almost opening the door on a dam as opposed to just collapsing all of it. But I think that in the process of trying to do that, a much wider segment got destroyed. That I would believe, but I wouldn't believe anything that would say they just wanted to take the top off and then the whole structure ended up collapsing. So I think it went wider than intended rather than deeper. Deeper than intended. Anyway, carrying on. Russia has had a big problem with what happened in Belgorod a couple of weeks ago. Sooner or later, the Ukrainians will continue this operation for two reasons. One, to prevent Russia from firing on Ukrainian territory from there, and two, to bind or fix Russian units. The fact that, quote, Russian volunteers, unquote, are driving around freely there and flying different flags is certainly not to the liking of the Russian authorities. It is a sign that Russia does not control its territory and that they have no reserves. Russia has brought in 2 to 5 battalions, according to various versions, but Ukraine is operating with units smaller than a battalion. The border is long. If the aim of the volunteers is to blow up a few depots, a police station, and leave for Ukrainian territory and make the next attack 100 kilometers from another direction, it will be difficult to defend it. I agree with that. I'm looking forward to more such insertions, and I think that your favorite model of a modern major general is probably participating in some
at least to some degree, right? But certainly judging by some of the recent pictures as well, right? I would say that as a yes. Ukraine has had a hard time in the air. At the beginning of the war, the Ukrainian Air Force was at least 10 times smaller than the Russian Air Force. The Russians haven't shot down very many Ukrainian planes, but as they're old planes, their flying time is simply running out. Last autumn, the flights were sometimes evenly matched, but now the ratio is clearly in favor of Russia. Ukraine should soon receive new MiGs from Poland and other countries, which will ease the situation a bit, but in terms of quality, they will be inferior to Russian Sukhois. That's all correct. I think they've already gotten them. The only place that they can still really get them from in Europe is Bulgaria. So let's see if that happens, or maybe they're in too poor a state in Bulgaria already. It will remain difficult to find a solution. The reason for this is the procrastination by Ukraine supporters. If the F-16 decision had been made in January in the same package with the tanks, they would not be on the front line today, but they would be very close to it. Now it is still months away. I think that maybe by the end of the year, F-16s will be available, but weather will be overcast and both Russian and Ukrainian fighters won't fly very much. Yeah, I think that is indeed the timeline now. That's just the timeline we have to work with, and that's the timeline that is now realistic. No point crying over spilled milk. Best just to figure out how to get more milk going forward. Clearly the best approach right now. Beyond that, I'm not sure if overcast is going to affect them that much, because F-16s I think can operate regardless of the weather pretty well. Ming, do you see a co-host invite?
Yep, done, accepted, thanks.
Excellent. Right, carrying on. Russia has been trying to counterattack in the direction of Kupiansk and Kremina. The aim is to reduce Ukrainian pressure around Bakhmut and force Kyiv to move units out of there. Yeah, that's a very good point. Western equipment losses are by no means dramatic. Russia has photographed the same situation from 100 angles and presents it as new information. There's talk of 2 Leopards being hit, one of which is back in line already. They're easier to recover than the Russian tanks. I think that's a very good point. And unlike Russian armor, they can protect soldiers. When you're fighting a very big enemy, sometimes some things get hit. It would be utterly naive to think that Ukraine would drive the Leopards and Bradleys out of the Sea of Azov and Russians would just run away. To suggest that up to 10% of Western technology has been destroyed is, in my view, overly radical. Certainly, Ukraine has not yet brought most of the Western equipment to the front. I think that's all exactly correct. Indeed, the place that they've gotten hit seemingly is now under Ukrainian control again. The Russians haven't removed the Western equipment from there, and it looks like Ukrainians will be able to recover it and put most of it at least back into service, which I think is absolutely fantastic news.
Speaking of Western equipment, Dermot, I saw a report yesterday, but I didn't see any associated footage of the first Challenger 2s in action in Ukraine. Is that right?
Have you seen anything other than a tank slowly traversing its turret in an undisclosed location?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Because that's all I've seen. And I know that then the Telegraph went and said, Challenger 2 seen on the battle line. I'm like, how do you know these are battle lines? This might well be, 300 kilometers from the battle. Like, this could be Zakarpattia for all you know, frankly. judging by the landscape, it could be, you could be looking at Hungary there in the distance of the horizon. So I really don't know what to make of any of that. When it's sorted, that will be a lot more straightforward. Oyvind, good morning. Oyvind?
Good morning. You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. The Budanov stunt, it's I think it's meant for the Ukrainians, is to boost the morale. It's like, see what we have. We have the best president, we have the best general, we also have the best chief of spy. So I think it's a stunt to boost the morale, nothing more than that.
Yeah, no, so that's interesting you bring that up, Ovind, because in the Economist piece, they talk about how both Zaluzhny and Budanov are potentially perceived as political rivals to Zelensky. And one of the reasons for promoting Budanov is to counterweight the potential political threat that Zaluzhny might represent to Zelensky. Look, I just simply don't know. I'm just pointing out that was brought up in that article.
At one point, they wanted to dismiss Restream as defense minister and put in Budanov, but then they recalled. I don't know why.
I think I have a good explanation. Also, I don't think that this is a real, political question, Ming, that you brought up. Whoops. Anyway, I'll continue. I don't think that's a real issue in any way. What I think happened at the time was, I think a realization came that Reznikov works quite well with foreign partners as it is, and that it's better for the military to be under a little bit more civilian control, at least formally. Whereas promoting Budanov to Ministry of Defense might look a little bit too, militaristic. And I think they wanted to avoid that sort of a situation. And at the end of the day, Reznikov's been doing very well with foreign partners. I think it might have been a little bit of a similar game as they played with Andriy Melnik, whom we might recall used to be the ambassador of Ukraine to Germany. Ambassador of Ukraine to Germany, the Germans got quite tired of. And I think they wanted to kind of give a hint to everyone that nobody is irreplaceable, so to speak. But also part of it was a little bit of a domestic scandal to do with food for soldiers, whereby somebody was given some weird contracts, except it wasn't Reznikov who gave those to them anyway. So it's not like he was actually responsible for anything there, if I recall correctly anyway. And it was kind of an objective responsibility move. One of those ministers objectively responsible for anything that goes on in his domain. That it simply wasn't worth replacing him, certainly not under the circumstances. And he'd be moved to a different ministry anyway. That was the idea. I think infrastructure, and then Kubrakov would be moved to somewhere else still. I forget exactly how that was supposed to go. Which in the end, it was just kind of silly to get someone who knows his brief well out of the job where he's doing well.
Yeah, but anyway, I think Budanov is very popular among the Ukrainians. So whatever stunt that was, I think he came out good about it.
Oh, definitely. He's very popular. He's quite visible. He's been a little bit more visible lately as well than before. I think we can say that quite safely, Ming, right? He's been in the media much more.
Yeah. Among all these guys, I'm more the one that is a bit mystery to me is Danilov. What do you think about him?
There's just not that much because he's just not as out there. I'll reserve judgment basically because I don't know enough.
Sorry, remind me, who is Danilov?
He's the head of the Secretary of Security Council, and he comes out in the press quite often.
But he mostly does, the domestic press, much more so than other ones. Anyway, it is how it is. I don't know enough again to really be to really judge because these are all internal internal workings. David, maybe you have a thought.
No, I had a tangent, I'm afraid. If you'll permit me, there's just a fantastic video that's appeared from the Chonga Most bridge of vehicles. If you can get hold of it, somebody called Max23 has.
Yeah, vehicles kind of toppled on the side, hanging on the fence.
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely fantastic. I don't know. So if you want to laugh, get hold of that, because I mean, in terms of staging vehicles from a scrapyard along a bridge for a purpose, well, I guess unknowable, but also, I suspect this is to kind of make the point that there have been mass civilian casualties caused by Ukrainian terrorism or something. But it's so inept. It's so inept. It's staggering.
So just to paint the picture with words, imagine going to kind of a scrapyard, get a bunch of cars that already don't really have windows, but they look like the outside looks okay-ish, just about. And then turn them not quite upside down, but almost upside down, so that they are, let's say, 2/3 of the turn through, or 3/4 of the turn through, and stick them between a concrete fence at the edge of the roadway on a bridge and the metal fence that's even a little bit further out, and wedge them in between those two, and pretend that the explosion was perfectly measured, so that all of the cars went exactly that far along quite a long length of the bridge, both sides, perfectly symmetrically, and ended up being stuck there.
I mean, some of them are in such positions that you wonder how they. I mean, it's sort of pushing the laws of physics to, it's just incredible.
One car ending up like that, maybe, but like 5 or 6 cars ending up like that's you would, for a start, you would need an explosion over the, let's say, 100 linear meters to all happen simultaneously, right? Because explosions don't work like that. Explosions kind of emanate from a central point, right? If you're 50 meters down the bridge from an explosion, the explosion will be coming at you from the front or the back, depending on how you're facing it, rather than exactly from the side to make you end up hanging on the railing like that. Even hypothetically.
There's one, there's one propped up, well, one kind of mysteriously floating on the railing, as if there's, I don't know how it's done, but clearly they've just kind of dropped them and they've somehow managed to fall in those positions. And then right next to one, there's one that's flattened because it's been through a crusher already. Just left it right next to it. So yeah, I'd love to have seen the explosion.
Yeah, I hope there's a nice Bellingcat breakdown of this, because they like analyzing poor kind of bad cinematographic stunt that those Russians get up to.
It reminds me of a story of the kind of a distant relation who's a similar, what do you call it? Who's well, let's say he's a senior person in some district in Belarus, and he because of his position, he managed to get the road repair people to come and tarmac the road in the village where his statue was. But his idea was that they were going to tarmac the whole village, instead of which they tarmacked from the main road directly up to his drive, so that there's a line of tarmac running through the village up to his house and nowhere else. So it was fairly obvious what was going on.
Shay, who was this?
I'm not going to tell you who it was. It was a distant relative.
Yeah. Okay. No, sorry. Just as a position, as you. Yeah, very interesting. It's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those just absolutely wonderful designs. Yeah, people should go and look up these cars on a fence. Very easy to find. and I will go ahead and retweet one of these as well. Yeah, lovely, absolutely lovely. Makes perfect sense. That's exactly how this works. Exactly how physics work. Excellent. I think I'll pick up where I left off, which was somewhere in here. Right, tanks. So the 10% number came from the chief of Estonian Defense Forces Intelligence Center, who said that Ukraine lost less than 10% of Western equipment in the current fighting. That's true. It is. It was less than 10% because 2% or 1% is also less than 10%, but you could have left it somewhere there. Caro continues. Politically, there are no major developments. This is not yet the moment for serious peace negotiations. The parties have very different objectives. Both believe that they can at least improve their position. All those involved in mediating peace do so for domestic, political, and media reasons to be visible. There's no grounds for peace and mediation. Everyone should understand this. I think he's referencing, say, Ramaphosa in there. The Chinese made their attempts to show that they're global players and perhaps to show their importance in the global south. They don't seem to take it very seriously themselves. I think that the NATO Vilnius summit is still being negotiated and that there are no final decisions yet. The problem is primarily with the US and to some extent the Germans. The German problem could be overcome if the US can get its act together. I agree with that. And I think over the next 3 weeks they will have. The US knows that if there is another war in the future, they are the ones who will have to help the allies. I think the fear of escalation is not out of the minds of certain circles in Washington either. When I look at the rhetoric in Ukraine, it is calmer than it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. One could conclude that developments are favorable for them. The most important thing in Vilnius is to fix a relatively straightforward and binding roadmap for Ukraine. It must not be like what was said in Bucharest, that one day the Ukraine will become a member of NATO. An idea. So I'll pause here and note one thing. Yesterday, I left the space. I wasn't listening to the space. Instead, I was listening to a Atlantic Council event with Andriy Yermak, whom people will be familiar with for his cryptic emoji tweets, and the Middo Rasmussen, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Jens Stoltenberg's predecessor as the Secretary General of NATO. And I was very, they were mostly discussing this, the Ukraine-NATO prospects. And I was very moved because on at least like 5 or 6 occasions, Anders Fogh Rasmussen used exactly the same sentences as I have said here before many times about why Ukraine needs to be a NATO member state and how this is going to take place. And I was very heartened when I heard words that I had previously strung together in exactly the same sequences being said to me in a medium Danish accent, which was very, very nice to hear. But very much along these lines, that a very clear roadmap has to be set out, that there cannot be deterrence by Putin, and that Putin cannot decide for others and for NATO who gets to be a member of NATO and how and under what conditions. I think I might delve into that later on today. Let's continue. An idea that is now circulating: an interim decision will be taken in Vilnius, and the decision in principle in Ukraine's NATO membership would come at the next year's summit in Washington at NATO's 70th anniversary, which will also be the last summit of Biden's current term. This is the idea that some countries are trying to shape. The countries of Western Europe are substantially increasing defense spending, which would be very considerable in peacetime. In wartime, I'm not sure it will be enough. It is certainly not enough for France, which talks about the strategic autonomy of Europe. That is, that we must be able to defend ourselves without the US. I'll note here, I think the problem is that it's France saying it, because it comes out sounding a little bit empty and a little bit like, well, French just want more decision making. And I think that's why it's not sounding as very serious to many people, or at least, perhaps most people listening to it. The words make sense. The problem is that they can't walk the walk, right? Because they simply do not have anything comparable to US military capacity. That, I think, that's the real problem. Caro continues, and very, very rightly so, says, I think everyone subscribes to that rhetoric, and I wish Europe could, but given how far behind Europe is from the US, then defense spending shouldn't be raised to 2.3 or 2.5%, but to 5 or 6%. Even then, it would take years to achieve results, and it is a very long way from serious autonomy. A couple more notes. Regarding ammunition production, the situation on the front has been getting better for Ukraine all the time. Today, in some sections, Ukraine has the capability to fire more artillery than Russia. A year ago, the ratio was 10-1 in favor of Russians, which is a huge shift. Perhaps it has also been possible to buy Soviet-era ammunition from elsewhere in the world that had it, like Pakistan, for example, having huge stocks, with both the US and Brits having made a huge effort to do so. Even if some countries sold it or gave it away in exchange for something else, they're not interested in talking about it loudly. To which I will add, I think there's a reason why there's been an awful many planes flying in and out of Bulgaria lately. Ever since the Bulgarians got a proper government, after quite a while and 5 elections in just under 2 years, they managed to substantially increase the flow of stuff into Ukraine, and certainly for the flow of stuff into Rzeszów. And I think that's not a trivial thing at all, not in the slightest. And I'm very, very, very happy for it indeed. Ming, any thoughts on any of that?
I'd love to know who Michael Weiss's source was. That's what I'd like to know. I'm like you, Damon. I like to know sources. So unnamed sources isn't my thing normally. But this guy, he's clearly got quality there.
Yeah, so it's not the first time. So this is a codename Carl, an Estonian defense analyst. He's had these commentaries many times before. This is probably the 10th or some such that I've come across. I read these quite religiously because they're very thought-provoking, very, very routinely indeed. So I greatly enjoyed them.
Peter, I hear you want to talk about Australian F-18s.
There was an interesting discussion, very well spoken by Will last night, who's in Australia. And he brought up the F-18s. Apparently there's 52 of them, which are in perfect flying condition, which costs Australia a lot of money just to keep in that condition, sitting on the ground. He was saying that Australia has now decided to scrap them. They've given 7 to museums. Remember, these are good condition F-18s, and those 7 that they've stuck in the museum could be saving lives in Ukraine. And he also mentioned, I lost his signal a bit. He mentioned there was some big American company, I'm sure Doman will probably know, and yourself, who are prepared to very quickly update these aircraft. And they all could go to Ukraine. And surely this cannot be allowed to happen, that they are just scrapped. They will be very useful for Ukraine in the future. And, it is, I just wondered whether, is it possible for someone like the UK to pay Australia the scrap value for them and then to feed them in that way? I'm not an expert on this sort of thing.
It all comes down to the re-export license, in short. That needs to come from the US, naturally, because they are the progenitor, the manufacturer thereof.
But I suspect what's going on here, Peter, is that, and I don't think that this Australian decision is meant, to basically diss Ukraine. I suspect is what's happening is that the F-16 bandwagon is so far advanced and so locked in that adding F-18s into the mix, so basically, sure, it's got different capabilities and whatnot, but to support it is much more complex because right off the bat, it's a twin-engine aircraft versus a single-engine F-16, which adds huge amounts to inventory support, the number of mechanics you need, all that stuff. And I suspect the F-16 project is far enough advanced for that not to be an issue anymore.
Right, I understand that now, so thanks a lot. I couldn't work out why, these perfectly flyable aircraft should be scrapped, but that makes sense as long as the F-16s are advanced, and there are plenty. Do we know how many roughly have been committed to send to Ukraine? I mean, they really need something like about 100 to be totally effective, or so I'm told.
So none have been committed publicly, right? You know this, so it's I know
okay.
you know this.
I know. I'm just trying to stir up a conversation on it.
So
keep it high on the agenda.
About 90 something are presumably available in Dutch, Danish, Norwegian stocks, looking at accounting. So that's presumably what's going to end up there. Now, I think that the F-18s should eventually happen there as well. And the Australian Prime Minister's attendance at the Vilnius NATO summit, and as you'll know, Australia is not a member of NATO, so this is kind of a big deal, is going to be precipitous in that. The real question is, the F-18s, Canada was thinking of taking them off of Australia some years ago. Will they actually do it? It seems like now finally not, as they've more or less finally settled on the F-35. I think the F-18s should go. I hope they will go because it will add to capacity. And Reznikov has been quite loudly arguing, basically saying we can handle more than one type entering at the same time, and we just want more numbers anyway. So I think it's all a part of it. But as Ming outlined, it's more complicated than that. The specific reason why it's more complicated for China as well, for Australia as well, is China, because they don't want to be seen as too forward, because they don't want to have somebody knocking from the north, somebody who already, stopped importing their wine, for example, among other things.
Right. Okay. Well, look, thank you very much.
Albion.
And Albion, before you go ahead, a question for you. You're the second oldest NATO fellow. Who is the oldest?
I can't remember. I should put out a query on that. I will be 73 in January.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, I'm I'm still here. I'm on my way home from my weekly grocery shop, and I if I may, Delman, go back for a moment to the Atlantic Council talk by Rasmussen and Yermak. I came in the middle of your comments, so you may have already mentioned this point, but I think it's very important, very interesting, is that one of them, at least, I think both of them, spoke out very strongly against what I gather is the NATO policy of not allowing Ukraine to join while it is at war. And they pointed out that this will give Putin a perfect excuse to carry on with hostilities, even if he's actually kicked out of the country, he can still take pot shots and keep them technically at war. So I was wondering if there are any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go back to what Borrell said in Moldova a couple of weeks ago ahead of the Castelmimi summit of the European political community, right? And what did Borrell say right at the start there, Albion? He said Transnistria isn't a deal breaker when it comes to Moldovan EU membership. The EU membership of Moldova is for Moldova to get, and for Moldova to, improve and change in ways where it's commensurate with that. in that context, it's not up to Russia to decide. Transnistria will not be the deal breaker, and I think the same kind of applies here. You can't be in a situation where Russia determines what Ukraine gets to what Ukraine gets to do, or what Ukraine gets to have, or who gets to join NATO, etc. It's not for Russia to determine that, and I think that is of absolutely critical, paramount importance. So that's basically, I think, where it starts and ends. You don't want Russia to perennially say, "Aha, see, but Ukraine's still at war, but Ukraine's still at war, but Ukraine's still at war, so they can't join NATO because look, there's shelling going on in border regions, so Ukraine can't join NATO, can it? Because there's the war going on." You don't want that situation to exist at any point, and you don't want to for big strategic implications to be decided by someone else. And I was very glad that they said this, because this is very important. It's also what there's some fear of, right? What precedent that sets, and what other consequences can come from it. But it's wrong to give Russia the decision-making power for this.
But if I may, is it actually official NATO policy?
No, the policy is currently being constructed, and that's a large part of the problem.
Aha. Okay. Fine. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to know more, aren't we, Doman, about what the new policy is come the Vilnius summit?
Oh, exactly. This is the time, right? The time for it will indeed be the Vilnius summit. Yeah. So I'm trying to get a transcript of all of these comments to work a little bit better for me. It's not doing that well yet, but I think it might in just a little bit. There's just a lot of it, and it's turning my other apps to mush.
Well, you've got tech problems now, Doman. You're up there with me.
I was speaking to a muted mic. That's all. It's all okay. So I'm trying to find the relevant bit. This will take me a while. Now let's turn to something else, and I'll try to do that in the meantime. No, it's not a good enough transcript. YouTube cannot deal with a medium Danish accent, I have figured out.
Oh, you were looking for the captioning, were you?
Was
it coming up with Shoigu Putin style gobbledygook?
No, it wasn't quite that bad, but there's some slight problems with it, so it's fine. It just doesn't. It says, for example, third often I hear the argument that we cannot keep Ukraine neither security guarantee, no membership of NATO, why there is a walk online instead of while there is a war ongoing. So it's a little bit like that. It just makes it hard to read without editing it first. So it's fine. We'll figure it out. So this is actually the thing that I was kind of looking for, right? He says that particular bit that I just read out, that's an extremely dangerous argument, right? If you make security guarantees and NATO membership dependent on cessation of hostilities, you're giving an incentive to Putin to continue the war. However, by sending an invitation now, we tell Putin Ukraine will become a NATO member. It won't happen overnight, but you, Putin, cannot stop this process. Our door is open to Ukraine, and you're not the doorman. That I think that's the really good thing. And then he says the second best option that's Fogh Rasmussen, the former Secretary General, former Danish Prime Minister, the middle Rasmussen. says the second best option would be to outline the path towards natural membership in 3 steps. First, remove the need for a membership action plan, like it happened with Finland and Sweden. The fact that the Ukrainian army is probably the most combat-ready army in Europe, that's pretty straightforward. Second, a pledge to review the question of NATO enlargement, perhaps sometime in Washington next year at the summit. And then third, establish a Ukraine Council with a mandate to identify conditions that must be met in order to join NATO, with the deadline for the report by the NATO summit next year. And I think this is a very good outline of exactly what's going to be happening.
There's a nice flip side to this, which is, it's we can't let Putin veto who gets to join NATO. The flip side is NATO effectively gives itself a veto over who Putin gets to invade. So let's say theoretically at some point in the future, Russia wanted to invade Kazakhstan, we could turn around and say, no, you can't, because we'll just let them into NATO.
Something like that, yeah. And Kazakhstan, of course, isn't in anything like the same position as Ukraine from, a readiness perspective, a national commitment perspective, and so on. But the last thing you want to do is make Putin the decision maker, right?
Exactly right. And I just use Kazakhstan as a random example, not as a realistic one.
No, absolutely. But that power should not be allowed for Putin to take over. Peter, very good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? If you give me 1 second, I wanted to riff a bit about those three points you mentioned and Ukraine's future NATO prospects. But I'm pouring my second cup of coffee here. Give me 1 second.
Absolutely. I'm always very excited when you join us earliest in the morning. 5:24 a.m. and already on a second cup of coffee. That's called an early riser in my book.
Well, the alarm goes off at 4 in the morning here. So we, as the song goes, my baby takes the morning train. So we get up early, have our coffee, and I help my wife get out the door. Doman, something that you mentioned, and I think it bears repeating, was that 3-point plan. Would you just repeat those 3 points, because I think they're worthy of some consideration and some unpacking for our community.
Absolutely. Remove the map, the membership action plan. Then pledge to review the question of NATO enlargement at the summit in Washington next year. And then third, establish a NATO Ukraine Council with a mandate to identify conditions that must be met in order to join NATO by the summit next year in Washington, and do that in a way that Russia isn't the doorman, right? That Putin can't decide whether or when those conditions are employed, that they should be completely independent of any Russian action.
That's correct. And I have to compliment you, Doman, because I think your descriptions of this were spot on. For people who were thinking about this problem, the issue that I think we had a speaker who came in and asked about the outstanding territorial disputes. Does that act as a bar or a mechanism that would prevent a country from joining NATO? And I think you were spot on in saying not really. I would point out that when Slovenia joined NATO, it still had an outstanding dispute with Croatia over fishing rights in the Adriatic. When Greece joined NATO, there was still a dispute with Turkey. So we've had lots of precedent before where NATO can just choose to look the other way and allow allies in because it is in NATO's interest to do so. So that first point, though, on a map, removing map, of course, we're not talking about taking Ukraine off the map. We're talking about this membership action plan, which is very much an outdated concept. In a sense, it's a relic from about 2 decades ago.
And it's a peacetime concept.
Correct. That's correct. And it was this mechanism for drawing out the process of bringing countries in, and in a sense, that served as a block. to Ukraine and also at the time Georgia's ascension into the alliance. So doing away with this outdated, yeah, we'll call it an outdated concept for joining the alliance, this membership action plan. That's critical. It's very good to hear that alliance members are talking about doing away with MAP for Ukraine in order to get them into the alliance. And the other aspect there that really struck my attention, yes, having an agreement to meet again next year when NATO comes together in Washington, that would be a perfect moment for us to have a breakthrough on Ukraine's membership. And the last point there was the Ukraine-NATO Council. Domin, if you remember, the NATO-Russia Founding Act, which is also a very outdated piece of paper signed by Yeltsin and Bill Clinton, created this council inside NATO headquarters. It allowed the Russians to have their own ambassadors inside NATO headquarters. Can you imagine what a disaster that has been ever since? Well, the idea would be that we extend it to Ukraine in the near term, an elevated status inside the alliance, and that status would be equal to, if not greater than the status that Russia has enjoyed ever since the NATO-Russia Founding Act. This would allow Ukraine to have a say in NATO decisions, to have its ambassadors and its officials embedded in NATO headquarters. All of that would be very good, but here's my caution, here's my warning. That must not ever serve as a substitute for full membership and, of course, a full Article 5 guarantee to the Ukrainians. And I worry that if the Ukrainians get this status of similar to what the Russians have under the outdated NATO-Russia Founding Act, this status as a sort of premier non-member state, that status can't be the end point. It must be the beginning to full membership.
Absolutely, and this is all a part of this is a part of this text that Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen have been putting forward, right? That they've been kind of co-authoring, and I would suggest that as a former Secretary General of NATO, Fogh Rasmussen probably has his finger very well on the pulse of also what is possible, but also what is considered in various NATO capitals, right? And as is now, as we mentioned earlier in that text from Michael Weiss, his conversation with codename Carl, that there's only really two blockages left that matter, right? Nobody really cares about what the Hungarian government thinks in the real world. One is in Germany, one is in Washington. The one that France posed is gone, right? As of when was it? Monday, Tuesday? There's that long article in Le Monde that basically said, yeah, actually, France has changed its mind. France is now in favor of Ukraine's NATO membership. So that was a big move. But I would also be very optimistic because of it, because to simplify, I'd say that the French government did this for two reasons. One, they got to be different from what the US thought or said, which is generally an aim that France holds in security policy. And two, they saw the writing on the writing on the wall that this would happen anyway, regardless. So they wanted to be there before the Americans are. Therefore, they can take a victory lap once everybody has agreed to it anyway. And pretend that they led it.
I was surprised, but also I don't know if we have a word in English for it, but it's, wow, that's a welcome surprise. I guess that's the phrase. But yeah, I was surprised, and it's a welcome development on the part of Paris. Now the focus will go to Berlin. Does the German government take a step to block Ukraine's full ascension into the alliance? There will be some questions in the United States. Does the Biden administration or a future Republican administration take steps to block Ukraine's ascension? Obviously, we cannot have lasting peace in Europe unless Ukraine has a full Article 5 guarantee, because there will be nothing to stop Putin from restarting the war 2 years from now, 10 years from now. Ukraine must have an Article 5 guarantee if we are going to prevent endless war in Europe's east.
Peter, can I just ask you, what is the current state of the NATO-Russia Council under the NATO-Russia Founding Act?
It's moribund. Essentially, it's a zombie at this point. I had an opportunity to speak. Goodness, this would have been about 4 weeks ago. I had an opportunity to actually speak with some current European officials who were formerly tasked. They formerly were at NATO headquarters, and I asked them that very same question. It's a moribund operation at this point. And the idea is to essentially do away with the NATO-Russia Council and replace it with a NATO-Ukraine Council, but make it much more of a consultative and coordinating mechanism so that the Ukrainians, again, have NATO membership in all but treaty and name. So it's a very elevated status within the alliance. And like I said, this would allow for Ukrainian ambassadors and officials to have offices at NATO headquarters. They could be embedded inside the NATO community, and there would be a very clearly defined mechanisms for the Ukrainians to express their views about the future of the alliance within that NATO-Ukraine Council. So I don't think we'd ever see the NATO-Russia Council be erased permanently at this point, but the status of NATO-Russian relations, as you can imagine, is much declined since February 24th.
So is there still a Russian ambassador at NATO?
At the risk of revealing my ignorance, I don't know the answer to that question as of this point, but it's an easy one to verify.
It'd be in Brussels, right? That's where the ambassadors would be.
That's correct. At the new gigantic NATO headquarters. Doman, if you can imagine, the upgrade that NATO made recently was quite impressive. NATO HQ, even maybe I think it was about 10 years ago, was just a kind of a rundown place. Older buildings, nothing to be very impressed by. And of course they spent, it was a lot of money, hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion, to create this beautiful palace, essentially. A building large enough to house NATO and its full bureaucracy. And that's where the ambassadors are now located. And up until February 24, the Russians had their own ambassador and embedded staff at NATO. Doman, can you imagine the espionage opportunities that NATO opened itself up to just by allowing that alone?
Oh, for sure. I will say, I've checked. Since January 2018, the post of ambassador, Russian envoy to NATO, has been vacant. There is still a senior military representative, but there's no, there's I'm sure a charge d'affaires, or maybe it works out of the Russian embassy in Brussels generally, but there's no proper one there. The permanent representative of Russia at the Council of Europe has left in November 2022. The permanent representative at the European Union left on the 26th of September 2022, and there is an acting one since then, who I think is probably just the Russian ambassador to Belgium. He's the charge d'affaires. No, he's the charge d'affaires there to the Russian mission to the EU, but that's it. Okay, anyway, so they have severely downgraded all of those a while ago. Should I go, Peter, maybe to the other part here, where the plan that Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen unveiled?
Please do, because I think it really bears consideration.
Right, let me just find this here really quick. That's that. Okay, so the 4 points of their of what they suggest is: 1, deliver weapons on such a scale that Ukraine can repel or deter any further Russian aggression. I like that. I think that's very important for this to be first. 2nd, enhanced intelligence sharing, training of Ukrainian forces under EU and NATO flags. Sorry, that's already 3rd. So 2nd, enhanced intelligence sharing. 3rd, training of Ukrainian forces under EU and NATO flags. And 4th, support building out Ukrainian defense industry to produce weapons and ammunition itself sufficiently. So basically, a similar setup to the U.S.-Israel relationship, not as a replacement for Ukrainian membership in NATO, but as a bridge that allows Ukraine to defend itself until it's covered by NATO Article 5. So that is what Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen are outlining, is what they want out of Vilnius, basically. A system, an approach like this, which would allow Ukraine to, bridge to actual full NATO membership, because we know that the voting is going to take a while, right? We know that the voting, especially with Hungary, there is going to take. It won't be quick. It's going to take a while for all of the member states to have ratified it. So this could kind of serve as a transition state, even if it might not actually happen in before Russians are actually kicked out, and maybe by then they're already ratified and a part of NATO. What do you think about what Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen came up with there, Peter?
It looks like they're spot on target. They're describing what I would say is essentially the consensus view, certainly in Washington at this point. It's a safe position to take. I don't see anything wrong with it. I would highlight that it is a little bit more meaty and than, say, the old Partnership for Peace program, which many countries, including Ukraine, were a part of. I wouldn't say, however, on the other side of the coin, it's not just NATO in all but name at that point. There are still mechanisms for deepening Ukraine's relationship with NATO that are necessary. One positive that caught my attention was the procurement system. So right now, Ukraine is using NATO's procurement system to manage and track all of the military equipment which is being sent into Ukraine. So in many ways, Ukraine is already getting up to NATO standards. That's very good. The additional steps that are outlined in this plan would help that process even more. Again, I'd underscore the political dimensions of NATO are oftentimes just as important as the military. So having that NATO Ukraine Council, or having that special council status at NATO headquarters, that's an important one as well. Because unless you're inside the club, unless you have that Article 5 guarantee, there aren't that many mechanisms on a day-to-day basis to work side by side with allies and to share your views in a meaningful way about the future of the alliance. So that important council, or that important status within NATO, would be just as key on the political side as many of the deepening of military integration would be on the security side.
And the other thing that I think is the biggest takeaway, and these are the final words from Fogh Rasmussen's initial remarks yesterday, was the most important thing is to not repeat the mistake of the Bucharest summit of 2008. Any pledge to Ukraine should be followed by a clear path forward, and NATO leaders must be prepared to be burned otherwise. NATO leaders must be prepared to commit, I think, what he wanted to say. Sorry, bad transcript. Otherwise, we risk constant war and instability on the European continent. I think he said NATO leaders must be prepared to be brave, otherwise we risk constant war and instability on the European continent, which I think is a good way of putting it. Even if he didn't say brave, it's probably a very good word to put in there. At the end of the day, Bucharest was a travesty, right? And it's what led to these Russian expansionist invasions, and what allowed, not what led, but it was a necessary condition for Russia to be able to go on its expansionist invasions of both Georgia and Ukraine. Since then, it has brought nothing good at all to Europe, nothing good at all to the world, and the mistakes of that cannot possibly be repeated. Right? It would be a real strategic failure to repeat them. So, only right to prevent that.
Perhaps you can recall on our previous story of freedom when we talked about the Bucharest summit, when the NATO alliance gathered together in Bucharest in 2008. NATO allowed Russian diplomats, including Vladimir Putin, to fly into Bucharest and actively lobby the alliance against extending a full offer of Article 5 and a full membership in the alliance to Ukraine. They allowed the Russians to actively lobby against this back in 2008. And George W. Bush, along with Condoleezza Rice, were pushing very hard, to their credit, pushing very hard to lobby against what Russia was saying. And in the end, the United Kingdom and Germany were the two leading votes inside the alliance that said no membership for Ukraine. And what was essentially offered to the Ukrainians was a promise, but it proved to be an empty promise. The promise was, you will get into NATO someday. The door is still open to you. You just can't walk through it right now. That was in 2008. And as you correctly identified, this created a perverse incentive for Russia to attack Georgia and to pick up a war essentially with the Ukrainians starting in 2014. And we are living with the consequences of that catastrophic mistake back at Bucharest even now. Political leaders back then kicked the can of violence down the road, and it landed in our own time. And if we do one thing from this war, we should correct that catastrophic mistake that the alliance made in 2008 at Bucharest.
Interestingly, while we've been speaking this morning, Peter, here in Ireland, the government has been taking very tentative steps to explore the question of Irish neutrality. As everybody knows, Ireland is neutral for fairly sound historical reasons. So the government's step one was to open a forum to discuss the ongoing need for neutrality. And while we've been speaking, this forum has been disrupted. The Taoiseach, the Prime Minister, was giving his opening remarks, and the forum was disrupted by our local tankies, anti-NATO protesters, holding up flags with NATO wars, millions dead, etc., and have been carted off by the guards. So this is a process happening not just on the European continent, but on the fringe too here in Ireland, and it's just intriguing to watch it.
At the risk of dipping even a toe into Irish politics, which I tend to avoid, Ming, I find that discussion absolutely fascinating, especially considering, as you pointed out, Ireland's history of neutrality and I think it's decades of foreign policy, a foreign policy position of neutrality. It shows also that the world is becoming a more dangerous place, and it matters who your friends are. And even if Ireland stops short of full NATO membership, deepening its relationships with other countries that share its values and could support it in a time of crisis, that's a trend we're seeing across the board. Look at Sweden, look at Finland, now Ireland, as you say, having that conversation. I find that fascinating.
It's very interesting, particularly in the light of the two Irishmen who we come across relatively frequently on the space, so Decoding Trolls and David. They're both actually pretty keen for Ireland to take a more a firmer stance on the neutrality issue.
Doman, I wanted to also thank you for sharing that that readout and that policy proposal. I think it's very important, and thanks for the opportunity to unpack it, provide a bit more context and insight into what it means and how it might be operationalized, starting in Vilnius and continuing through to the NATO summit in Washington next year.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I think we're going to continue a little bit on this. David?
Yeah, so I think Peter just said that it was the UK was involved in blocking Ukraine's membership to NATO. That would be incorrect. It was Germany and France, not UK. Just making sure that everyone knows that.
Can I just come up on the back of that point, because that relates to what I was going to say as well. So Gordon Brown has been one of the most vocal ex-leaders talking about the need for Nuremberg-style trials and aggressively pushing the need to be forceful with Russia.
I'm not entirely sure what you said, Peter. I just assumed you said Germany and France. My brain just mapped it if you said.
No, I said the United Kingdom. I said the United Kingdom. I would simply refer folks to the on the record statements by George W. Bush and Condoleezza Rice from Bucharest, in which they, after the fact, discussed the countries that were actively lobbying against MAP for Ukraine. So my source there is Condi, but I do think we, again, should learn from the past and apply it to the present, and that means correcting this terrible mistake that was made by the alliance in not providing a full Article 5 guarantee to Ukraine.
Maybe it's a Gordon guilt trip then.
Interesting, because I was always under the impression that it was Germany and France as well. So that's a. I will go, and I promise this to everyone. I'll go and try to review the statements, and try to see where they snuck in, and what was actually the UK opinion at the time, and what were the public statements at the time. Yeah, interesting. Something new every day. Then, something else I wanted to bring up, which is Peter, question for you. Let's say, looking forward, there are some people not still quite on board with giving Ukraine a clear path at Vilnius. Would it be worthwhile to remind everyone about the nuclear weapons given up by Ukraine in 1994, and how the only real other guarantor clearly for Ukraine to not get attacked, other than Article 5, is an independent nuclear deterrent when it comes to deterring Russia? And how certainly nobody wants that, because nobody wants more proliferation. So wouldn't it be just so much easier and more sensible to simply get Ukraine into NATO? You know, people who like to call them themselves realists, especially.
That's an interesting idea. On the nuclear front, the Ukrainians would have to get in line behind the Poles, who would be more than happy to take over the responsibility of taking care of America's tactical nuclear deterrent.
Oh, I mean, sorry, Peter. I mean, if they're not let into NATO, right? To kind of explain to people.
Yeah. So back under the Budapest memorandum, we again. Our Stories of Freedom on Saturday mornings, we unpacked this story as well. The Ukrainians had a choice. It was to go their own way and upset both the Americans and the Russians, who wanted them to divest themselves of their inherited nuclear stockpile. So they said, okay, we will, but what's the guarantee that the Russians won't attack us if we don't have that nuclear deterrent? And the Clinton administration said, well, we're not going to give you a guarantee, but we will give you an assurance. And that difference between a guarantee and an assurance, a security guarantee or a security assurance, was if the Russians do attack you, we will refer the matter to the United Nations. And that's what the United States and the United Kingdom did when Russia invaded last February. They referred the matter to the United Nations. Now, at the time, the Ukrainians knew this was a bad deal, but they didn't really have a choice. So, Doman, picking up on your thought, again, correcting those mistakes of the past, bringing Ukraine into NATO is a lot better than saying, well, maybe Ukraine should develop its own independent nuclear deterrent so that Russia never attacks again. That's obviously not a geopolitical puzzle that the world wants to think about right now. But bringing Ukraine into NATO is eminently doable. And as this proposal points out, it prevents the return, well, it blocks Russia substantively from attacking Ukraine again in the future, and it does slam the door on the prospect of endless war that we're looking at right now. If Ukraine is not in NATO, we will have endless wars and conflicts between Russia and Ukraine, because there's nothing to stop Russia from continually attacking without that Article 5 guarantee.
Exactly, right? And I think that's maybe that's a thing to remind anyone who's thinking, oh, but but is it okay for us to bring them in? What bad can happen from it? To just contextualize that, if they're not, if they block it, prevent it, it's going to be worse, and then something will come about that is actually going to be, predictable and certainly worse than having brought them in. Maybe sometimes a good way to get a decision moving is to say, well, not deciding this also leads to some consequences. Sometimes it's difficult for some people to recognize that not doing anything is also a decision.
And think about what a catastrophic defeat that would mean for the Kremlin. What it would mean for Putin, starting this war back in 2014 and expanding the invasion last year. Officially, the strategic goals, the political goals of Moscow were to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, from becoming a more integrated part of the West. This is something the Ukrainians want for themselves, and Russia is attempting to prevent them from taking that important step towards the West. So by bringing Ukraine into NATO, not only will Putin have lost the territory that he held in February, but also he will have lost his larger political objective, his larger strategic goal for this invasion. That would be a substantial defeat for him. And I think it is a necessary outcome for us to show the world that when you attack your neighbor, when you use force, when you violate all of the rules that keep us at peace and maintain sort of a predictable life in the world, when you violate those rules, there are consequences. And for Russia, that major consequence will be a obvious strategic defeat.
And here it would be a major strategic defeat for NATO if it fails to, or a failure, at the very least, strategic failure for NATO if it fails to do the right thing, because there is only really one right thing to do.
That would be correct, Omen. That would be, and if you look at it in those terms, that therefore makes Ukraine's membership in NATO pivotal, because it either creates a strategic defeat for Russia or a strategic defeat for us in our support of Ukraine and our prevention of future conflict on the continent.
Thank you, Peter. With that, I'll swing into something which is very much front page news today, right now, and that's comments from President Zelensky as of I don't know, half an hour ago, maybe. Let me see, 45 minutes ago, which we've been kind of ignoring thus far because we were talking about other things. But I think now we figured out the right thing to do here, and which is what we've known previously, frankly. President Zelensky went on camera. It's also tweeted out. It's in the nest if you want to see it. And the English version of the tweet says the following: "We have just had a report from our intelligence and the security service of Ukraine. Intelligence has received information that Russia is considering a scenario of a terrorist attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a terrorist attack with radiation leakage. They have prepared everything for this. Unfortunately, I have repeatedly had to remind that radiation has no state borders, and who it will hit is determined only by the wind direction. We share all available information with our partners, everyone in the world, all the evidence: Europe, America, China, Brazil, India, the Arab world, Africa, all countries. Absolutely everyone should know this. International organizations, everyone. There should never be any terrorist attacks on nuclear power plants anywhere. This time it should not be, like with the Kakhovka Dam. The world has been warned, so the world can and must act." Okay, so let's stress what this is, what the purpose of this is, right? The purpose of the statement is, in short, hey world, please deter Russia from doing something at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, like you failed to deter them from destroying the giant dam that then released 18 million cubic kilometers of water and not just flooded everywhere downstream, but made all sorts of other both economic and ecological damage, wide scale, above and below it, that is going to take many years, probably decades, to rectify. So that's the purpose of this. The fact that Russians have been preparing for something at the nuclear power plant is not news. Right? That is well in evidence the shelling of it to the mining of various things to new reports about a week ago or less than a week ago that they have mined the cooling system since the destruction of the dam, etc. That is all well understood. The Russians themselves have threatened with doing various things to it. Now, whatever they do exists on a spectrum. And the spectrum goes from in the lightest case scenario, something that is easily mitigable, that only has consequences within the power plant itself, perhaps to the usability, the utility of the power plant, the ability to reinstate the power plant and put it into action, no problems anywhere else. And then to work further towards the right of the spectrum, we first have radiological and then nuclear consequences. I don't think that whatever the Russians are planning on doing is far towards the right on that spectrum, because they know that it will come back to bite them in the sense of the event itself, because the prevailing wind directions and all that go indeed towards Russia proper. The other part is it would also come to bite them because of the attitude of other countries, not just countries of the West, but also countries that are still very much working with Russia, cooperating with Russia quite openly and freely, who don't want anything along those lines. And this is really a call out by Zelensky, especially to those, to say, stop them, prevent them really, again, from doing something immensely stupid. What they've done with the dam was plenty bad enough. Don't allow yourself to allow them or to not prevent them from doing something very stupid here. To amplify, to maximize that effect, that attitude, and therefore to try to prevent Russians indeed doing anything stupid or silly there. I wonder if anybody has any thoughts to that beyond that. Peter?
Yeah, it's a signaling mechanism. Zelensky is very clearly signaling to the world that we are going to be very careful as our forces get close to this very sensitive location. We have no intention of creating a nuclear accident on our own territory. And if anything bad happens there, it won't be us. Very interesting that he's getting in front of this now. He's making that public statement. He is cautioning Russia that you don't know what could happen, where the radiation could go. We don't know either. It's also a very serious statement to come from President Zelensky, and I think it underscores the very dangerous phase of the war that we have entered into, and more importantly, Russia's careless disregard for human life in Ukraine.
And already now there are, of course, claims of wonderful people on the internet saying, the Ukraine is planning to stage a false flag attack on the nuclear power plant. A nuclear power plant where presumably there's at least 2 battalion tactical groups of Russians controlling it currently, and where Ukraine isn't anywhere closer than about 10, 15 kilometers out on the other bank of the river at Nikopol. Some attempt there. Some attempt. A whole new level of silliness, I think.
Well, Doman, I'm sure we've all learned since certainly February of last year not to pay much attention to what anonymous yahoos on the internet might say. Zelensky has proven to be a man of great integrity, and when he speaks, he tends to say what he believes. He tends to say what is true, even during a time of war. And so if he's saying we're not going to be if there is a problem at Zaporizhzhia, it won't be from us. I think we should take him at his word and ignore what the yahoos on the internet might say.
John?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I actually had another question. If this is not the right time, you just brush me off and send me into the darkness. But it's a little wider. but I'm going to ask it anyway, and you decide. I just wanted to zoom out a little bit. You've been talking earlier today a lot about the current situation there, and I have two questions. Maybe they're not connected, and but here they go. My first one is I'm a huge fan of Ben Hodges, who you probably also know, and he's talked a lot about Ukraine has irreversible momentum. Ukraine has irreversible momentum. That's actually my question. The other one can wait till.
In this entire winter offensive. I'll let the numbers speak for themselves. But Peter, maybe you have a much more subtle view of this.
Damon, it's gotten so out of hand that you've forgotten the official MriyaReport unit of measurement for these things, which is how many Liechtensteins.
Yes, just over a quarter of a Liechtenstein for Russia, well over 100 Liechtensteins for Ukraine. There we go.
Liechtenstein, sorry guys, can you explain?
Well, Liechtenstein is a country in Europe. You might be familiar with it, between Switzerland and Austria. Okay.
Okay.
And Liechtenstein has an area of 160 square kilometers.
Yeah,
so with Ukraine having liberated over 16,000 square kilometers, that's over 100 Liechtensteins. And Russia having conquered about 46 square kilometers, which are about 28% of a Liechtenstein. Just to really grasp the comparison there. And I think that again, numbers kind of speak for themselves. And this was true when General Hodges said it back in November, and it's certainly true now.
And the beauty of this unit, John, is that it really shows how Lilliputian the Russian efforts are.
Yes. Then I'll be a little bold here because you answered so fast, and I'll ask my second question anyway. I consider this listening to you all the time. I mean, it's a fantastic podcast you have, but I'm calling it the Twitter walk, in the way that when you talked about the bridge today, we're all guessing and nobody knows anything. I don't know if you touched on this before, but I mean, if you zoom out a little, if you zoom out from the things you discuss on a daily basis here, because things happen so fast and we all want to try and analyze. If you zoom out, what we see here, for instance, with the bridge, does it fit a pattern of how do we say, not the early stages still of the counteroffensive? Because it seems everybody is like, oh, we're already in the middle of the offensive. Where do you guys think we are? Do you understand my question?
I understand it very well, and I'll again use some numbers. Ukraine has thus far committed to the counteroffensive somewhere less than 10% of the forces it had amassed for the purpose of the counteroffensive. Somewhere well less than 10%, possibly. Not entirely clear where. Maybe it's like 4%, maybe it's more like 6%. But a small fraction. Therefore, I think again, numbers speak for themselves. Secondly, when you say everyone, I am certainly not a part of everyone. I've made it eminently clear that until Ukraine gets to the doors of Melitopol, I'm considering all of these preparation and shaping operations. These indeed are right. What have we seen Ukraine do recently? Ukraine's gone off and used long-range precision strikes to get rid of a giant Russian ammo depot at Rykove, smaller ones at Skadovsk, at Lazurne, at Henichensk. Today, let's see what exactly the battle damage assessment ends up being of the bridge. I've had a suggestion, maybe it was a storm shadow that entered at a low angle, with the initial warhead punching through the bridge and then the second one exploding on the pillar. I don't think that there's enough damage for the pillar for that theory to be true. I think it's a smaller, leftovers of a different missile that did that, but nevertheless, interdicting logistics lines is very much a part of shaping operations, is very much a part of preparing the field, and they seem to, as far as I'm concerned, seem to be doing that. There were quite small engagements, frankly, that have happened thus far, and getting rid of some Russian forward positions. Rather than a big armored piercing push. Certainly when you still have let's say 10 to 15 times as many forces still waiting to be committed to an offensive. You've not really started yet. I think we'll know once we see Challenger CV90s in full force as well, and a whole lot more of Leopards. Russians also know this. Otherwise Russians wouldn't be taking pictures of the same event 100 times over from different angles, and on the basis of that pretend that they've managed to do something or other actually against the Ukrainians. Now they might have incapacitated 2, 3, maybe 4 tanks, which apparently now are under Ukrainian control, and they haven't bothered to tow them away, and are going to probably get fixed up. So big whoop. Of course, in a large-scale conventional war, you're going to lose equipment. But if they don't have anything better, if they only have one motif to take many pictures of from different angles, then they must not be doing very well. All right, thank you, John. And
Thank you,
let's go from John to then John.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. So yeah, regarding the Zaporizhzhia power plant, I mean, I don't know why we consider that the Kremlin should care about any radiation inside Russia. Obviously, if it's hitting Moscow or St. Petersburg, then another story. But if it blows eastwards and into the southern parts of Russia, I don't think they care. If they kill a few 100,000 there, they already don't care about the soldiers being killed in Ukraine. So I honestly don't think they care, and they, as has been said many times, they can just use the propaganda to say it wasn't them, it was someone else. Ukraine blew it up. So honestly, I don't think that has any part in their consideration to do it or not. And clearly, Zelensky is saying this for a purpose. It can't just be to raise the awareness. It's a warning that something needs to happen. To avoid this, and then probably that someone should get involved to make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, that's what I think, at least.
No, indeed, then John, indeed, and that's why Zelensky's call is basically, "Hey everyone, hey China, hey everyone, tell Russia to quit it, to not even try." I think that's a big one there. Fred Monkey?
The first thing I'd say is using Liechtensteins as a unit of measurement is near perfection, much better than square kilometers, square miles, because you can't visualize a square kilometer or a hectare or an acre or whatever. But I think everybody can visualize a
No, Fred Monkey, I'm sorry. A hectare is very easy to visualize.
It's not as easy as Liechtenstein.
You imagine an iceberg in the vineyard. You say, okay, 100 rows, 100 vines deep. That's it. That's a hectare.
Yeah, but it's still easier to picture Liechtenstein, in my opinion. So I think the matter is settled. The science is settled, and it will never be questioned anymore. As for the counteroffensive, I'm in total agreement with you. And from the conversations that we've been having in the past few days, the Ukrainians have one huge advantage at the moment over the Russian forces, and that is that number one, they're able to rotate troops on and off, and they're able to keep their troops much better supplied. Which, considering that we're entering into a very hot season, and considering all the issues with supply that the Russians will have, considering what the Russians are very likely to prioritize in their supply, which is going to be ammunition, vehicles, fuel over stuff like food and water, Ukraine can let this offensive or these shaping operations last quite a long time, because time is basically not on the Russian soldiers' side here when it comes to their fitness, their ability to fight. So that is I think that is one huge advantage that you think that's why there's also a little bit of time that is being
Sorry, Fred
invested.
Monkey. We lost you for a little bit. What's a huge advantage?
Oh, sorry. I don't know exactly when you lost me, but I was trying to say that because of the supply perspective of Ukrainian versus Russian soldiers here, time is basically on the Ukrainian soldier's side against the Russian. The Russian is going to be hungry, he's going to be thirsty, and he's going to be ill. He's going to be ill resupplied compared to the Ukrainians, which allows the Ukrainians to take more time in these shaping operations to find the right place to strike. And when it comes to Zaporizhia, I think it's highly distressing, obviously, but I also feel like I'm pretty sure that people in NATO, the US, Europeans, but also Turkey and even Russia's allies, I think are going to be maybe talking to them in the back channels. And I don't think it's really in anybody's interest for something like this to happen. I don't think the Russians care. I agree with Denjon, but I think the Russians might care as to what their allies, or maybe allies is the wrong word, partners is perhaps the correct word, will think about this.
And by the way, Freight Monkey, just to help, you and I probably have an unfair advantage here in using Liechtenstein as the unit, because I lived there for 2 years, and you've no doubt been there, having grown up next door. But for everybody else, Liechtenstein is basically half a valley, and in the middle of the valley, it runs the upper reaches of the Rhine River, which is the border to Switzerland. And at the other side of the valley, there's some mountains, and at the top of the mountain ridge is the border to Austria. So that's basically what Liechtenstein is. It's half a valley.
Top of the second mountain ridge.
That's right, because there's another valley, but I just wanted to keep it simple, Doman. There's another valley, a place called Triesenberg, and there's a ski resort near the top of the mountains called Malbun. But basically it is half a valley.
Yeah, I mean it explains why Tina Weihade was such a good skier of late, and of course her father was Liechtensteini, right, and her mother was Austrian, if I remember correctly. Anyway, but it is quite a good way to visualize it, because if you stand in any of the populated bits of Liechtenstein, right, the size of Liechtenstein is kind of, if you just look around, everywhere to the horizon is kind of what the size of Liechtenstein is. Yes, actually, what you're looking at is half of Liechtenstein, half Switzerland, but basically that gives you a very good idea of what 160 square kilometers looks like. Just stand in Vaduz, look at the horizon in all directions, and you will know how big roughly 160 square kilometers is. Don't go up on the castle, because then it's you see too far probably. I'm not sure, but I presume you would.
Well, no, so speaking of the castle, actually, if you go to the top of the mountains, and we have one of those fogs come in that covers the valley, the castle can poke out of the clouds in a really magical way. It's quite extraordinary. And then, of course, coming up the valley at the wrong time of year, we get the föhn, the suicidal wind. Anyway, I don't know anyone who killed themselves when the föhn was coming in, but apparently people do.
That's very curious. So for people who don't know what the föhn is it's a wind that's coming down the leeward side of a hill, which is quite warm, but quite a strong wind sometimes. There's a lot of overpressure on the other side of a hill. Anyway, right. Let's go on. Let's go to Denjon, and then we can go to Johannes, and then we go to Peter. Denjon.
You never stop amazing us. How the hell did you know about that wind? Yeah, Ming brought it up, but then you caught on immediately without a breath. Anyway, impressive. So I beg to differ. That using Liechtenstein as a unit is understandable. I mean, maybe if you live there, yes, but for all the rest of us, Liechtenstein is
is best known for being a country where the name of it cannot fit within the borders. So no, I don't see that as a good unit. I remember my teacher I had a long time ago. He he explained how much a kilometer was, and that was the distance between the school and the local football pit. Is it pit or pitch? Whatever.
Pitch.
Yeah, pitch. So and that that stuck. So now I know exactly how much a kilometer is, and if you square it, I can visualize as well. But Liechtenstein only known for being too small to fit the name inside the borders.
Very good. Then I've sent you a link to Wikipedia article on the Fun, so you can see how why you get this strong warm wind descending down the leeward side of the mountain, because it's in the rain shadow there. So it's very nice. It's very welcome at times.
I would never be able to impress anyone because you already did it. So I'm always second. I'm always the runner-up. So anyway, but yeah, thank you. I will read it and learn something.
Johannes, go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn already? I thought some other hands were there before me. I just, I don't know. I probably just need some assurance, because I mean this is actually the place I go to save my sanity. As currently, of course, there's so many clickbaity media headlines saying that the Ukrainian counteroffensive has already failed, and reading one of those, I followed a link to an interview on Newsweek with Ben Hodges, who kind of said, well, he's quite confident that Ukraine could retake Crimea by the end of the summer, and which all sounded really nice and really reassuring. At the same time, kind of he said, well, his big caveat at the would still be that Ukraine needs to get what it needs for that, including ATACMS, including some specific drones about whom I've forgotten what they are. And I mean, the one thing that which is as certain as anything, is that this is not going to happen. I mean, for some reason, and we don't really know what the reason is, but it's quite unlikely. So I'm not really sure what to make of Ben Hodges' confidence when he counts on something which we are not likely to see anytime soon.
Well, what General Hodges always outlines, right, is what can Ukraine achieve if it's given things that can easily include within that time frame, within the structures of its armed forces, and then ask why in the world aren't they getting, for example, ATACMS yet, or why in the world haven't they gotten ATACMS yet? That's generally the way that he operates, right? So what the reason why he does that, I think it's a very good reason, and the reason is, at least in part, to get people moving and decision makers moving to say, wait, is that all it takes? It's so we give them this and this. Okay, it's not worth that much. It's not that expensive. Let's just do it, right? Because why wouldn't you? That's kind of the point of what they're trying to what he's trying to do with all of this, to give an additional contextualization of why people should follow his argument for this or that, including ATACMS. And I think he's completely right. If Ukraine is afforded plenty of long-range precision fires and another 1,000 Bradleys, it probably can do exactly that. By depending on when summer ends, I guess end of September, maybe into October. But I would trust him. There are few people more aware of what is possible in the context of military logistics than him.
I just wonder why he never seems to be talking about like a second best outcome, which kind of what is going to happen if Ukraine is going to be withheld. This is going to be going to continue to be withheld. Those, I guess
because he's not you know, someone who's very anxious or wants to say, you know, this is what happens otherwise. Let's figure out how to achieve our goals. Let's not figure out how to be satisfied with second best. I think, Johannes, I think you will find that you have a slight attitudinal difference.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I think you would find that you have a slight attitudinal difference, or maybe not so slight attitudinal difference when it comes to, I don't know, life.
Certainly. I mean, that's clear. I just, yeah. It's just that I'm sometimes getting overwhelmed by all those headlines, of whom I certainly know that they're clickbaity. Still, there are just so many of them right now, whose tone is rather pessimistic, and that's why but by the way, who said Carl, this Estonian analyst that that has been quoted at length?
You can, the fourth tweet in the nest gives you the thread. It's a contact of Michael Weiss. It's not the first time, but we just kind of went through one of these every month or so. He puts up a thread or an article on Yahoo on the basis of his conversations with Carl. So nothing new. He's a pseudonymous Estonian defense specialist.
That's weird. I mean, why doesn't an expert usually kind of go by the name and
you see,
kind of
Johannes, some people have a job where they have to stay anonymous, right? If you work, for example, if you're an active military service, perhaps, or perhaps active service in a role where you're supposed to stay incognito, then you wouldn't be putting your name and face everywhere. That's why.
It's just hard to understand whether this pseudonym has the actual expertise that it takes.
Well,
I mean,
so this is the beautiful thing, right? Because Johannes, what are German media very happy to write about when it comes to Nord Stream? Anonymous source says this or that, or intimates that, you know, we should pursue a little yacht without questioning whether that little yacht could actually have supported a sabotage operation. And that is all based on anonymous sources. That's everywhere. So at least here, you know, there's some level of, let's call it what we can presume as editorial verification. You know, surely it would be familiar to the authors whose reputation is at stake here that he is what he proclaims to be, or at least that he is a reliable or useful source, right?
So I see that there is a number of hands up, but who are the authors? Are they well known?
What, Michael Weiss?
Yes, I'm not familiar with him.
From my perspective, he's very well known. There's very few. I would argue there's very few Americans who are better, you know, plugged into Eastern European affairs. So he's very well known. He's all over the place. Look him up. That's best.
Yeah, I'll second that. I'll second that. I've followed Michael Weiss for a long time, going back to 2014.
Yeah, likewise. So I just kind of assumed everybody will have been familiar by now. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Johannes. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, just touching on a few points which have been brought up. One, since 2013, I was flying for a Ukrainian-owned company in the UK, and we used to go to East Ukraine, and until MH17 was blown up. Now, we always picked up a tailwind going towards Ukraine. So that meant, because it was a range-limited jet, that we could make East Ukraine and Kyiv in one go. going back, we had to refuel every single time. So the winds in Ukraine move, I think, for about 70 to 80% of the time, west to east. So Putin wants to be very clear, and his people need to be very clear, that if he does anything in Zaporizhia, he is going to irradiate his own people. The chances are very high. Whether he cares, I don't know. I mean, he's a complete lunatic, that guy. But that comes on to the other thing on NATO, which I've brought up before many times, and that is I used to go into, in 2014, when East Ukraine was closed down, the airspace was closed because of MH17. We then had to go to Kyiv, and we went into Borisov, and we went into Juliana, which is the little airport with a beautiful approach in Kyiv. Now, you know, those airports were really busy, bustly airports, going off into every part of Europe. People in London could get multiple flights, 3 hours there in Kyiv, and the same for all over Europe. And vital for Ukraine is that the airspace is reopened, and we're just coming on to NATO. If we had special procedures and we had to use a specialist company even when going into Kyiv, but you know, we use those specialist companies for our flight planning and approvals. But if Putin continues this war and every few months through belligerence throws a missile over the border or does another MH17, Ukraine airspace will remain closed. Now, obviously, Ukraine needs security. It's going to need a lot of people, engineers, etc., coming into Ukraine, financiers, bankers, even tourists. And so it is vital when we get to this NATO meeting that there is something really solid. And here I come on to what Doman brought up, which I thought was a great idea and something I brought up before, which is that in the interim period, that Ukraine is given tactical nuclear weapons. They could be
Oh dear
coded.
God.
Hmm?
Oh dear God. No, you don't do that. That's not how life works. That's not how NATO works. NATO's not. Americans are going to give Ukraine tactical nuclear weapons in the interim. First of all, the US doesn't even have much in the way of tactical nuclear weapons.
I thought you suggested. I thought you suggested.
No, not even slightly. So first of all, Peter, we don't need your anecdotal attestations to believe that in the context in the concept of prevailing winds. Most people will be aware that in temperate latitudes, the prevailing winds indeed are from west to east, without having to say that is indeed always the case yet again. That's fine. No, that's not what I was suggesting. What I was suggesting is that the only way, Peter, perhaps, to persuade those who are still outstanding, who are still not of the belief that giving Ukraine NATO membership and Article 5 protection, at least, shortly enough, then maybe the only way to persuade them would be to contrast it with the only alternative that Ukraine has then for itself that actually secures it from future Russian invasions, right? But only as a figure of speech in a manner of persuading people into it, as opposed to actually giving them nuclear. Nobody is going to be giving Ukraine nuclear weapons. This would have to, under the hypothetical, be an independent indigenous development. The point is that Ukraine only gave them up in exchange for some sort of a statement of security from being invaded by Russia.
Okay, my apologies. I misunderstood what you were saying.
In order for Ukraine to avoid being, a repeat of Bucharest 2008, that then perhaps this can be used as a way to make it a little bit more plastic and understandable to those who might still want to be keeping them out at this point that this is then the only alternative that exists for Ukraine in the medium to long term, and nobody wants that. Therefore, wouldn't it be much more sensible to do the sensible thing and bring them into NATO? That was the point.
Yeah. So for the interim period, I mean, is it possible that independent countries could offer that security, or is that out of the possibilities as well?
So could this happen in the meantime? No, you wouldn't be doing that, because that goes against some long-standing principles that say the US has, right? And these long-standing principles include why, for example, Germany has been housing some of the strategic nuclear deterrent, but or at least possibly, whereas Poland hadn't been afforded that despite requests over years, especially ones that have stepped up in the last year or so. So that's why not, because it's been first of all determined that it's not useful or practicable, right? Because whose control would they be? Would they still be under US control, for example, or would they be under Ukrainian control? And putting them under Ukrainian control would go against the principles of non-proliferation additionally. So that's why it's not happening. That's why, yes, the missiles are now stationed in Belarus, but they're not actually under Lukashenko's control, right? It's still very much within the control of the Russian military. The other part of why this isn't done is because it simply isn't necessary or practicable anymore, because this was different in the 1950s, 1960s, where the principal method of employment would have been, say, strategic bombers, whereas now principal method of employment would be ICBMs, right? Therefore, there's no point, because you can be anywhere on the earth and it doesn't really make a difference. That's why this isn't a practicable thing. And also because the US, for example, wouldn't want it to be seen as though it's stepping things up or quote, escalating by doing something like that. There would be no need. At that point, you could have a much simpler guarantee to serve as an equivalent, much in the way that Sweden and Finland got during their NATO application last year.
Right, thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, so going on, I think it just really emphasizes, though, why security of some form is vital for Ukraine, because they do need to open their airspace up, and they do need to start moving forwards with their economy. And until there's that security and stability, that won't happen. Okay, anyway, thank you, Daniel. I misunderstood, probably due to the connection. Hello?
Peter, I'm just curious, who were you flying into eastern Ukraine? After all, that was Yanukovych's stronghold.
Well,
if you could
I
say,
don't want to make it too public. I can't tell you which company, that wouldn't be right. But yeah, it was a Ukrainian-owned UK company, and they were in bioenergy and biodiversity. That's all I can really tell you.
So who's next, Damon? Is it Freight Monkey or JUN?
I think it's Freight Monkey next, and then JUN. Freight Monkey.
Sorry, guys, I have to drop down. I'm getting too many calls, and it's just going to cut out. I'll come back later.
Okay, cheers. Then JUN.
Yeah, for some silly things. So I read this description of the Föhn wind, and had you only pronounced it in the correct way, Föhn, then I would have understood immediately.
Yeah, Föhn.
Because no, but I heard some R Föhn or something. Anyway, because believe it or not, you know the word for hairdryer in Swedish.
Yeah, Föhn.
Exactly that. Yeah. So that only says that the Vikings were there as well, trading. Possibly long time ago, but then I want to go back to it was mentioned about what I think is a good discussion to have. What will happen if Ukraine is not given the things they need, like ATACMS and planes and so on, even though we wish that to happen. But I mean, there's a risk it won't happen. Will they have enough as they have now? I think they have what they need, but it will mean more suffering and more fighting, and it's a little longer time to finish the job. But I think it's a discussion that should be had as well, because they don't have them, or at least no evidence of it, and no evidence of them getting it soon, at least.
No, and see, this is the issue. This is the forever issue, right? Why are certain things not coming? And we just don't know, frankly, right? Because it's a multivariate problem. Only some of the variables are seen, however the results are seen. Just really the issue and all of that. Yeah. Don't know where else to take it, really. Then John, Ming, unless you have a better idea. Should we just go on, or?
Let us move on, Damon.
All right, let's go on to Method and to Klaus and then to Danny. Method, guys.
Hello, thank you, Doman. It's a touchy subject, but Zelensky's announcement today is pretty worrying, knowing that Putin doesn't care about any lives. He can go to his bunker. He just wants to destroy Ukraine. But if you guys probably know better, but I mean, if Ukraine has some strong proof that they are really planning on blowing up the Zaporizhzhia, then this would be a catastrophic disaster for many countries, including NATO countries like Poland and maybe Baltics, etc., and maybe even Scandinavia. We don't know where the wind blows, but if they have strong evidence of this or indications, I think that at least those countries that are truly in danger should sort of have some kind of right to defend themselves. I don't know if this would include all NATO, but I think there should be at least be a very strong message to Russia that I don't know if it triggers Article 5 if Poland gets nuclear, but I don't know. What do you think? I think there should be a very strong message that these countries. Yeah, thanks.
So I can try to get through this. So first of all, I want to avoid the following framing. Blowing up the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant would have XYZ effects. I don't think this is a correct way to frame anything, because there's a wide spectrum of what blowing up something at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant means. Okay, because it's a large place and you can destroy or somewhat or partially destroy various different things in various different ways with smaller or greater quantities of explosives, and that leads to different outcomes. And I really don't like dealing with this as a sort of single immutable worst or near worst case scenario, because there is a multitude of scenarios that exist. It's kind of similar to how people think about the defeat of Russia and what it means for Russia to be defeated, and they think that there's only one possible thing which they have somehow come to a conclusion of that it can possibly mean, be it either a balkanization, a civil war, an even much more belligerent nation or whatever else. Because that's not how it works, because you have a multitude of possibilities. Now here, the multitude of possibilities is basically down to what Russians decide to do. But you don't know which particular option they want to or are willing to decide to do. Now, the purpose of this, and I will quote Matthias here, a Swedish friend, because he wrote it out a lot better than I said it off the cuff earlier. And I think I'd rather frankly use his words than mine, because he had time to think about it. So I'll do it in a slightly abbreviated format because it's quite long. The purpose of Zelensky's statement is to create the awareness that the threat is real to the Western population, and to take the burden of democratic leaders of the West by lowering the threshold to do what is necessary to do by making a clear statement, making it evident that military intelligence is available, is very similar to what Biden did before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, declassifying high-impact intelligence to both prepare the West that the shit is about to hit the fan, as well as to remove the opportunity for Russia to cloud judgment, obfuscate reasons, purposes, etc. Now, this is really something that Western leaders should be doing themselves, but don't really seem to have quite the mental fortitude to do so in all cases. But also, they kind of pass the buck in a way, right, of who's responsible to do this. Sharing the awareness of this, we help Ukraine, help democratic populations understand the threat, and help democratic leaders grow the necessary intestinal fortitude needed to deal with Putin in an adequate way. That was the Matthias's comment. So I'll add to that, it's not just aimed at the West, it's also aimed at, hey, China, etc., get your guy under control. Because as Zelensky said, radiation does no borders. We've established previously, yet again, prevailing winds go west to east, and that's likely to harm Russia as well, and it's likely to harm wherever either somebody or somebody's not necessarily say proxies, but let's say allies get food from, by which they make sure that there isn't wide-scale protests against their population. Within all of this, remember that Russia has a lot of options of what to do. Not all outcomes are equivalent in the facts of what they achieve, right? On the one end of the spectrum, you could have quite considerable destruction of equipment at the power plant that would deny its utility to Ukrainians for many months, probably years to come, but wouldn't have any, R or N outcomes at all. That's on one end of the spectrum of what they could do. On the other end of the spectrum is something that would have very wide-ranging circumstance, very wide-ranging consequences. However, that doesn't mean that those are the only two possibilities. There is a very broad spectrum of options between them, right? And the point of this is basically for everyone, through deterrence from the West and through, let's call it coercion from elsewhere, move Russians further to the left on that spectrum, as far left as possible, perhaps so far left that they fall off the spectrum altogether and don't do anything. That's the purpose of the statement, right? And the purpose is to lower the necessary threshold for this. What would be and what wouldn't be NATO Article 5 worthy is a whole different question. And that is, let's call it strategically ambiguous in purpose. But I hope this explanation helps, Mete, with what the purpose of Zelensky's statement was, as well as everything else.
Yes, thank you, Dom. And I only wanted to point out that if they have evidence of something specific that would, then there's, but at least there has to be some reactions from the world. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete. And this is exactly the purpose of this, right? This is why Zelensky's coming out and being very forthright with this, much in the same way as Biden was before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, to lower the resistance to what was going to have to be done. Klaus.
Thank you. I have 2 strikes on my mobile connection. How's the sound?
Okay.
Thank you. I personally see 3 outcomes from this war. Ukraine will win. This is the most likely. We have a protracted war, which will eventually turn into Ukraine's favor because there are newer weapons coming down the pipeline, which enables Ukraine to attack with fewer casualties. Or that the least likely is that China will somehow get involved. I don't think this is going to happen, but basically Putin only have the protracted war as an exit strategy. So he might use the nuclear power plant as a hostage, but we won't see any public statements from any NATO members that he should hold off his, he should stay away from it, because that would be an excuse for Putin to do something in hopes that China will get more involved, which again is very unlikely, but we won't see any public announcements by Western leaders that he should stay out of Zaporizhzhia, because predicting is difficult, especially about the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Indeed, predicting stuff is difficult, especially in precise ways. This is all meant to get them involved, but get them involved, behind the scenes. Basically, it is in kind of a superior inferior relationship the dependent relationship that Russia has on them, because otherwise there are certain things that it simply cannot get without their help, right? Certain capacities it cannot achieve without their help. If they put their foot down, because this is something that's actually objectively important to them, and has been made out as such repeatedly. Something might be able, they might well be able to affect the end outcome. Danny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi.
First, I need to ask you, was it you yesterday at the refinery?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Misplaced cigarette, it happens. But interesting that you bring that up. That refinery, I remember, blew up 2 years ago as well, just months before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine started. So that's a little strange, but now having it burn again, I'll reconsider my suspicion and perhaps just chalk it up to negligence. Or I don't even know what to think about that anymore, to be honest. But yeah, that's an interesting point that you bring up. But I did want to talk to you about the winds, because we're discussing that situation with the nuclear power plant threat. And while the prevailing winds are towards the east, do we know what the prevailing winds altitude is? Because there's more than one type of wind at the same time in any geographical location. Some run in one direction, others may run in a slightly different or altogether different direction. Because I'm looking at a wind map. It's just an app. I think it's called Windy. And currently the wind is blowing from the east toward the west. And then it kind of does a little bit of a spiral on the territory of Ukraine, covering a little bit of Moldova as well. So I don't know what the altitude of the app's wind indicator is, but I think we need to consider a little bit of that aspect as well. We don't really know what will happen.
You're right, and it all depends on when it happens, right? What's important to take into account, though, is that any release would be over many hours, presumably, or possibly at least many days, right? Rather than just at one given point. And this is where the prevailing winds are important, because it basically says, well, it's going to be difficult to get like a 3-4 day window for them where it doesn't also blow from west to east, because most of the time it blows from west to east. On Windy, by the way, you can set the altitude of winds. So it starts out at the surface, and then you can kind of click your way up. There's a slider on the right hand side, at least on the desktop version. I'm not sure about the phone version, and you can actually check how it changes from altitude to altitude if you're interested in that.
Thank you for that. I didn't realize that was an option. I'll look at that. And just to mention the previous nuclear disaster that happened on the territory of Ukraine, then the USSR. It did blow to the east, but then it changed its direction.
I don't know if I lost Danny, but he's up.
No, sorry.
Sorry, I lost you for a bit. I think everybody did change directions. Yeah, we know, and also among other towards the Nordics, but also covering much of Central Europe.
Yeah, that's right. And also, I wanted to say about the Föhn wind, because it's not just located in Austria or Liechtenstein, or where you were talking about it. It occurs in other places as well. It occurs in the Carpathians. I felt it personally in the region of Moldova in Romania, where the Carpathians enter our borders. I was there like let's say like 10 years ago on the side of a hill, and it's exactly how you described it. Very warm, strong wind that was going downhill, and we have the same word for the hair dryer, fun. So it's more widespread than people think. Thanks, everyone.
Everybody has the same word. Is the really funny thing is almost everybody has the same word. So yes, no, you're right. Of course, it's not isolated to the Alps. It's just one of the places where it occurs, and it does so in many other places as well. Excellent. Thank you, Danny. And George, very good morning.
Good morning, Doman. I'm not here to talk about the nuclear baloney because can you remind us what kind of reactors are at Zaporizhia?
VVER.
So they're not the RBK reactors at Chernobyl, right?
Nope.
Okay, so worst case scenario, we have something like a Fukushima. Anyway, I'm going to move on beyond that. Did you see the German company is what they're sending for Ukrainian helicopters? Did you take a gander at that little video?
I didn't. I know Hensoldt is sending something. I know that Goldman and Latin spoke about it yesterday. And because Latin said, can I just call it a disco ball? I think I got a good enough idea of what it is that I didn't then go actually look at the fancy marketing video.
Okay, so yeah, so it's a multitude of different sensors and capabilities, right? And what's going to happen from the release from the company is the equipment is going to go to a Czech company, and a Czech company, I think, is going to install it on Ukrainian helicopters because they have experience doing this stuff. So it's a modular system, and what this does is it includes multiple different, pieces of equipment that are tied into a central, artificial intelligence type capability. So it has radars and different things that dispense either flares, what's called chaff, which is usually little metallic strips that can confuse missiles. And it actually has two components that get slapped on either side of the helicopter, and it's a laser that helps confuse certain types of missiles when they're homing into the target. Watch the video, Doman, and you'll see the capabilities are really, really beyond comprehension, because what this does is it allows helicopters to fly in an area where there is an air threat, and increases their survivability. The system's been put on about the video is older, so it's more like 2,800 aircraft around the world, and it's something that can be taken once it's installed. It can actually be taken off and put on another aircraft if need be. But it's a modular system. There's about 4 or 5 to 6 components, and it is going to increase the capabilities of Ukrainian helicopters moving forward.
Hey, George, I had a question for you. A couple of weeks ago, you were telling us a story about your time at Fort Bragg.
Yes.
And I think it happened to be the day after that Fort Bragg was officially renamed as Fort Liberty.
Yes.
Now, as far as I can see, General Bragg was neither a particularly good guy nor a very good general. But I was curious how you felt about it.
I don't. You see, I'm gonna, because of habit, I'm gonna say Fort Bragg, and I need to stop. But remember, these bases, especially down south, were allowed by the locals to be named, and why would I want now at Fort Bragg? You have some of the most capable units of the United States military. You've got 18th Airborne Corps headquarters is there, which some of the things have changed. So I know someone will correct me, but back in the day when I was there, it was 18th Airborne Corps headquarters was in charge of 82nd Airborne, 101st Airborne or Air Assault, if you want to call it, 24th Mechanized Division, 10th Mountain, 5th Special Forces Group, quote unquote Delta, and to have that base named after an absolute loser, you know, a loser as a human being and as a loser as a general was absolutely kind of stupid. I could see if they named the damn base after Sherman or Patton or somebody like that, you know, guys that actually won something. But to name it after a loser, you know, it should have been changed years ago. You know, but the locals down there, you know, they don't get it. It would be like Germany naming a base after after Paulus, right? That's my thought on that. It's utter BS, and the name should have been changed years ago. Like, why would I want to name a base after some absolute complete loser? He was fired by his own side because he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
ATV.
Morning. My Croat serves me right. I think people in that part of the world, our part of the world, call it Finn.
Also Finn.
Yeah. I remember hearing my parents talk about them and wondering what they were going on about. This comment about Czechs upgrading helicopters and with George online, it's a bit of an expansive question, but it's about Czech capabilities to upgrade Soviet armor, particularly T-72s. And I guess I'm asking that, lots of context, but the main context being that Russia probably still is by far the largest donator of armor to Ukraine, and B, the possibility at least that actually the single biggest increase in the capability of Ukrainian armor might actually be massive upgrades numbers to its Soviet armor fleet, specifically T-72s. So I guess my questions are to you, George. Is that a common sense statement that actually the single biggest capability increase might be actually massively overhauling the Soviet fleet? And B, have you heard doing this? Okay, heard of the Czechs doing this, rolling out mass for the Ukrainians? If you heard any talk about that, thank you.
I can start off with this, and I can say I've only heard Czech upgrades being done on T-72s brought into Ukraine from elsewhere, so from Morocco, for example, other such. I've not heard them actually upgrading much in terms of what Ukraine already had. And I think that it took them on average about 2 days per tank. So obviously it didn't take them 2 days per tank, but basically the place that was doing this was doing about 15 tanks a month. So every 2 days a tank would be finished, if I recall correctly, but I might be a little bit off. George?
Yeah, you're right, Domin. The company that's doing these upgrades, right? They upgraded a bunch of T-72s and donated, and Czechoslovakia donated them to Ukraine. The T-72s that Morocco has, that we're hearing that they're going to get either Merkava 2s or 3s for. I don't have the definitive on that yet, but those T-72s have been highly upgraded by the same Czech company. What those upgrades include, I'm unaware of at the moment, but that's what the reporting is, that they've been highly upgraded by the same Czech company that upgraded T-72s that were sent to Ukraine. Now, moving forward, this is what happens. Like, would they be able to upgrade Ukraine's current T-series fleet? Yes, but right now, I don't know how many Ukraine would be able to send, pull out of the line, as they say, and send to the Czech Republic to have that company upgrade them. I haven't heard of any deals like that. Is it possible? Yes, but the capabilities of the T losses when you're slugging it out right now. And what you're doing is you're just using 4 brigades, 5 brigades to push forward because you want to tie down the goofball Russians, and they're taking the bait. So as long as the Russians are taking the bait, I'm cool with it. But the Western kit, look, the AMX-10 RC, the Ukrainians are saying that the gun on it is like a damn sniper rifle. How accurate is that? But its accuracy. Their night vision equipment on all the Western kit, like, the Ukrainians are amazed. And so are the Russians because they're eating it at night. So, but moving forward, it's going to be hard unless they get replacements to be able to rotate that stock out, to rotate those T-72s, T-80s, what have you, out. Because they're actually in actual combat right now.
Exactly, and then I'd tie this in, right? Say more Western kit is the way forward. All the improvements, the T-72 still leave it as a T-72 at its base. It will never be as survivable as a Western tank is, because the underlying assumptions are just different. Indeed, the T-64 seems to be a lot more survivable than the T-72 by virtue of design, and Soviets went away from the 64 because it was more expensive than the 72.
You're right, Doman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. So you're exactly right, and the biggest issue now is that the West needs to keep sending, kit that they have available. They need to keep sending it. Look at, when you talk about survivability. If any of those Bradleys had BMPs, the crews would have been torched. All right. You saw that. It looked like, I don't know what. There was a Ukrainian tank on top of an MRAP. Yet, from reports we got, all the crews survived, and those vehicles will be recovered. We've seen Bradleys take a mine hit or an artillery hit. Yes, part of it might be destroyed or damaged, but the crew survives, and that's the most important part. Western kit was designed to protect the soldier. They actually gave a crap about the guys that are going to have to operate these things.
Thanks.
Exactly, and you're otherwise you're also losing the training, right? Not only that you're losing your human, and you don't want to do that in the first place, you're also losing all of the investment that you put into getting them to be good at the job.
Exactly, and here's the other thing is, so you might have a crew in that Bradley. You might have some what we call greener soldiers that have only been in the army, the AFU, what have you, for a few months, but you might have some senior people in there, and You're right, and not to say that not everybody's valuable, but you especially don't want to lose your more seasoned seasoned soldiers, because they're the ones that are going to uptrain the ones that are joining in the last few months, and that's a valuable asset moving forward.
Exactly, and there's a huge difference between what these Western vehicles, Western armored vehicles, are capable of when it comes to protecting troops. Right. So much more the reason to just get them more of them. Seriously, get them more of them. Let's see what actually happens with the Merkavas with regards to Cyprus. If the Merkava 3s don't go through Cyprus, I would much rather have it already in the first place for Greece to take them in exchange for some Leopard 2A4s, because Greece has the capacity for its military to actually absorb a new type, right? To actually absorb a new type, to get the maintenance and the training on for that. And also Greece is much less likely to, on the drop of a hat at any point, to have to be involved with its entire huge armored force in any fight in the short term, right? It's always very unlikely that in the next 6 months it will be engaged.
Exactly, and just for people to understand, people say, well, the Merkava should go to Ukraine. Okay, fine, but here's the issue. The issue is, whereas I'm not saying that the Ukrainians won't be able to quickly figure out how to maintain them, you just wouldn't have the immediate support you have now with all the other vehicles. There is no country in Europe that has logistics for Merkava tanks. You're not going to be able to haul a Merkava to Germany and say, okay, guys, fix it. Like, that's not going to happen. Whereas it can happen with a Leopard 1, a Leopard 2. The Swedes have moved repair guys into neighboring countries for the CV90s and things like that. That's going to be harder with Israel because no one else operates the system.
Exactly, it's much easier for Ukraine to integrate more Leopard 2A4s than it is to integrate anything that they're not using already. While Greece has the capacity to do that, right? Has the space to do that. AT?
Thank you. I was going to have a tow question, but the conversation about the tanks and Merkavas is more interesting. So I'm working under the assumption that there's not a lot of 2A4s at the moment ready to, that are readily available, possibly outside of Greece. I think the Germans announced maybe that there's 30 coming this year and 40 next year to Ukraine.
It's a difficult one to say. So the Swiss lower house authorized the retirement of 24, or the getting rid of 24 that they had in storage. Swiss storage is great because Swiss storage is, the thing is ready to use in a 6-hour notice or whatever it is, right? Or a 12-hour notice. So they've moved around every few months a little bit. Everything kept nice and running. So they're basically pristine examples. The idea is that those pristine examples go back to the manufacturer. The manufacturer sells them to the Bundeswehr. And Bundeswehr sends their own 2A4s, for example, right? That's kind of the logic of that. So that's an easy way to get 25. When that's going to be all finalized is a question, because I don't think the upper house voted on it yet. And then after the upper house votes, the government needs to actually go and do it. And things take time, especially in the land of expensive watches, because they want to use their expensive watches for something like that. Figuring out exactly how long they took to do it. So there's that. The other somewhat ready source should be Spain. The question is what's going on there. There's an election in Spain in more or less exactly a month from today, in the middle of the summer. which is going to be, I'm sure, incredibly popular among everyone voting. The opinion polls show that the Sanchez government is likely on the way out, and a Partido Popular government supported by the quite far right Vox is on the way in. However, the Vox basically still think of Russians as communists, and therefore very much dislike them and like NATO. So they will probably be a little bit more eager to support Ukraine, whereas thus far the coalition had to navigate the fact that Podemos was part of it, and they're quite, let's say, America skeptic, and were less happy to provide stuff. Now, the defense minister and the prime minister from PSOE were quite happy to still send things in quite good number. However, it always took a little bit of wrangling and pretending that they're not really doing it within the coalition. This might make it a little bit easier. I wouldn't expect sea changes from it. But maybe it will make it a little bit easier if the elections do happen indeed the way we think will happen. Will it still mean that it will be triple-digit tanks from Spain? Ideally, it would, because Spain has lots of tanks and is clearly not using them an awful lot. So that's one kind of ready supply place or ready source that would make good sense. The question is also what shape the 2A4s are in. So Spain got 2A4s in the 90s, kind of used 2A4s as a transition phase, while the 2Es, which is a 2A6 equivalent, or maybe early 2000 actually, which is a 2A6 equivalent roughly, were being made. And most of them have been in storage since, and apparently they weren't the best kept, the bulk of them. Very different from Swiss storage, of course. So that could be another ready source that should be quite good. And yeah, Greece is a good one. If somebody figured out a way to bribe like Greece and Turkey to together divest from an equivalent number of tanks each and send them to Ukraine, that would be the best. But that's kind of pie in the sky, frankly. That's your 4 sigma or plus 5 sigma kind of scenario. Highly unlikely. My favorite scenario would be the following, and this is very much a 4 sigma scenario as well, as in 99th percentile scenario. But I'll kind of put it like this. I'll outline it like this. Italy has this Ariete tank of its own development, which is a tank that was introduced in the early 2000s. It's kind of between, I guess, a 2A5, a 2A6 standard, somewhere in between that. But obviously a completely native tank. There's exactly 200 of them that were built, if I remember correctly, so not very many at all. And Italy is now looking to transition to the Leopard 2A8, which is the future version of the Leopard that isn't developed yet, the one that Germany's kind of ordering, the Czechs are ordering, and so on. And the idea would be that this would be manufactured across several different countries in Europe, so not just reliant on Germany and how quickly they can stand things up, but different bits made in different countries, and then all being put together in one or another or a third country. My proposal would be, with these Merkava suggestions that are floating around, why doesn't Italy take on the Merkavas? Somebody else will pay for them anyway, like the Dutch or the Danes, apparently. Maybe the Norwegians, that would be great. Italy can basically take Merkavas, send all the Ariete to Ukraine. It's worthwhile for Ukrainians to introduce a new type when there's 200 of them, all the ammunition is, of course, compatible. And this way, Italy doesn't end up getting or ending up with a bunch of orphaned tanks 5 or 10 or 15 years from now that there's no economic sense to keep supporting. Nobody wants to buy because there's exactly 200 of them, so spare parts are forever an issue. And just send those to Ukraine. Keep current on the Merkavas and actually free up some cash flow to be able to afford the super extra expensive new fantastic 2A8s. That's my suggestion. Of course, it's not going to happen, but that would be a really, really good outcome for Ukraine. It would actually be a very sensible outcome for Italy as well. And if they had some creative bookkeepers, yes, there's a decreasing capability for the next 5 years. But I mean, who are Italian tanks going to be fighting in the next 5 years? It's the Russians, isn't it? That's really the only option. So maybe let somebody else take care of the Russians first. So that's my thoughts on that. ATV?
I will get some of the details wrong. Thomas, when he last spoke last week, mentioned
Yeah, he
that things are not.
poo-pooed that idea, yes.
Well, I wasn't thinking of the Italian one. I was thinking of from Spain. I hadn't been aware of this, but they have issues, I believe, with Morocco that are more serious than I'd ever heard of or understood. So he didn't think there was a big source coming from Spain. Apologies, I'm short on memory of the details of that. But anyways, I guess my most likely scenario in my mind, for whatever it's worth, not very much, the Merkavas go to Greece. It's not intuitive to me that Greece would trade essentially like for like, i.e. Leopard A4s that they've been working with Merkava tanks that are new to them. It seems more likely that they would get rid of their Soviet junk, and then that goes back to the upgrade question. And I'm just curious, from your and George's perspective, do you think a trade of essentially like for like, i.e. Leopards to Ukraine, Merkavas to Greece, is the most likely scenario, assuming that the Merkavas go to Greece and Greece is willing to part with some of their tanks?
So Greece doesn't really have Soviet stuff almost at all. They had a little bit in terms of like BMP-1s, which they got from Germany in the 1990s. They bought from Germany from surplus stock because Bundeswehr suddenly ended up with a bunch of Soviet stuff, right, after the reunification. So no, they don't. They have barely any Soviety things. They got some from Germany after reunification. They also got some, I think, as basically debt repayment from the Russians during the 90s and the 2000s. But I think that's quite low. I think that was mostly naval assets anyway, like hovercraft. I think they got as partial debt repayment, maybe a couple of ships as well. Remember, Greece has a big navy. Kind of obvious why. But I would suggest that a Merkava 3 is a little bit better than a 2A4. And I would suggest that a Merkava 2 is definitely better than a Leopard 1A5. So I think it would be actually worthwhile for them to do that just on the face of it. But also they have more A4s that they're likely to end up going to upgrade to better versions anyway. So there's additional capacity there. I think George had to go, but I think him and I are on this very much the same page about this when it comes to Merkavas in Greece. So the theory of the Merkavas right now is is sending them the twos to Morocco to backfill the T-72s that the Americans and the Dutch have been basically scavenging off of them, sending to the Czechs to tidy up and upgrade and then send on to Ukraine. So that was the plan for Merkava 2s, allegedly, according to rumors on the internet. And the plan for Merkava 3s was to send them to Cyprus to backfill the T-80s, which Cyprus has. So not Greece, but Cyprus. Greek-speaking, though, of course. But there was an interview with the Cypriot president 2 nights ago, so Tuesday night, in which, according to the AP, and I'm just going to quote AP on this, because he mostly talked about sanctions and saying that Cyprus has a zero-tolerance policy towards any Cypriot citizen or company attempting to or helping to evade international sanctions imposed on Russia. And it's important for Cyprus to safeguard its name as a credible business and financial sector, etc. But then the AP also says the following. But the Cypriot president appeared to rule out any move to cede its aging stock of Soviet-era T-80 main battle tanks, armored personnel carriers, and anti-aircraft missile batteries to Ukraine in exchange for newer Western military equipment. So he appeared to rule out any move to cede its aging stock of Soviet stuff to Ukraine in exchange for newer Western military equipment. That presumably means also the Merkava 3s in exchange for T-80s. Now, I don't know how reliable that is, and whether the AP has it right in its interpretation. I guess it's not the AP. It is, where's the name of the journalist who wrote this? Is there not a name of the journalist who wrote this here? On the Reuters, it usually is. I guess AP has a different policy to that. So that's what kind of is saying, well, maybe this isn't the plan after all. So I don't know. Greece would make sense. Maybe somewhere else. Somebody suggested Azerbaijan to me. That makes somewhat sense. The Azeris, of course, have quite a lot of ex-Soviet kit, right? But also they've been significantly upgrading their forces, including with Israeli stuff. So that could be a part of it as well. I'll kind of leave it at that. I don't know. ATV, thoughts, responses, anything as well?
No, I was just thinking you're like a very personable version of Google. It's quite extraordinary. That's meant to be a compliment. Hopefully, it came across as one. It's hard for me. So very thorough answer, very well reasoned answer. I don't have a sense of who the Cypriot president is in relative to like Greek decision making and MOD making. But the Azeri one is interesting. But with my flawed understanding of geopolitics, I know the Azeris are pushing back against the Russians in a multiple of fashions, but I just can't see them sending X hundred tanks to Ukraine. I mean, that would be almost an open declaration of war with the Russians. Is that what you're saying is one theoretical possibility?
Well, not really, because the way this would look like is the Netherlands buys Israeli Merkavas, the Netherlands sells Israeli Merkavas to Azerbaijan and buys Azeri T-whatevers, T90s, maybe even T90Ss. I think Azerbaijan should have a number of, or where they all ended up being collected by Russia from the factory and diverted to the Russian effort in Ukraine, possibly. And whatever else Azerbaijan has. I am not on top of Azeri stocks at all, but I'm just saying this is the thing that was suggested, and it works as kind of plausible because it's also a question of where would Israel be okay with Israeli tanks going, right? So, for example, Israel probably wouldn't mind at all if the Netherlands had a bunch of Merkavas. That's kind of on the easy side, right? Or if the US had a bunch of Merkavas. Then Israel would probably not mind at all if Italy did. Israel, if Greece got them, they'd be maybe a little bit, are we okay with this? What about Turkey? Would Turkey be fine with that? But that's probably manageable. Azerbaijan kind of makes sense. They have a lot of other Israeli kit already. It's quite nice Israeli kit as it is. So maybe Israel would be okay with that. Morocco, I thought would be a no-go, but I'm told by Israelis that my understanding of the attitudes of Israel to Morocco are 30, 40 years out of date at this point. So that's fine, apparently. Cyprus, probably okay. Again, Turkey's even more of an issue here than with Greece, right? So they wouldn't be okay with Greece because of Turkey. They certainly wouldn't be okay with Cyprus because of Turkey. So it depends. It's a difficult question on the whole of what would actually make sense. And apparently, not sending them straight to Ukraine apparently isn't an option, which is a shame because I would quite like that. I would quite appreciate that because Merkavas are very well suited to survivability. They're very well suited to urban combat, especially as well. Which is very, very good.
Isn't Azerbaijan a landlocked country surrounded by neighbors that effectively hate them and won at some level?
Yeah, you can fly there. I guess
you can't fly 200 tanks, really.
2 per plane. Well,
yeah,
Merkavas
so
are heavy.
CJ,
1 per plane.
The Globe Masters I think can do 2. Whatever. I mean, but you'd be talking about 100 American flights coming in and out of Azerbaijan carrying. Okay. I mean, yeah, I know it's theoretically possible.
Or Turkey would probably be happy to allow. Turkey borders Nakhchivan, right? Does it not? The little enclave of Azerbaijan that's separated from the rest of Azerbaijan.
It may do. I don't have a globe in front of me, or an atlas in front of me.
Goodness, I can't be expected to remember everything, can I? It was suggested to me that I should say no. It does. Yes, it does. There's one little road that leads from Nakhchivan to Turkey. It's a very narrow belt, maybe 15 kilometers wide or 12 kilometers wide or some such. But there is a road. So if nothing else, they could get them delivered to over there. Theoretically, I don't know. I don't know if it's a real solution. I don't think it's a real solution. I'm just saying it's an idea that was pitched. So that's why I brought it up. I wouldn't have otherwise. Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, just given it's a little quiet, I just wanted to say, it's probably really obvious, but I wanted to say anyways, I wasn't raising my initial question about Czech upgrades. Was not at all based on the idea that Western kits shouldn't be going to Ukraine. I want them.
Oh,
I want them
know.
to get I want them to get 1,000 M2s. You know, like if it was up to me, take that new $6 billion windfall and buy that or whatever they need. But
I think that'd be perfect. I think using those 6 billion on all the Bradleys would be tremendous. Do you know what would actually be interesting, ATV? Since we mentioned it, do you know what Merkavas would be quite an interesting backfill for, especially Merkava 2s?
Go ahead.
You're not? Are you familiar with something called the M84?
No, sorry, I'm not.
I thought you would be. So the M84 is what Yugoslavia called the T-72 license built in Yugoslavia, but it was called an M because it wasn't a T, and it was called 84 instead of 72 because it only showed up much later on. So the Slovenian military had 54 of these. It still has, I think, 31 in M84s, very highly upgraded. Croatia has 72 that are modernized, and then some will be modernized further or had been modernized further. So between the two countries, there's well over 100 of those. Now this is legit the best version of a T-72 ever. By a lot, better than the Polish ones even. Sorry, Poland, but these were really, really heavily kitted out in the 2000s, well in the 2000s, not just back in not just back in the 1990s. So apparently these are the best versions there are. This might actually be a good use case for especially the Merkava 2s, maybe the Merkava 3s as well. If they could release all of this, combined volume of them, this would be very useful. So that's my theory there. The one that hasn't been pitched previously. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think it's nearly as good as the Italian scenario or the Greek scenario, but at least it's something other or something else that can be done with these. Slovenia was supposed to be sending all of their M84s already more than a year ago. Already in April 22, it was agreed that it would be a Ringtausch with Germany, and it was never quite specified what the German component would be. But at the time, there was still a plan in Slovenia, and actually a signed contract at some point for Slovenia to procure the Boxer multi-modular whatever platform from Germany, from new build from, I think Rheinmetall makes those. Or is it Krauss-Maffei Wegmann? I always forget who makes one. I think it's Krauss-Maffei Wegmann that makes those. So that was kind of the idea, right? That the German government would basically pay some of the future new build Boxers for Slovenia, since they're made in Germany anyway. That was one of the scenarios, the most sensible scenario as far as I saw, rather than actually backfilling Slovenia with actual tanks, or with anything else. And then it fell through. And then a new Ringtausch system came into place instead, whereby Slovenia sent its M55s, the 28 M55Ss, which are the Israeli upgraded M55s, which are T55s. And Ukraine has those. I believe I forget which unit. I used to know which unit in Ukraine has these, but I forgot. So Ukraine's had those since. I don't think they've actually seen much combat at all, if any. Since they got them, but that's what they got instead. And obviously, that's much less useful. It is very tremendously well upgraded in every way imaginable in the early 2000s by primarily Elbit in Israel. And they have quite a lot of experience with this because they've previously had captured T-55s from their neighbors that they've gone through various levels of upgrades through as well. So they have a very good hand at that. Lots of experience, lots of abilities. Different gun, so much so that they had a L7 gun, so the same gun as the Leopard 1 installed, and fire control system and so on. But the M84s then didn't, right? And from Slovenia they could. From Croatia it's a little bit more difficult because Croatia actually, borders Serbia still. but maybe with Merkavas as a backfill, it could actually be possible to do that. And maybe that is the actual scenario that might unravel in some form or fashion, and something that I would believe actually happens. The problem with M84s, as I understand it, is that while to an operator, it is a T72. It was built by license, and all the parts are actually different. So it's fine for an operator to sit in it and drive it and operate it. It is not fine for a maintenance personnel to actually have scavenged parts off of a T72 now bolted onto an M84. Do you see kind of the problem there, ATV? But what do you think of that idea more generally? Maybe the limiting factor was bringing in M84s a year ago in a smaller volume, but if it was 3 times as many than is expected, or maybe 4 times as many as expected, do you think that maybe then these considerations wouldn't be quite as big, and maybe it could work this way?
I mean, I'd love for that to happen. Not at the expense of something better, but I would love for that to happen. I just wonder, I mean, if you look at the region and Vucic and friends decide to do something incredibly stupid, in terms of ground forces that are readily deployable, Croatia's probably the biggest and best that NATO has, given that Greece and others have to think about Turkey. Turkey may be conflicted, Hungary would definitely be conflicted. The easiest access to ground forces is probably Croatia, and having updated, better armor is a very useful tool if, God forbid, you ever need it. So I think that'd be great for regional security. I think it'd be great for Croatia. I think it'd be great for Ukraine. I guess one of my issues behind all of this is going to take a lot of time, right? Like, you need to do the deals, you need to get the tanks over, they need to get the training and logistics up. They're probably not going to front run any of those things. Well, whether it's Croatia or Morocco or somebody else. And so maybe, what is that? Is that a year before anything is actually viable? I don't know. And maybe that's way too pessimistic. I'd love for that to be too pessimistic.
So maybe the Moroccan stuff, because Morocco's already been a source of a lot of T-72s that have been sent to the Czechs and done up, right? That's good. And maybe it's actually a later backfill, as in, the T-72s left Morocco kind of up front, and then they got backfilled only now. So could be that's a possibility. So I don't know what the timelines are. Maybe this is a way to get just more of the T-72s from Morocco. Who knows? And to just continue this flow of T-72s into the Czech Republic to get upgraded, cleaned up, and sent to Ukraine. Because tanks are lost. Tanks on the Ukrainian side are lost. They do get destroyed, and then they need to be backfilled with new tanks, and T-72s are especially good and necessary for that, right? So maybe it's that perspective. I think the same kind of goes for Croatia. I think the Croatian option is the least of all of the, let's say, non-Italian options. Even it's the least sketchy one from the Israeli perspective, because literally no one that they care about is going to complain to them about it, right? I mean, who that Israel cares about has a problem with Croatia having slightly different tanks? I don't think Israel cares about Serbia. And Israel doesn't care about Russia enough to care about, Serbia by extension. So I think from that perspective, it's a solution. And from that perspective, it actually works. The only thing I'd wonder about is, how do Merkavas work on hills? I think they're probably fine, but I'm not sure. Because the east of the country, Slavonia, is fine. It's a question of Dalmatia, and maybe that would be a limiting. But maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's how it ends up going. Just as a
Yeah, I mean, the idea that Yugoslavian tanks could be put to actual good use for once in their lives is for me personally, a very attractive idea, and then I can see how it improves the local security situation for NATO and for the country itself. So I think it's a really interesting idea that makes a lot of intuitive sense the way that you sketched it out. Domin, I got very little add on that.
Thank you. I don't know how the ammunition compatibility is. I think the ammunition is compatible, the ones that Ukrainians are using anyway in T-72s. I just worry about the supply chain and maintenance. Thank you for having me bounce that off of you. And that was a fun conversation. Big Papa, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got some questions about tanks. So, does anybody know the status of the? I know Poland ordered a bunch of K2 Korean tanks, and they also have a huge order of Abrams. I had just assumed that once they're feel like they have a sufficient amount, that they wouldn't there be enough Leopard 2s, Polish Leopard 2s, to satisfy almost all the Ukraine's tank needs? And especially them being part of NATO, it's not like they can have cover. They don't need them for national defense right away. So, I guess my question is, what would be the problem with Poland supplying all the Leopard 2s? Would that work? Is that possible?
So I can kind of work through that. Okay. It's a delivery problem. The maybe later, but not quite yet. Poland has a bunch of tanks in order. If I have it right, a few of the K2s have already shown up. A total of 180 K2s are going to be delivered from South Korea during the course of 2022, 23, 24, 25. I believe that as of now, about 20 have been delivered. That's not very many. There are a few more to be delivered this year, and then mostly in 24 and 25. There's another 820 that are going to be manufactured under license in Poland, but that's only going to be starting like 25 or 26. So those you can just forget about. It's a question of how quickly can the ones that are manufactured in South Korea be delivered to Poland. Thus far, I don't think that there's any Polish units actually stood up on the K2. I think the first ones are still in training. As to the Abrams, there are actually some already in training and have been trained. I don't think that any deliveries have occurred. Any final deliveries of the SEB V3 have occurred quite yet. I understand that the first kind of intermediate FEPs have been delivered and have started to be delivered, but I think it's like a company's worth thus far. So like, a dozen or something already in Poland. So unless they massively increase the rate of delivery of those and really expedite that, I don't know how quickly that could be done. Then it's not really an option. It's not really going to be quick enough. So the FEPs are the M1A1 still, not the M1A2s, but the M1A1s, the older version, right? The most, I think, is the most upgraded M1A1 of them all, but still, quite kind of behind things. So that's why the 2A4s, sure. It's a bigger problem with the 5s and the 2PLs, which are basically 6s. And remember, there's also ones that are in the process of being upgraded to the 2PL standard on top of that. So yes and no. And the real problem is Poland is actually a frontline state. It borders both Russia in Kaliningrad Oblast and borders Belarus, right? And therefore it cannot overly reduce capabilities. Now, if the US still had its much more extensive armored brigades than it used to, so such as that it used to, it would be a lot easier because they would actually have 2 or 3 spare to deliver in full to be stationed in Poland, and then this wouldn't be a problem. But right now it is a little bit. Big Papa?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just thinking of a workaround, to get them. I think they need more faster. We're trying to piecemeal this thing together. I would rather see I would actually rather see the 31 Abrams that U.S. promised Ukraine. Just work out a deal with Poland. I don't think Poland is going to end up with Abrams in the end. I just think I think they've already tried to work a deal with Rheinmetall to produce a Leopard 2, and then they've shown interest in the other tanks. I'd rather see them just work a deal with Poland and say, hey, we'll give you these Abrams in exchange for send the Leopards to Ukraine. Anyway, something like that.
So I agree. The problem is how slowly the Abrams that are already supposed to be coming to Poland are coming to Poland. If those Abrams would be coming to Poland, every month as many as are coming in a year, then this wouldn't be a problem. So to put it into a little bit more context, Poland already sent something like 300, 350 Soviet-era tanks in various levels of upgrades to Ukraine, right? So that's kind of what the K2 is backfilling. And the Abrams are kind of backfilling the Leopards, if that makes sense. So Poland already now has 300 fewer tanks than it had a year and a half ago. Yes, they weren't nearly as good the tanks, but it's still a whole lot of tanks that Poland had sent. That has to not be forgotten, right? When we're just looking at the 14 Polish Leopards, yes, but there's also 350, and I mean 350 of including the Twardys, including other versions of T-72s in various levels of upgrades. So that is not a trivial number. Poland depends on who wins the next election. If the current government wins the next election, Poland will end up with Abrams. If the other option wins the next election, the Polish Abrams will probably move to somewhere else going forward, and Poland will stick with Leopards. That's my super simplified prediction. It's not the comprehensive one, but it's the simplified version.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I didn't mean to make it a criticism of Poland. That I know they're doing a ton, and yeah, I know they've given a lot of tanks. I'm just trying to. I mean, honestly, there's one country that can give, a considerable amount very quickly. We all know who it is, and I get trying to get all the countries involved more and everything like that, but after a point, I'm just tired. It's just like, okay, you did your part, you got everyone involved. Now give them 500 Bradleys and work out a ring toss.
1,000 Bradleys, please.
I'm okay with that too, and work out some sort of ring toss thing so they can get all the Leopards that are available and release ATACMS, because they already have the launchers for that. Another 50 HIMARS launchers probably. More of these mobile air defense, these Avengers. I don't know why they don't have 200 of those Humvees with the Stingers on them. And just let's go, man. We're giving them too much time to regroup and to resupply and train the Russian soldiers. They need overwhelming superiority in at least one or two areas. I realize the air is going to take a while and all that stuff, but I just wish we could say pick one thing, one vehicle, one thing, and say, wow, that's a lot. They have a lot of those X. They have a lot of those Bradleys. They have a lot of those artillery pieces. Anything, just give them an overwhelming number of something. So anyway, I know it's been a while since I ran it on here, so sorry if I was on too long, but yeah, thanks for your answer.
No, not at all, Big Papa. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I agree with that. There's no real need to keep back the ATACMS. There's no real need because Bradleys really are available in large numbers, and you can't really make those spare in 500,000 maybe, and they will make a world of difference to Ukrainians because again they're just so much more survivable, and this is the one amazing characteristic of Western technology, which is actually designed to not just protect the machine, but even if the machine is no longer operable, keep the crew alive.
right? And just think of it as a humanitarian gesture, fundamentally, if nothing else, because it keeps Ukrainian soldiers from dying, and it keeps Ukrainian soldiers from, who would have survived anyway, from having from experiencing grievous injuries. There was I forget what it was. There was a comment somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think I probably can. Let's see if I can. Is it gonna find it? Maybe. Aha, yes, right, here we go. So there was a following experience by Ukrainians, and they said, this vehicle survived 3 anti-tank mines until it stopped. The personnel is confused but all alive. And I think it was a Bradley. I'm not entirely sure. Was it a Bradley? The tweet's been deleted, which is very frustrating. I think it was referencing a Bradley. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was like an MRAP or something. But basically, Western technology it was. That's the key thing. And when I read that, I thought that it said, when I first read it quickly, about talking here, I remember thinking, oh, the personnel is confused but alive, as opposed to contused but alive, because I think they were also probably confused, right? I think when you hit 3 anti-tank mines, you're rattled around quite heavily within whatever vehicle you're in, I think you're also pretty confused as well as being confused. But it just shows the difference between the two. If a Soviet designed armored personnel carrier or IAV or tank even would have hit 3 anti-tank mines, chances are they would be far worse off than just contused, right? Contusions heal, and that they're probably back in the fight within days, maybe weeks, maybe quite a few weeks, but they'll be back, and they certainly won't have had thoroughly life-altering injuries as a consequence, and that makes a world of difference. And this is where just very large numbers of Bradleys would have made a world of difference as well, because Ukraine needs such especially tracked vehicles. So just wanted to highlight that. The other thing is also within Europe, there's places where leopards should be a lot more available from, like Spain. This is why, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but this is why I pitched my Italian job idea, which would bring, just forget Ariete, move all the Ariete to Ukraine, figure it out for a while, and Italy would come out looking tremendously good from that, and then not have to deal with an orphaned project of Otto Melara and Iveco, 5, 10, 15 years down the line. So as a combination of all of those, this would make a real difference, and would really allow Ukrainians to do something far better than they're able to do now, and do all of that in a much safer fashion. Yeah, well, we will have to see where it all goes. Sadly, we can't change everything to be the optimal way, but with lots of little bits of pressure, Big Papa, as you're well aware, we can, I think, make a bit of a difference here, a bit of a difference there.
Yeah, I did remember your Italian job comment. That was pretty funny, but only because the only thing I think about when I hear that is the little Mini Coopers racing around. but anyway, yeah, I appreciate it. And I just hope they can get more faster and get this over with, sooner. Save, like you said, save lives. That's the most important thing. Thanks. I'll drop down. Thank you.
Thank you, Big Papa. Much appreciated. And hopefully we'll have some much better news very, very shortly indeed. But it's a step here, step there. There's no wonder weapon. It's a question of what are the aggregate capabilities and how they're then put to use. There is no miraculous solution that just solves everything overnight either.
We have to stay well away from that. So you have Saul. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I was just I've been thinking about this question for a little while. So the Bradleys versus like CV90s versus sort of a more old school like conventional IFV. I've been seeing some of those videos of the Bradleys lately, and yeah, it just strikes me they really do have a different capacity, like a different role than you would use just a conventional IFV. Not to mention with Bradleys, and I'm hoping eventually just a bunch of CV90s, like they're so survivable, they're going to give the crew a lot more confidence, and hopefully, give the AFU a lot more confidence for a little more penetrating type assaults, things like that. But anyways, I'm just curious, like the distinction between the roles of like more advanced, heavily armored IFVs versus your more conventional ones. Thanks.
That's a really interesting question, and I don't know if I can answer that very well. I will point to one big difference between the two, which is the CV90s that Ukraine received from Sweden don't have an integrated ATGM launcher, which makes them not quite as capable to engage theoretical heavier armor, which the TOW missiles and the Bradley can, at least as a backup. But beyond that, I don't know if they'll end up necessarily using them that differently. And now then John can, praise the excellence of the 40mm autocannon.
Yes, it's all about the size of the gun. 40mm is much more than 25. It gives a bigger boom, but maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, it seems like, definitely with the CV90, it's going to have, I mean, that's why it seems like it might just have a different role ultimately, especially in this context, given that, this is a more ground-based war. They're going to have to innovate a little bit more when it comes to just the distinctions in their equipment. So, I see the Bradley, and it strikes me, it really seems like it's filling a niche or a different kind of role, but I don't know. Anyways, I'm sure obviously it still fills the IFV role, but it's just interesting to see. Thanks.
I like to simplify things a bit, and I'll just leave it at this. Ukraine just needs way more things that have armor and a gun, in which personnel is protected. So whether it comes to CV90s or Bradleys, it works either way. I do wonder. So I hope you've seen the agreement that was signed between the Czech, the Slovak, and Ukrainian ministries of defense a week ago today about working together on procurement and manufacturing and maintenance of IFVs, specifically CV90s, and that on top of Czechs ordering 250. Yeah, there's really, if that comes true, that's a really a big vote of confidence in Ukrainian abilities beyond the scope of repelling this invasion.
I saw that. It's interesting. I mean, it's really gotten me thinking just about the role of like pretty well armed missile fighter, to see how that might. I mean, this is pretty broad and existential and very forward looking, but it's just interesting to see like how they might fill a role. Maybe that the main battle tank has become more vulnerable. Thanks.
Thank you, Saul. It's we will see as we go on. Ivana, what do you think?
Oh, I had some different news. It wasn't about that. It was about some news from Romania. That's why I wasn't sure it's the good moment for that. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So
have the Russians hit the bridge between Zhuzhuleshti and Galatz yet?
Oh, you just broke my my line of thoughts. Not yet. Yes, not yet. So I just wanted to say that there are some interesting news in our newspapers, and I know you don't like movies very much, but it's like the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good being the fact that Romania is a possible site for F-16 training. According to some sources in NATO, there are some articles that appeared in Politico, also in Reuters, on the Drive, of course in Romanian press. Apparently, the coalition of Western countries is considering Romania, more specific, the NATO base in Câmpia Turzii as a training ground for F-16. So I think this is very interesting. It's a good place for the training. It's in Transylvania, in the middle of Transylvania. It's considered like a rear base for NATO for supply, logistics, and things like this. Is also the place where 2 squadrons of MiG-21 were based before, and now I think the F-16s are based. And also the MQ-9 Reapers are there. So it's quite a big NATO base, and I think it's really, really interesting. What is surprising is that this surfaced in the press, because Romania is usually very discreet about things like this. But I guess nobody asked Romania before posting this. Anyway, I'm really glad, and I think it would be a very good thing for Romania and for Ukraine. So that was the good. The bad is exactly what you said. After the targeting of the bridge this morning or during the night, apparently the Russians made some menaces. So they managed to target the bridge between Galat and Giurgiulești, which is kind of funny because Romania, of course, is a NATO country, and Moldova is not a part of the conflict. So I'm really wondering what is in their head, but I believe nothing good is in their head. What do you think about this news?
Well, I think Volodymyr Saldo thought of some 30 pieces one way or another, and he didn't realize that Romania, of course, already has a bunch of attackers, among other, with which from Romania you can reach most places in Crimea, certainly Sevastopol. I think it would behoove him not to come true on any like threat, because he might soon find out that Sevastopol harbor is not doing terribly well anymore.
Exactly. So if you want the follow from the little joke I wanted to make about the ugly, it's not a very important news, but it's somehow funny. The Russian ambassador in Romania praised the Our party, Our like in gold, but in fact Our is an acronym. The Alliance for the Union of Romanians is the far right or left, I'm not sure, because their doctrine is not very clear. Anyway, it's the extreme party in Romania, and it has like the very important person, the lady, well, it's hard to call her a lady, Șoșoacă, which participated to the reception at the Russian embassy on the Russian Day, and she is very vocal about peaceful talks and quite pro-Russian, well, not quite, very pro-Russian. And it's funny how it is presented in Romanian press, because so the 2 persons that were praised are called Șoșoacă and Tobă. Șoșoacă, there is a joke like Șoșoking, and Tobă, of course, means drum in Romania, so it's very funny for some people that are promoting the Russian narrative. So this was the ugly part. That's what I wanted to say. And the last thing for Romania, and then we'll go to our wonderful mockers. A follow-up from the accident that happened yesterday in Petromedia. So it was extinguished in about 3 hours, no victims. One fireman had a small problem, an injury to one foot, I believe, not life-threatening. It was the explosion took place in a vacuum distillation tower. I believe you can explain this. It was for producing diesel and other precipitates from the fuel. And an investigation is, of course, open to find out the causes for this. And that's all I have for now.
Yeah, so the vacuum distillation unit, it kind of takes all of those really heavier bits and takes slightly lighter bits of the heavier bits out, and those can be those can be the lightest of those can be diesel or like fuel oil, stuff like that, and then the heaviest ones then remain, and those heaviest ones are the really low volatility things, bitumen, tars, various other odd stuff in there as well. Yeah.
Exactly. The problem is being under vacuum, the explosion, it's quite significant. The difference is between a normal distillation and a vacuum distillation, you can play with temperature or you can play with pressure. So when you are working with very volatile substances, you cannot heat them up to distill them. You have to play with pressure, so you lower the pressure in order to achieve this purpose of distillation, of separating different type of volatile gases from the mass. So being under vacuum, of course, the explosion was quite significant, but the consequences are not very severe. As I said, no victims, and it was contained and extinguished the fire quite quickly. So yeah, I hope they will manage to repair it soon.
Yeah, it's not the first time that refinery has had problems, right? It's the
was
previous time was about 2 years ago.
Yeah, there was an incident in 2021. At the time, I believe there were 2 victims, and there were no conclusions to the investigation, as far as I know. It was considered to be a human error, but no more than this. So we cannot exclude completely some, I don't know how to say it, intervention with the bad intentions. I won't venture into this, but we cannot exclude it.
Yeah, there were a few having trouble around that time, and there's some theories about that. Yeah. By the way, another Hind got it. This one in Belarus, returning back to, where was this? Near Ivatsevichy, somewhere in Baralavichy Oblast. So it's interesting. After a Hind was taken down over Ukraine yesterday. I'll kind of leave it at that. Shall we go to Mette and then to Dendron? Let's go to Mette.
Yeah, thank you, Domen, and thank you, Jan. It's very exciting with Romania happening a lot. Hope they get the F-16 program going. But I was going back to Bradley's versus CV90s. I'm excited to hear then John commenting on that, because I think the Bradleys, what they've shown that they are really protecting the crews, and we haven't seen CV90s on the field yet. How is the armor? Because on the other side, Bradleys are really heavy compared to CV90s. So CV90s are very mobile. They are very fast. They go like, what was it, 90 kilometers an hour, and they are very versatile in different terrains. Like they can go in the forest and sort of like nothing. But Bradley's, they've proven but there's some differences, but it's gonna be really exciting to see the CV90s on the battlefield. What do you think then, John? Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Yeah, what do you think then, John?
To be completely honest, I haven't got a clue what the difference is actually. Yeah, good question though. I guess I will have to resort to do some search, and then I can come back, because I honestly don't know.
Yeah, just adding to that, because CV90s, they are very versatile, and you can sort of build up on, you can order like anything that they have a lot of armor, and that makes them slower. But you can have this gun, and you can have this gun, and you know you can add and reduce. That's why I think they are very, very good. So I don't know what's gone to Ukraine in terms of the armor. I hope they are protective enough to save the crews, but I think the mobility of them is the king and the key why they ordered 1,000 of them Ukraine, because they are not so heavy, and they are very good in different terrains. Thank you.
I think that's a great point, especially because the Leopard 2 tank and some of the other models that have been exported to Ukraine are less maneuverable, and that maneuverability that you're pointing out is key to the Ukrainian counteroffensive, because the counteroffensive, which of course they didn't announce, why would you? It's much more of a versatile, agile counteroffensive. And of course, the different news outlets have reported several tanks that have been destroyed. That's because it's a counteroffensive that is regaining territory, and it's going to keep regaining territory, and they're going to experience losses. But at the same time, you want those rear maneuverable tank vehicles that are going to be conducive to the goal you're trying to achieve.
So, Fred, can I please ask you, going forward, please put up your hand so that myself and then Mockers, once she gets a co-host slot, can manage things going forward, so that we can flow in a nice, predictable way, rather than merely jumping in. That'd be very kind of you. Thank you.
I apologize.
Yes, no worries. Just going forward. And at which point I wanted to make a little bit of an announcement. If you're so kind as to check out the next, specifically the second and third tweets from the left. We have a couple of interesting segments coming up later on in the day. It's 2 p.m. Eastern. That's 9 p.m. in Kiev. We'll be again joined by Thomas Steiner for what we expect to go for about 2 hours. If you have questions, anything to do with the counteroffensive, please reply to that tweet with questions so that Thomas can prepare ahead of time and get as many questions collated together and prepare many talking points, so that we don't spend time on questions and instead spend the 2 hours that we have with them on answers. 2 hours after that, at 4 p.m. Eastern, that is 2300 hours Kiev time, 2200 hours Central Europe, 2100 London and Lisbon. We'll be joined by Nuno Felix for his usual reporting from an undisclosed location. Probably quite similar topics. There might be some more special ops focus in those. So any questions for Thomas Steiner for tonight, please go and reply to the tweet advertising his presence tonight, and put all of your questions, points, considerations in there in replies, so that he can address them more collatedly and easily. As you will know, there will often be very similar questions or in similar topics. There's no need to then revisit the whole thing every time, but maybe he can compress it and condense it a little bit for all of us. Excellent. Then, John.
Yes, I've been Googling, so I have some facts to compare between the CV90 and the Bradley. So turns out, now I don't know what models this is referring to because it's not specified, but so the CV90 weighs 23.1 Swedish tons, which is 23,100 kilos, and Bradley is 25 tons, so a little bit heavier. Otherwise, dimensions are quite similar, 6.5 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. CV90 a little bit more narrow. If you look at, I don't know if this is interesting, but the question was raised. So, engine 550 horsepower in the CV90, 450 in the Bradley, so a little bit underpowered. Range 600 kilometers for the CV90, 480 for the Bradley. Top speed 70 kilometers an hour. going forward for the CV90 45 reverse, and for the Bradley it's 64 from the forward and 40 reverse. So yeah, some facts.
Well, there you go. I think again the biggest difference between them is going to be in ATGMs on the in terms of toes on the Bradley versus not on the CV90. But yeah, well, whatever has been hit or destroyed or damaged thus far is pretty trivial in numbers. Seeing that otherwise Russians wouldn't be photographing the same event 100 times over. That's what we keep coming back to. Ette.
Thanks, then, John. I just wanted to add, and thanks, Domen. I just wanted to add that, what Thomas Steiner, I think it was saying about CV90, that you can choose a lighter version, you can choose a heavier version, you can arm it like you want, and, you can add capabilities. So it all depends, I think, in what version Ukrainians are getting in terms of the capabilities and armor and etc. etc. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been in production since 1993, and it's been upgraded along the way. And I think the one that was given from the Swedish forces is was it the C model?
Correct.
I don't know. Yeah, which is kind of the greatest we have, if I understand it right.
Yeah, more or less, yes. The Swedes didn't skimp on what ended up being delivered. I think one of the important bits of it is that unlike the A, it has let's say climate control, which isn't so necessary in Swedish summers. Much more necessary in Ukrainian summers. Big Papa.
Yeah, I really like the CV90. I mean, not that I know that much about it. I just look at YouTube and Wikipedia and read about these things. But what I was reading was the company that makes CV90. I won't even try to say it, but I think they're in the running because they're going to replace the Bradley. They've been trying to do it for a decade, I think. And so there's like an open competition with 4 or 5 different manufacturers, and I think actually CV90 is one of the maybe a different model. I don't know if they'll call it CV90, but you know what I'm saying. It's pretty much what it is, and they may replace the Bradley with something similar. So that goes back to my point where the USA could afford to let loose of it, like you said. I said 500, but you said 1,000. So let's go 1,500 Bradleys. And but that's why I was saying Bradley is because they can. I don't think anyone can give up 1,000 CV90s. I just think the Bradley is more available, and I think we're going to phase it out anyway. So just give them 1,500. And be done with it. But I do like the CV90. I'm disappointed that it doesn't have the spike anti-tank part of it. I think that's a huge capability of that vehicle. That's kind of disappointing that they don't have any kind of ATGM on it. But I do like it.
So, dude, when you say 1,000, there's barely 1,000 in existence in total, right? But that clearly makes it not available in such numbers. As to what BAE Hägglunds can provide, Kendra can assess me now on the pronunciation. Anything that would be winning a tender by the US, that would come with production line set up in the US in quite some number. The Mark IV, which is what hasn't really been produced at all, can integrate not a spike. A spike would be on the MADA. I think it's a different ATGM that they have integrated, but a prototype for a Mark IV. So the ones going to the Czechs and Slovaks and maybe to Ukrainians in several years from now might well include that. Then John?
Yeah, I wanted to help Big Papa there with the pronunciation, but you did it fairly well. Hägglunds, like Hägg, like egg. Just put a H in front. Hägglunds. It's quite simple.
Okay, I'm still not going to try it, but thank you.
Mette?
Yeah, just a Big Papa. The 1,000 CV90s. That's something that they did a deal of production with Czechs, and Sweden has given the license for Ukraine and Czechia, I think, to
It's a little bit
produce.
more subtle.
Yeah, so but you know that they have ordered 1,000, not that they are receiving 1,000. There aren't so many. I know Finland has them, but Finland never announces what they have giving. But that was like that Ukraine have decided to order 1,000 more. That must mean that they yeah.
No, Mette,
Okay.
I'm very sorry. This, as I said, it's a little bit more subtle, and that I can clarify if you'd like me to. But it's not quite that they have ordered 1,000. That's not where it is as yet. So what happened thus far is that the Swedish manufacturer, owned primarily by Britain, Hägglunds, has given an opportunity for parts of these to be manufactured under license in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And then some that have been ordered by the Czechs and Slovaks will be manufactured in Sweden. Some will be manufactured in Sweden primarily from parts made in Czech Republic and Slovakia. Others will be manufactured in primarily the Czech Republic, primarily from parts manufactured in Czech Republic and Slovakia, with some parts coming from Sweden. What has been done, Ukraine hasn't ordered any yet. What Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has done last week is, together with the ministers of defense of Czech Republic and Slovakia, signed a declaration on cooperation in procurement and operation, which is kind of like a letter of intent, but not yet an order. So for an order to happen, there needs to be additional negotiations and things like, prices, setup, manufacturing locations, and so on. But the logic of this would be that the productions setup already done in the Czech Republic and Slovakia for parts could continue with greater volumes later on. Once an order is placed, they would be assured then of those greater volumes. And then final assembly for these maybe could be negotiated to take place in Ukraine. But this is looking at an order maybe at the very earliest being put in later this year, more likely in 24, 25. And then the manufacturing to take place later on. So I just want to be very careful, because people, when they hear order, they think it's already fixed. It's not. It's basically kind of a letter of intent, a declaration on cooperation. I hope that helps clarify it, Mette, but I just want to be very precise with these things, because then otherwise people come at me and say, hey, but you said, or somebody said that they've already ordered them, and they've not. Mette?
Yeah, thanks for correcting me, Domen. I just wanted to clarify for Papa that they are not available yet. That's something that Ukraine wants, at least. And I know outlets and news are, giving this information in different ways. So my comprehension was that they have decided to go with the CV90 in Ukraine, but that it will take time, and but they have liked it so much. But that was my main point. That's what my understanding was. But thank you for correcting me. I'm standing corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm very happy to do that, and just want to make it quite clear, right? They've not yet ordered them. They have decided they like them a lot and that they want many more, but all of the businessy bits haven't been sorted out yet. Then, John?
Yeah, there was a question on how many there are in existence, and I just quickly calculated, and it's about 1,180 of them, and roughly half of them are Swedish. Rest is in 5 or 6 other countries. So if 1,000 were given to Ukraine, then yeah, not much left in those countries. But maybe not needed either if Ukraine could use them.
So Norway, Finland, Denmark, Netherlands, Estonia, Switzerland. I think that's a comprehensive list, right? So 6 other countries.
It's Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and Sweden. Yeah.
So Sweden and 6 other countries. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Marcus, it's been a while. It's been over 4 hours indeed since we discussed anything that blew up.
Well, that's terrible. Would you like to talk about things that have blown up?
Yes, because I feel it's a terrible oversight. I think that John agrees.
Well, there have been major booms this morning in Melitopol and Tokmak. And I did send you a map that showed, all the logistics points that have been hit recently. And I wonder if you wanted to maybe, pop it in the nest just for a little bit so people can see just exactly where these points have been hit. I think it's a really nice little illustration. So this is the Crimea to Melitopol supply chain, which has been disturbed greatly over the last week. And if the Chongar, wherever, bridge is out, then there's every possibility that they're going to have to use different roads which are closer to closer to what's it called?
I think you're thinking the city of Kherson, Kakhovka, frontline, Ukrainian held territory.
Yeah, it'll basically move them close to the front line. I can't remember the name of the town that it moves, that they have to go through. But basically, yeah.
So they'd have to go through Krasnoperekopsk, Armyansk, past Cheplinka. And the point is, that road is within Gimler's range of Ukrainian held territory on the right bank of the Dnieper.
Exactly what I was trying to get out. Yes, my brain just couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I've found the tweet now as well. Typically, however, yes, it puts them into range of HIMARS, and yes, possibly even extended range Gimlers. So lovely. Have you also noticed
just regular ones, regular Gimlers?
Just regular ones. Oh, brilliant. Even better.
Yeah, within about 50 kilometers, yeah.
Have you noted also that Russia appear to have had a helicopter fall out of the air in Belarus?
Yeah, there's an Mi-24 that crashed in Belarus. I wonder what got up its hind.
Oh, very funny. But yeah, I don't mind Russian aircraft falling out of the sky if they really want to.
Yeah, if better they fall out on their own rather than have to be shot down. One fewer attack helicopter available to the Russians. Always good, right? Then John?
Yeah, I actually, it's slight change of topics. It's about another Swedish weapon system. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
If it concerns JAS 39 Gripen. I mean, don't get overexcited now because it's not. I'm not going to say they have been delivered or will be delivered. But there was quite a nice article on SVT, which is the Swedish broadcaster. They had an interview with a test pilot. Apparently, the JAS 39 Gripen expert with a really Swedish clinging name. Method is for you. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry. Jussi Halmetoja.
Sounds Finnish.
Yes, so that's good. Anyway, so he claims that the Ukrainian pilots could easily be trained to operate the Gripen in 2 months, and he also stressed that that it's kind of unique fighter jet because it's specifically developed to actually meet the threats from Russia. So it's more than suitable for the use in Ukraine against Russia. I don't know. I mean, this obviously doesn't mean that they are coming soon or coming at all. But either way, it's a good statement, and I assume anyone being interviewed officially within Saab need to get clearance to say what they say, and maybe it's a little bit of a teaser for what's coming. Hopefully, it is.
If only, right? If only. I'd love for that to be true. For that to end up being true. They everybody says, oh, they're good for this, they're good for that. But the real question is, when can they show up? The answer is early next year, and it would make a big difference now that at least the operational evaluation has moved forward. Yeah, I know what happens when somebody says the word Gripen. Mette, you're very excited about the prospect of this, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Domen. Yeah, but I know I've been living in Sweden for 10 years, and if it's STV, they would be very careful on what they say. That's all I want to say. That it looks promising, really promising, if it's that source. Thank you, then, John, for that. Because okay, of course they are not announcing anything, but if it was Aftonbladet, I would be more skeptical. But if it's SVT, it's very, very promising. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, so they didn't say much, right? They didn't say it's going. What they did say is it's very good and it would fit very well, etc. So yeah, that's all true. And little hints like that certainly help, I think. Little hints like that move things along a little bit. Very good. Gregory, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, all. Good morning, the whole space. Or good afternoon, good evening for maybe some of you. I'm not even sure if that's if there's any eveningers on here. Australians, yes. Okay. Well, good evening to you all. Good morning for me. But Domen, 1 week ago today, I had an opportunity to join a Ukrainian delegation from the Ukrainian American Freedom Foundation and the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America Foundations to meet with people on Capitol Hill, one of whom was Senator Gillibrand's office. And members of this delegation were asking some questions about other countries, NATO countries in particular, which still had in their, national arsenals, numbers of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles and so forth from the, Soviet era. And I am a little bit uncertain as to how many of these type of weapon systems are still out there. But they were asking, the senator, about, applying diplomatic pressure to various countries. And I believe they mentioned Bulgaria, and I don't know if there are others as well. But my question is there, are there still substantial numbers of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles and other military material that could be readily usable by Ukraine that's sitting in NATO countries that rotting because it's Soviet era, or maybe it's not rotting, but it just simply it will have a limited lifespan going forward that could be replaced by other equipment via backfill, via other mechanisms. So my question for you is, you seem to be very up on the different weapon systems, is how much of this material is out there and from which countries, and is it would it be a good strategy to apply more diplomatic pressure to those countries one way or another to release these weapon systems to Ukraine? So back to you, sir.
The short answer is yes. You spoiled my intended answer a little bit by saying Bulgaria, because it's going to eulogize it and then reveal the secret country behind door number 3, which is Bulgaria. But that basically answers much of it. So there are still some hundreds of BMP1, BMP2, possibly under alternate names, available in NATO countries that haven't gone yet. Not very many hundreds, but there's some hundreds. Principally, that would be in Bulgaria, but it's not entirely in Bulgaria. There's still bits and pieces left in a few other countries. So that's the best answer there. Let me see, Bulgaria, yeah, a couple of hundred. Bunch of BTRs, BTR 60s. That's really awful. Lots of MTOBs. That's not bad. Anyway, but yeah, there's some hundreds of those there. The best one about Bulgaria is that there's still 160 T-72s in use and some multiple hundreds in storage. So that's the biggest thing, biggest source for the future for the Czech upgrade program to be fed to Ukraine. It's not really a game changer. What it is to fill up any losses that units experience or might experience, and for that it's very useful and very needed and very sensible. So that kind of covers that. There are still some in some other countries. Another example that I can give you are Slovenia and Croatia, which have something called the M84, specifically the M84 Sniper. Now, you won't be familiar with the M84, but the M84 is basically a T-72 that was built in Yugoslavia under license in the 1980s. And it's basically a T-72, except all the parts are different, but to an operator, it feels like a T-72. So they didn't use exactly the same parts as a T-72. They just basically made something that looks like a T-72, but everything is a little bit off. There's somewhere between 35 and 50 in Slovenia. There's about 70 in Croatia. So we're looking at, let's say, circa 100 of these. The ones from Slovenia wouldn't necessarily need to be backfilled directly. They could be replaced by something else. What would be particularly useful would be an IFV capability, a new built one that could come in later. It wouldn't have to be immediate. Coming in, in 2 to 5 years from the factory would be perfectly fine, as long as somebody else pays for it, at least in principle, or at least principally, at least the bulk of it. That was indeed the likely arrangement of the Ringtausch that was being discussed over a year ago now, so about 14 months ago. Whereby these tanks would go, the Slovenian smaller batch would go to Germany. It would go via Germany to Ukraine, and Germany would pay for perhaps some significant proportion of a Slovenian order for Boxer, multiple platform, flexible platform, what's the thing? Modular platform. There we go. For primarily the IFV version, but not only. So that would, of course, make sense for Germany, right? These are German manufactured things. It could kind of stay at home. The money would stay at home. And Germany could look good for having contributed to that. These are very well upgraded in the 2000s M84s. The Slovenian ones were never really used at all, just for training, basically. The Croatian ones have had some use, but they've been thoroughly renovated since. And I think that would be quite a good option. I do worry that Ringtausch was cancelled. It was later replaced with Ringtausch that saw M55Ss, which is a T55 built under license in Yugoslavia, but same parts effectively, but then heavily upgraded, 28 of them heavily upgraded by Israelis in the 90s and 2000s, by Elbit principally, and also the gun being replaced for an L7, so the same as on a Leopard 1, for example, gun. New fire control system, etc. So the M84 snipers would be very useful. The Croatian ones would need to be backfilled immediately with a similar capability. Maybe that's a possible destination for the Merkavas. I just thought of that earlier talking to ATV here a couple of hours ago, hour and a half ago maybe. And maybe that's a way to get those. Other sources of Soviet equipment, Finland is a source of Soviet equipment. Nobody knows how much they have left, though, because they have sent a lot of it, possibly all that they had already, to Ukraine. Unclear. We'll see. There's little bits and pieces elsewhere. There's a little bit left in Poland, I think, but Poland pretty much cleared out most of what they had. There might be a little bit left in Czech Republic or Slovakia, but again, they've cleared out most of what they had. There is a little bit left in Hungary. That's not really accessible. There's some left in Romania, but they're mostly local stuff or T-55s. Nobody wants the T-55s. The locally manufactured things might be of use, mostly armored personnel carriers. What else is Warsaw Pact stuff? There's a little bit left in Albania, not an awful lot of heavy weapons. There's probably quite a bit left in terms of lighter stuff, mortars and similar, and quite a bit of that has already been sent. Montenegro is pretty cleared out. There might be some other things left in Croatia somewhere, but it's not entirely clear where they are, what state they're in, if they were still considered usable or it's just deep stock. So that kind of covers that pretty much of what's left in the West. The Baltics have cleared out everything they had pretty much. I mean, they just did a general sending of most anything they had to Ukraine. So yeah, that covers most of that. Gregory, sub question. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I forgot to, because you reviewed Bulgaria, I forgot to give the big, drum roll reveal. Bulgaria has a new government as of like 2 weeks ago. After the 5th election in less than 2 years, in when was that? March or April? Late March, early April. They finally got a government together, and it's a government of the two biggest parties. The leaders of the two biggest parties both kind of took a step back, because the problem is one part, they're kind of ideologically, on paper aligned. The problem is that one of those parties, with the slightly smaller one, was founded as a protest to the bigger one and the corruption that emanated from them. So it was never going to work very well between them. So what they've set out is an 18-month plan where somebody from one party is prime minister for the first 9 months, and then the roles switch for the second 9-month period. But I think the defense minister is going to stay in place. I think his name is Tagarev, if I remember correctly. And he's very pro-Ukraine. He is like, no, we're going to do this. We're going to do this right, where we can provide this much in ammunition. We have these stocks. We have these industrial capacities. Industrial capacities have already been used for a while. And countries like Britain have basically been buying stuff from Bulgarian factories en masse. And they're doing now finishing a review of heavy weapons, of equipment like tanks, APCs, IAVs, etc. So one would presume that much of that is going to go already. I think the best thing to say is, hey, this is a really cheap source of stuff. If the US would be so kind as to fund some like old stuff later on, or newly built things, ideally much later on, for like delivering 2024, 25, 26, 27. This can be quite flexible, and if they can arrange that, or maybe some German stuff to go, this would be absolutely tremendous. And Bulgarians can kind of wait it out and get it later, and be fine with that, and they'll clear out just vast quantities of stocks. So again, it's not world-changing things. It's definitely a good backfill for stuff that Ukraine needs anyway, as older stuff is getting destroyed or getting made useless in combat. So that's really the answer, Gregory. Bulgaria is the magic hamster kingdom.
Oh, great. Thank you, Doman, for that level of detail. That's incredible. I may ask you to, send me a note on that with the details. The senator, actually, Gillibrand, has a U.S. Army congressional fellow on her staff who's, a young captain, and probably would have a high degree of fascination with this wide array of Soviet weaponry that was all built before she was born. So I think it'd be very interesting to provide sort of a list of all this equipment. Maybe, so I might follow up with you to, get some of this detail on paper before sending a written response to the senator's office. But it's quite interesting that this stuff is still there. And as you were describing it, it is, in substantial quantities of hundreds and dozens of various different types of weapon systems that, clearly would be of immediate use and usability by Ukraine. You outlined a wide array of equipment, probably some of which need some reconditioning maintenance before it becomes usable, and maybe would just fit into a maintenance-free supply chain, but is there and available. But it would seem that with a little bit of diplomacy, with some deal making, that this stuff could be loosened up. I know that also many people in this delegation were asking questions about Lend-Lease. It sounds like everybody who grew up in a former Soviet state knows that Lend-Lease is what helped Russia defeat Germany. So they're all asking the question why it isn't used. And two things on that is, one, actually, I tell people that Lend-Lease was really passed sort of as an insurance policy in case the Democrats did not win the Senate and there was too much sort of internal U.S. political deal making regarding Ukrainian aid. And since that was not the case, it was simply not needed. However, I do note that the law is still in effect, and it's a very wide presidential power that until September 30th of this year, the president could literally lend, lease any weapon system to not just Ukraine, but to other countries that are affected by the war. So it's actually an extremely flexible law. So in the case that you're describing here of Bulgaria, it could be, it could lend, lease up equipment to Bulgaria that doesn't have to show up for years, and without any congressional funding. So, it would seem the executive in the U.S. has quite a bit of power to negotiate these type of things. So I'll follow up on this topic, and then just while I'm discussing, or while you were bringing up all these Soviet weapon systems, there are other nations around the world that have these, and is there any hope of any of these other nations that are not in Europe coughing up any of them that it would be of any value to Ukraine? Do you have any thoughts on that as well?
There's one other one that matters, which is Cyprus. The S-300 battery would be very useful. The T-80 tanks would be very useful. But the Cypriot, I skipped it over because the Cypriot president just made some comments on Tuesday that basically said no to that. At least according to AP reporting. I don't know what was actually said. I didn't look it up. I'm going only off of the AP wire on this. So when it comes to Bulgaria, maybe okay, before we go to Bulgaria, let's contextualize things like this. I don't think that Soviet weaponry is useful for anything but filling holes that, as they occur through operations or during operations. Ukraine needs Western weapons. The Soviet era weapons are there just to keep existing units running as they are. All the difference that's actually going to be made, I think, can be made with the delivery of Western weapons. From the US specifically, if they can send 1,000 Bradleys to Ukraine, that will make the world of difference. If they send 300 ATACMS to Ukraine, that will make the world of difference. Much more so than everything in Bulgarian military's arsenal. Okay, so I want to just make that eminently clear, because the real solution for Ukraine is what's in Western arsenals that's a Western make. That's the real solution. As to Bulgaria. Bulgaria was the Warsaw Pact nation that was very frontline because it bordered both Greece and Turkey, both NATO member states, after, I think, 1955, was it? Except Greece for a little while in between after they quit, after the Turkish invasion of Cyprus for 5 or 6 years, and then came back. Bulgaria was set up, a country of about 7 or 8 million people, to put 2 to 3 million men under arms in heavy armored and mechanized brigades with full artillery support within, I think, 72 hours in theory, to drive down to the Aegean Sea, to drive to Istanbul, and possibly also Athens in, the mystical 3 days, of course, right? Because all Soviet planning, everything happened in 3 days. That's why Kiev was supposed to fall in 3 days, and all Ukraine was supposed to fall in 3 days. But that's besides the point. They had enough stuff to put 2 to 3 million people in fully in armored and mechanized brigades with full artillery support. A lot of this stuff got sold, dismantled, scrapped, whatever, during the 1990s. the US actually went on a shopping spree. Bulgaria was one of the places, and built up a giant op for training purposes. Also planes, not just from Bulgaria, also other places. So yeah, that's kind of the solution there. Oh yeah, planes. I didn't mention planes. Bulgaria has like a dozen planes or something that would be useful to Ukraine. Again, just to keep the current airframes running, to keep the current extent of the Air Force going, as parts as well as anything else, that would be useful too. They're scheduled to get new built F-16s in a couple years. Greece and other partners can cover their airspace in the meantime. And they already made an advance along these lines. But yeah, the real solution isn't in any of this. This just goes as basically backfill of existing units as their stuff gets destroyed during combat. The real solution lies entirely in new things being brought in from the West. I hope that helps, Gregory. I'll kind of leave it at that, and we can go on to Mete.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is, you know, I wasn't really, you know, it was not on my mind as the primary topic, but I, you know, heard the Ukrainian groups some members really talking about it as something that's, you know, sitting there that could be used, you know, immediately or much more immediately. And so why leave things, you know, sitting around that aren't, you know, that are, you know, basically obsolete when they could be put to good use, and even on a short-term basis. And obviously, you know, this is, you know, we're going to the 16th month of the war soon, and this is, you know, there's a strong need to switch to the Western weapons, so that's obviously the biggest priority. But I do think that if there's some value in it, it's certainly worth putting it out there to, you know, a couple of senators and others that we're in contact with. As like, hey, wait a minute, you know, can you also ask for this, because this isn't too much? And you know, what's the value of these weapon systems in, you know, another 3 years, 5 years? You know, why not put them to use today if they can be of use?
Yeah,
so
let me put it
Dominic.
like this. This already went from being somewhere high up on the tree, and somebody already reached to these things and brought the branch down, so it's sort of eye level, and all it needs is picking off. You know, with the introduction of the government, is already much lower down. There are giant cargo planes in Bulgaria in and out on a daily basis now that previously simply weren't. And before we go to Mete and then John, I want to turn to Christa real quick, because Christa can add color to this. Go ahead, Christa.
Yeah, I couldn't resist but to join. Yeah, I'm sending Domen pretty much every day photos of the cargo planes loading stuff from Bulgaria to Ukraine. Couple of things, especially to the previous speaker. Right now is the perfect timing for us to send everything that we can to Ukraine, and this will happen. There will be the next major packages coming up these days. Mr. Tagarev, who is our new Minister of Defense, is very much pro-Ukraine, and he's doing a great job about this. There's a huge amount of small arms, manpads, anti-aircraft manpads, anti-tank stuff, and of course munition for the artillery that is going their way. One of the main reasons that we didn't send this already was, as usual, Russian corruption, because it was very lucrative to dispose of those munitions, because that's being done by a private contractors connected to the Russian mafia in Bulgaria. And it was a double hit, so they didn't want to send it to Ukraine, and at the same time wanted to use government funding to decommission those munition in a number of years. But thankfully now we have a regular government that will send pretty much everything that we can. The only blocker for us to send even more sophisticated systems like S-300s that we have, and all of the mix. Actually, yesterday, Mr. Tagarev said that probably Ukraine will not want our MiG-29s because they are looking into the F-16s already, and they just don't have that much need of it. The problem is that we can't send the S-300s, for example, because we will be absolutely left absolutely defenseless. And when you have Russia on the other side of the Black Sea, and the actual war in Ukraine is like 500 kilometers away from us, this is not very this is not something that can be justified in front of the Bulgarian society. Let's put it that way. So if there's any way that we can get replacement for any of these planes, that would be a great win for us and for everyone. I'm talking about from PR standpoint of view. Because the Russian propaganda unfortunately works very well in Bulgaria, and it's very strong. We're way too close to them, and what they're working is that NATO wants to, America wants to make us a colony. They want to have American bases here and attack Russia from our soil, send our soldiers, all that Vatnik crap. And on the other hand, we should not send our weapons because we're gonna be defenseless. So. Really, I believe that we will send pretty much everything that we can send, and that will make any sense to the Ukrainians.
Exactly, 100%, right? So small arms, ammunition, RPGs, manpads, that's going already. That's what's on these flights. Tanks and so on, the review needs to finish, and then I think there'll be just kind of every month there'll be a dozen tanks going to the Czech Republic to get cleaned up. The ones out of storage.
Tanks are T-72s, and
exactly.
They haven't been. They're not like the ones that Poland said. They haven't been upgraded in any way, and I'm not sure they have been maintained well either, because we are in NATO for ages, but our military is scarily close to the Russian one in terms of corruption and level of maintenance. Only the newest NATO armament and technology is being properly maintained, upgraded, and updated, while the old Soviet shit is mostly left for local commanders to steal from, to rust, etc. So I don't think we can send anything that will make any difference. While ammunition, huge amount of ammunition, and I think that would be really, really useful for them.
No, exactly, right. So what would have to happen is that they're the same version of the T-72s as Morocco had, and the ones that have been sent to be upgraded with Dutch and American money, primarily in the Czech Republic, right? So not the ones that are in active service, the ones that are in storage. If they send, half dozen per month, starting maybe in a month or two's time, to the Czech Republic to get a complete rework, complete deep clean rework, upgrades, and then to Ukraine. That's kind of the useful plan to do with the T-72s. So, and that's a very, very thorough. Everything gets redone, basically. Strip it down, put it back together, upgrade it on the way. Thanks, Lista. And Gregory, I hope that gives you a lot of material.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to Meta.
Yeah, thank you, Gregory, and thank you, Christo. I think, Gregory, you're a wonderful person who's finding out things about these. I think Finland has more or less emptied the storage about Russian weapons, but this is the fact is that this is equipment that Ukraine can use immediately because they have trained on it, and they are in counter-offensive and they are out of ammo, and Europeans are, trying to ramp up. And Bulgaria is sort of a saving angel in this aspect, that they have, and they get spare parts to their existing equipment, even if it's rusty and old and some of the ammo is out of date, sort of, but they get something to, continue the counteroffensive. But the truth is that, Ukraine is moving on to NATO standards and new weapons and so on. So, but unless it's S or S3 or 400, I don't think it's would be interesting in the future. But now is the time to empty the warehouses, because they need everything at the moment. But Bulgaria is sort of a golden angel at the moment, because they have this stuff and they get spare parts and ammo, and I think it's great, and let's hope that Bulgaria will get a bit more anti-Russian. Thanks.
Then John.
Yeah, just to put some numbers on this, that the EU has only, I mean, this is between the 24th of February and 24th of February, well, last year to this year, so year on year, has provided 0.36% of the GDP in military, humanitarian, and financial aid to Ukraine. The US has provided 0.31% of the GDP in support of Ukraine. So, I mean, the numbers are very small. It's pocket change in the big picture. We could do much more, and we should do much more.
Yeah, precisely. So, in other words, there's for anyone who says,
put it
"Oh,
like this, it's not making us poor." That's the bottom line. It's not making us poor.
Gregory, you've got your hand up.
Oh, yes. Hi. I didn't hear anything. I wasn't sure if it was on my end, but following up on what Frey said, I mean, what's important about the low amount of aid, the 0.36% of total GDP from the EU versus 0.31% from the US, is that in some ways, in terms of delivering weapons systems, it appears that the Biden administration's policy has been to follow the EU's lead in terms of delivering weapons systems. And I wonder if similarly the level of funding is something that is also following. So this is back to the Ukrainian joke from last year of they're calling President Biden Joe Eon Suniuk, son of Johnson when Boris Johnson was PM in the UK. So I think that it's very important for people in the EU to push their governments in whatever ways are possible to provide and increase levels of funding. Obviously, the U.S. is a larger single nation and provides, as of, I believe, April this year, about 46% of the total military aid delivered or committed. It's very important that this comes out of Europe. I mean, this is a war in Europe. And I think that the apparent U.S. policy, not stated, is to sort of follow the lead of Europe on many aspects of this. So if there's going to be an increase in total GDP spent on it, I think that's going to come from Europe first. And as the numbers that Frey just cited were, that the EU is ahead of the U.S. in that regard. I would also, in the U.S. audiences, I would always emphasize that, you're looking at a single year's number. And when you put it in the context of the couple of $1 trillion spent in the last 20 years, say, or since the turn of the century, for military spending related to Russia, or the multiple trillions spent since 1946 in defense of the U.S. from Russia, that these are minuscule numbers, but whether you time contextualize it or not, these still aren't big numbers, and they're very easily affordable by the wealthiest countries in the world. So I'll leave it at that and hand it back to Mockers here.
Thank you very much. Well, unfortunately, we lost Dome and his app crashed. So I'm sure he'd have a fabulous answer for you, but I'm afraid I don't. So I'm going to go to Mette. Welcome back, Mette.
Thank you, Mokes. Gregory, I just love your thinking, and I just wanted to give you another angle. It's like Europe has been caught with the pants down, so we don't have the stocks that US has. We have a lot of pending orders, like Finland is waiting for the F-35s, and we can't give the F-18s and so on. We are waiting for some David's sling from Israel, etc. So we are sort of out of stock.
Spike.
And
We're not waiting for David Sling. David Sling is not on the table.
Well, in Finland, I mean,
Oh yeah,
until we get
Finland is waiting for it, but you can never re-export it.
yeah, but we can't give up something that we are waiting for a replacement. So even if Finland is very equipped, but we have a reason for that, and we have actually maintained it since the World War II. But you know, many of the European countries haven't as much a stock as US. So we are sort of giving back to US by ordering all the US weapons, but you know the army needs to work so slowly. So this Ukrainian war, nobody was sort of prepared for it except US, and that's why we sort of need US to lead now, but it will be in different statistics. It won't be like aid to Ukraine. It will be like, you know, orders to US, and I hope it will be balanced in time. But you know, for the immediate need, Europe just hasn't had the stocks. So, but Gregory, I love your points of view. So that was just another angle. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Meta. And actually, I am certainly going to quote you because your language is very direct and immediately interpretable and understandable in the US. So a couple of your phrases are just wonderful. Now is the time to empty the warehouses. And Europe was caught with their pants down. This is great language for communicating, and I want to thank you for it. And I will quote you using those words. So, without citation. So, please understand that if I use that language, I love it. So thank you again, and thank you all. That ends what I have to say today, or at this moment, because I've got to run on to being 0900 here. I've got to move on to certain business tasks. So thank you very much. And back to you, M. Mockers.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just answering a message there. These things happen. Then John.
Yeah, I think what Gregory there was saying is correct. That probably Europe is expected to lead, which I agree to. I mean, it's happening here. We can throw a stone to Ukraine almost. But I mean, as Meta said, if our warehouses are empty, then actually, why don't we purchase from the US?
Can you see?
Why don't we?
Daniel, can you see Ukraine from your kitchen window?
On a really, really clear day. No, I can't. Of course. I don't think even you can do it, actually, and you're quite close.
Yeah.
Still. Yeah.
No. Fortunately, we are only 170. What's it? Depends on which part of the river you take. Between 174 and 178 kilometers away from Mordor.
So that's a storm shadow away, or meteor.
Yes, exactly. As Dorman and I are now measuring areas always in Liechtensteins, we should probably be also measuring distances in storm shadows or meteors or the likes, or Iris Ts for that matter.
Liechtensteins is we brought this up earlier with Ming. Liechtensteins, of course, are the most conducive, most appropriate units of measurement of area, because you can actually just about visualize how big a Liechtenstein is.
And you literally only have to, go to the next higher elevation, have a little look-see, and you can see the whole of Liechtenstein.
Well, the thing is, on a clear day, if you're standing in just on the edge of downtown Vaduz, right? You can down village Vaduz. If you look in all directions to the visible horizon, that is just about the same size as Liechtenstein, even though half of what you'll be seeing is in Switzerland, because of the way that the mountains limit view. So it is really perfect. It gives you right around the size of Liechtenstein, even if not even if not all of it is indeed in Liechtenstein. And John?
I beg to differ. As I said before, Liechtenstein is a nation where you can't even fit the name within the borders of the nation. If you look at the map, you know, it's slightly around the around the T or something.
Domin, now we
that's the
know,
country for it.
never trust Swedish map makers. And by the way, Domin, when you said downtown Liechtenstein, very quick.
I said downtown Vaduz.
Oh, downtown Vaduz. But still, the first thing which happened when you said downtown is that the pop culture thing came back, and I thought of Petula Clark.
I'm lost, but that's okay
It's
because
a
luckily
song.
I'm lost in downtown Vaduz, and
It's a song.
there's only about 3 streets. I'll find my way real soon.
It's a song popular with old people.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, excellent. Ferret, go ahead. Ferret.
He or she has unfrepped herself. And for that, by the way, Domin, you will get a copy of Downtown.
I am talking. Can anybody hear me?
We couldn't.
I just wanted to piggyback on.
We couldn't, but we shall be glad to listen to you now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't in contact before. Anyway, I wanted to agree, and I wanted to just first, I wanted to validate what Meta B had said, and she had just made so many great points. But at the same time, I do think that the United States does have to be at the forefront of funding and of revitalization efforts. And I know that it does. Some people have the opinion that the European Union, what's left of it, should do that, but I think the United States has to do that, especially looking at the overarching conflict that we're staring down here in the future. So I think the United States does have the primary responsibility. That's all I want to say. In general, it's just to say that we do have a moral imperative, but we also have a common interest in the United States to continue to do these things, and we're really not doing it as well as we should. Now, hand it back over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Indeed, it's not just a more imperative, it's also because of quite a straightforward ability. And this is the both the beautiful thing and the slightly frustrating bit. There are a few places that can find $6 billion stuck down the side of the accounting sofa. And yet that's exactly what happened only a couple of days in the US. So it'd be terribly untoward if that weren't acted upon forthwith in the shape of $6 billion, $6,000 million. That's about 2,000 Bradleys, Axel, give or take.
It depends on which ones and whether you buy them at replacement cost or whether you buy them at, say, depreciated rates. Who knows? You could say that the pre-positioned stock, for example, the United States Marine Corps has available in Norway should be at replacement cost, so it would be a bit more costly. But there you go, that's fine. You'll get to the numbers. I mean, you can buy a ton of kit for this. You can buy 1,200 Bradleys with this, plus a couple of Abrams, so you'll be fine. But then again, by the way, Mockers and I have searched for the magic sulfur. We are all still working on it. She's doing her research in the north of England, whilst we are scouring the Baltics. As soon as we find the magic sulfur, we'll make use of it. For the purpose of digging up the money, of course.
Of course.
I might fall asleep, exhausted storing, but who knows?
Axel, did you send me something in black and white?
But it was talkies.
I don't think it would work well as a song if it weren't talkies, but goodness me. Right. Anyway, I give
Nick,
up.
Nick, our wonderful young Dorman is ageist. Did you hear this? Is that the classic grandfather's answer?
I always thought that was because there was necessarily a caramel stuck between the teeth, and therefore it was very difficult to move them apart without dislodging the dentures.
Werthers Echte.
It's always worth having strategic micro health related issues to which one can attribute one's delay in responding to a question while one thinks of something that will navigate all possible rocks.
And these were the dentures sticking to the caramel, right?
That's the one.
Yes, very good. Would you like to hear the most recent statement from Gergely Gulyás?
Does it involve paprika-based comestibles? He has a great name.
Alas, it does not, but yes, he does. He said, and this is tweeted out by Kovács Zoltán, the PR man for the Hungarian government. Gulyás is, of course, the minister in the cabinet of minister in the office of the prime minister, which I don't know how to explain. Basically, minister without portfolio, working directly for the prime minister.
I like the way, incidentally, Doman, that you are, well, at least with the second one there, you read out the last name first. And one thing I greatly admire about the Hungarian, well, I don't know if it's the language or the country because they're kind of closely identified, is that in Hungary, you always know which is the first name, which is the given name, and which is the family name. Because the family name is always written first, and it's always written in uppercase. And you see that quite a bit in French, but never consistently. And I've heard people in France introduce themselves with both their first name, with their given name first and their last name first. And the French have nearly got it right. But the Hungarians are the only country I know where it's absolutely, this is my family name. It's in capitals. But you just said something like Kovács Zoltán, which is how it will be written in the article. But whereas we talk about Zoltán Kovács. Apologies for that, but it's a really interesting cultural thing, and Hungarian gets it right, and every other country should just copy what Hungary does.
But do you know why they did it?
I don't know. Did they at some point decide, or was it just a tradition?
Delineation of either, say, relation to a fiefdom. If your name was related to a noble person, then that noble person's house was stated first. You had no family name at that point in time unless you were part of a free, so to say, association, free tribe, whatever. And then, of course, at a later stage, when people were being taxed in the medieval times due to their profession. So it starts with baker or butcher or.
Oh well, the general issue of family names, of course, the general issue of family names is absolutely fascinating and different in each country. But I'm more referring to the fact that they write them A first and B in capitals, which, as I say, the French attempt to do. If you get an official letter from the French government, it will say, please phone Madame, probably Madame like Sylvie Dupont. They'll write the Dupont in uppercase, but it's just this amazing systematization in Hungary. But yes, I've had various colleagues over the years explain to me the story of family names in their country, and they all think that their country has some unique, crazy story, and that everybody else's family names came about organically. And it turns out that every country just has a unique, crazy story. So in the Netherlands, for example, it's the popular belief, I don't even know if it's true, but it makes a good story, is that about 80% of people made up their family names to annoy the Napoleonic occupiers, which is why you have Dutch people called Van Bergen, which means from the mountains, or Volwater, which means full of water, or Postumus, which means posthumous. And in Turkey, a lot of people didn't have a family name until Ataturk, because a lot of Islamic cultures don't really go in for family names. And so there are people in Turkey called Melon because they grew melons and that sort of thing. And apparently, just everywhere you go, there's a different strange story about the origins of first and last names, or rather given and family names, which I think is the safest. Anyway, Domen, continue with Hungary.
Yes. So Goya Gergely said the following: Hungary is waiting for an answer from the EU Commission as to why there is not enough money available and why member states should allocate additional funds to Ukraine. In the minister's view, the government would like to see whether the Commission had calculated why it had spent more than it had planned and what resources it had used differently. He noted, the extra payment is particularly comical for countries that have not yet received money from the current MFF, which is monetary, financial something? I don't know what MFF is, including Hungary and Poland.
The last F is certainly facility, I think.
MFF, macro financial facility?
Multi-annual financial framework.
Basically the budget, basically the general budget.
Multi-annual financial framework. Okay, so
yeah,
basically he's saying, what up with that? And to which he's going to get a round response of go away, right? Basically.
No. Do your
So are you referring to the 1.5 billion, the 1.5 billion that's been announced today?
No, I think it's the fact that they've been called upon actually paying in their dues, which they can't, they won't, because they are nearly insolvent, and they haven't been in receipt of any of the funding support from either what was the multi-annual financial frameworks COVID or pandemic facility, which whatever that pandemic financial support facility, whatever that was, which was incorporated into the EU budget, and they have not received either one of these or their previous allocation of so-called structural funds. So they're running out of the money, other people's money, and that is a bit harder for them, poor people. They can't afford.
Almost like socialists.
They may have to stop suppressing people if this continues, Nick. What do you think?
Yeah, no, okay. No, I just wondered if Domen had brought it up in the context of the announcement from von der Leyen, which I don't think is particularly news, but the 1.5 billion for Ukraine dispersed today. I think this was more or less foreseen.
Yeah, this is a monthly thing. This is a monthly thing. There's a calendar. There's no real news there other than the thing that was on the calendar had happened as per calendar. No, this is a general complaint currently by the Hungarian government, because they're annoyed that everybody doesn't like them and that people like Ukraine, and they just can't get over themselves about it. I think that's really the summary there. Yeah, excellent. Let's then move on. Let's go to Abdallah, and let's go to then John, and then maybe I think Nick has something big to talk about. I love the story about the Dutch names. From the mountains. Lovely. Abdallah, go ahead.
Mountains in the Netherlands.
The other, I've just been pointed out on back channel that other good Dutch names are naakt geboren, which means born naked, which I guess is not a particular, not news, and nooit gedacht, which means never thought of, which I imagine that's probably actually, you can imagine them. But yes, you get called up by the registrar and he says, "What's your family name?" and you go, "Never thought of one." So they put that down. Is it Yucatan, the Yucatan Peninsula, that allegedly the name is there because Cortez turned up and said, "What's this place called?" And they said Yucatan, which means "Who the hell are you?" or something in the local language, something along that.
I thought it was something like, "Hey, what's that guy saying?" I thought it was something along those lines, but either way.
By the way, Nick, you should ask our other Frisian, because nachgeboren in its direct Plattdeutsch form means you are the second, you are the second born, or the one born after another.
Fascinating.
Fascinating, I know. Let's go to Mr. Spock.
Yes, Abdallah, go ahead.
Hey, Doman, thank you so much. Yeah, Dr. Brown. My favorite Dutch last name is, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, De Hoijmaker, which translates to the haymaker, if I'm getting it right, the haymaker. So just gonna, yeah, I was gonna touch on something else, Doman, but I'll wait on that. But I was just gonna ask Dr. Brown if he had gotten a response of his letter to the commission, the Human Rights Commission.
I did
And
not.
also,
I did not.
yeah. And also, yeah, Dr. Nick, before you respond, does this mean that the member states have given up on Hungary, and they're just waiting him off until the next election?
Are you referring to the commissioner thing or to the EU thing?
Yeah, both. Yeah. First,
Well,
and then Hungary.
okay.
Overall.
So most important first, I would say Hoijmaker would be the word for haymaker. Hoijmaker. The European Commissioner for Human Rights is an independent kind of civil servant and isn't going to go and consult member states about it. So I wouldn't read anything politically into the fact that they didn't reply to a contact form that I sent in on their website. In my experience, a great many contact forms on websites don't lead anywhere anyway. 1 second. Hold on.
Dramatic. Doman, that's the guy from the EU Commission calling back to Nick's contact form request.
Yeah. It's my son's birthday, and we've set up a video call. In terms of the EU, no, I mean it shows that the EU ratcheting up the pressure on Hungary is working. I think the EU has no mechanism to remove Hungary, but it can. First of all, I mean, the nuclear option is taking away its voting rights, which is being discussed, which would take away its presidency in 2024. But on a day-to-day basis, the EU has plenty of ways to arrange for money not to go to Hungary, because a lot of EU money that is conditional on favorable reports about progress in whatever domain, and basically they're not making that progress. So I think the EU's position versus Hungary is a lot more stable and a lot less threatened now than it was 12, 18 months ago. I think Hungary can no longer count on Poland to help it make trouble on most issues, and the rest of the Visegrad group even less. And so they are very, very much isolated. So, but the question I have for the Commission for Human Rights, I didn't particularly expect an answer. It was more, I think that's something that they should be looking into, but perhaps they don't respond to contact on the website. So I'm not sort of sitting here being terribly disappointed about that. I don't expect a real-time service on human rights matters. And let's face it, on the question of the Hungarian prisoners, as we said yesterday, the whole thing is so weird in multiple dimensions that about all I would expect back would be something saying, we'll look into it, and I'm sure they will. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. As I say, there's also the non-negligible possibility that all of those messages are just going into a mailbox that hasn't been monitored for a year and a half because they didn't update the address. So those sort of things happen. Okay, I'm going to go and make this call, and I'll be back in. Well, I'll put my hand. I'll put my hand back up for the microphone.
A little while.
Well, when I come back up to the panel, then I'll be ready to talk about whatever it was we were going to talk about now.
Yeah, Doman, can I ask you a question real quick about the prisoners?
Go for it.
Yeah, the 3 prisoners that made their way back to Ukraine. Do you know if they took advantage of the Schengen free movement to get out of Hungary and then escape back to Ukraine through Poland?
I don't. I know no more details about it than I knew yesterday. There might be some that are out by now, but I've not heard any more. Basically, I'm aware that 3 were repatriated courtesy of the Ukrainian embassy in Budapest. I don't know how they got back, but I would presume the shortest possible way. The thing is, where you can cross from Hungary into Ukraine, isn't very far from where you can cross from Slovakia into Ukraine. So that might well have happened. That wouldn't be at all odd. What I can tell you is that today there was an interview with Dmytro Lubinets, who's the Ukrainian Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights, and he said the following: the prisoners of war transferred to Hungary are effectively isolated. Ukraine has not yet received access to them. He doesn't even mention those 3 actually in this whole thing. Sorry, he does. He says, he kind of says they're talking to about 8 of them. So he says, we are trying to establish contact with 8 prisoners of war. We know where they are. We do not understand why Ukrainian diplomats have not yet been allowed to visit them. So basically 3, somehow they got out. He doesn't comment on how, but 8 they did. He says they're effectively in isolation. They have a limited social circle. The Hungarian officials took the phones they were given to communicate with relatives. We know that some relatives came to visit them. We don't know how that communication happened. He also noted that Russia did not inform the International Committee of the Red Cross about the transfer of prisoners. Dmytro Lubinets said that he had a separate meeting this morning with the head of the ICRC mission in Ukraine, Mr. Jurg, where he asked about the information regarding the transfer of the 11 prisoners of war of the armed forces of Ukraine from the territory of the Russian Federation to Hungary was received from Hungary or the Russian Federation. And the answer he got from the ICRC head of mission in Ukraine was that they learned about this from public channels when this information appeared in the media. He also noted that a person is considered a prisoner of war legally when they are in the country of one of the parties to an international military conflict. As soon as the Russian Federation transferred them to the territory of Hungary, they automatically stopped being considered prisoners. That's all I know. I know nothing else. So that's that's where we're gonna have to kind of leave it. I'm just checking if Oleg Nikolenko said anything. Nope, nothing since yesterday when he noted the 3 of them got out. It's very confusing, just very, very confusing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doma. Thank you for keeping us up to date on this important issue. Thank you.
Oh yes, sorry. There was one more thing. Sorry, Marcus just reminded me. There's one more thing. This morning, I was told by a dear Romanian Daniel that a friend of his who speaks Hungarian in Romania apparently saw a bit of a broadcast on Hungarian television whereby these 8 were saying things like they got forcibly conscripted, they were made to go fight, they weren't given any weapons, and they were basically sent forward as cannon fodder. And things like that, which is exactly the sort of thing that we were expecting throughout. They might do, but then eventually, after I just don't think they did it nearly as quickly or as soon as they would have had. Yeah, very, 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 very odd. Okay, just a note. Don't know what else to say, but that's it as far as I have, Abdallah. Then John.
Oh, is my hand up?
Yes.
I forgot what I had to say. It was something about Hungary, I guess. Yeah. Play silly games, win silly prizes.
There we go. David, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Twitter Spaces work better when you unmute the app. Hello, my friends. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport. Go to MriyaReport.org. Make a donation. There's a charitable foundation registered here in the United States, so you can get yourself a tax receipt for your tax returns next year. Also, many corporations do charitable matching or charitable giving matching. So if you give a percentage of your salary, they will happily match the percentage or a part thereof. And they too can benefit with the tax receipt and benefit by doing some good for Ukraine. So don't be shy, spread the word. I came to ask a pretty wonkish question, Doman, and I do it very carefully, as I'm always on guard to avoid dragging conversation too far from our principal purpose here, which is support and awareness for liberty and liberty of Ukraine. Sorry, in Ukraine. But it is as follows. Regarding what Abdullah has just said, and I understand that no new information has arisen, and yesterday I spoke here and I dare say I almost pontificated about civil law being supreme in the EU, in Hungary, and in international affairs, and that their pathetic attempt to couch this in KGB law under the auspices of the Russian Church is that just a failed attempt, and probably just a figment or a fugue, nothing real, just a ghost of bullshit. But as has just been mentioned, and I feel my brain is broken in a certain sense, I wonder if it is even for the POWs to make such a decision. So the Hungarians reputedly don't have the courage of their convictions. And so when asked to explain what happened, they say, oh, shucks, who knows? The Hungarian-speaking boys, who they say speak Hungarian, but we don't know because no one knows who or where they are, all volunteered and they wanted to come to Hungary. So we just said, yeah, cool, go through the church. Now, as I understand, could be wrong, I'm a civilian, not military trained. When somebody signs up to the military, or to a lesser extent, probably the police too, don't know about the fire brigade, but definitely the military, probably territorial defense, any kind of service under arms. As I understand it, they forego in their volunteerism or in being compelled to serve if they were drafted by necessity under war. They do forego some certain of their civilian identity in terms of legal standing and protection and submit themselves to a different standard, not civilian, but military. And that, in fact, does also go as far as personhood, which I think should mean that the only lawful authority that would have any say, standing, or reason to have interest in Ukrainian POWs should be their controlling authority, which would be the military. So I'm not even sure if what the Hungarian, obviously it makes no sense, it's just KGB distraction nonsense, but I'm curious to drill down into it. Is it even possible for somebody who has been taken under arms, so they were captured as a prisoner of war, at what stage then do they revert to being a civilian who has right and capacity to make decisions about where and when he or she desires and can be? I'm not sure that's in, I don't know, but it feels to me like that should be something to do with the military. Anyway, I don't want to blow air into a nonsense fake Russian church narrative, but I did think of it just now as Abdullah mentioned it, that the capacity to make these decisions I think might reside with the competent military authority and not in the individual military operators themselves, given that they're no longer civilians, having signed to serve. So probably a little bit of a nerdish or stupid, unrelated or tangential topic, but it's in my mind, and I wonder would somebody know? If not, no harm. Please retweet the space and share. This is MriyaReport.org. Thanks for being here, Mockers and Doman. I do feel very lucky that this forum exists and that we can come together to pool our support.
Thank you very much, Favorite. I don't know the answer to your question. I like the way you posed the question. I'm just unable to provide an answer. It's alas, our dear Pauli is not around, or maybe he'd be able to advise. What I will say, however, is the pretense under which the Hungarians are acting here is a different one, right? It is one where they're trying to undermine the legitimacy of Ukrainian sovereignty over the westernmost parts of Ukraine, and that's really what is in their interest. They're trying to do that by intentionally obfuscating the status, the presence, the pathways, and everything else to do with these poor souls who were taken prisoners by Russians and done goodness knows what to. Now, I'll leave it at that because I know that Daniel has some more
information on this beyond what I have previously revealed already, and that might be of some enlightening ability here for all of us. Daniel?
Hello. I try to extract this without sounds weird and too angry at Orban. Two things.
How could you be
are
angry at
missing,
Orban? It wasn't Orban. It was Cierto. No, Semyon. No, some random church charity.
Okay, random church charity is called Knight of Malta.
Allegedly, but then they changed that several times. So apparently it's not them at all. It's apparently somebody
Okay,
completely other.
Knight of Malta. Okay, but Knight of Malta didn't say anything.
These are the provisional Knights of Malta. That's an Irish joke.
It's important because it's about, you know, an organization with very, very long history. And of course,
Daniel, are they coming?
they need to defend it. No, it's just Medivac. This pissed me off. Second thing which pissed me off, you don't know Hungarian television post. So Duna TV is the most popular channel in Hungary, in Transylvania for Magyars also. Okay, I quoted a NATO member from Romania who quoted her mother who watched it. This means probably she knows Hungarian. She's married to a Hungarian. So it's not something weird, you know. Mixed marriages are everywhere. But idea, she listened. She understands what they saw. I want very, very much to see these details. Even I will go home, I don't watch TV, but I will open the Duna TV because I have. And even I don't know nothing in Hungarian except some swearing words. I will watch if anything, any tidbit appears. What is weird is how they steer up. They were first conscripted, not well trained, not well treated, and they didn't have enough armor or things like that. And this happened to Hungarian and Romanians in Zakarpattia. What I know is are Romanian volunteers, I mean Romanian citizens from Romania who fight in foreign legion. Also, there are ethnical Romania from Zakarpattia, around Cernăuți, and even in western Odessa Oblast, and probably around the Dniester River. There are villages there where people are ethnical Romanian. And some of them probably they have Romanian passports because we did what Hungary did. And the principal funding on this idea give in another country a passport was built, I'm pretty sure, by both countries, looking at politics and let's get some vote on nationalistic points. Not always, but also is another aspect which that's why we have Russians who have Romanian passports and people from Kazakhstan. Because you can go in European Union and it's extremely important, right? Because you cannot go with Kazakhstan or Russian passport. But the idea fundamentally was something like this. Get Romanian passport, you can visit the country, you can meet your family, because in Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, was some bad thing. So not only Ribbentrop-Molotov Act, not only our army rolling Holocaust, but after that was Soviet occupation. And people don't know if you can get a passport in the communist time, you cannot visit everywhere you want. and the border with Ukraine and Moldova was closed. And there are people who let relatives there exactly like Korean demarcation zone, for 45 years. And it's interesting. We have a president born there. Yeah? Born in Republic of Moldova. And he keeps the citizenship and he receives the blue cards, but not every villager is doing. For me, raised a lot of questions. But I'm totally agree there are Ukrainians who doesn't want to fight. Maybe everybody has courage. Not everybody is ready for sacrifice. And let's be fair, western part of Ukraine is not at the same pressure like eastern part, right? And many run, not only children and women. I see in my city cars with young people, very well built, probably criminals from Odessa. If you have a Lexus, you are from upper echelon, right? And I understand it. I understand not everybody was happy to take the arms and go to defend Ukraine in Bakhmut or Crimea. I understand that. I had bad news about the guys which NATO from Romania sent boots. And after a few months, 14 from 20 were dead. Okay? It's a tragedy. And we know there are units which are not well trained, not well led. It's possible. But this is not an excuse to jump and go and steer this at national level, political level, and try to paint an image, a very wrong one, which I'm pretty sure that they want to pursue. The minorities are bad treated by Ukrainians. And in this way, Russian war is justified because they come to defend the minority. Many nationalists in Romania, for example, fall on this card. And nationalistic, I am nice. They are fascist. Ambassador in Bucharest, Kuzmin, already said they are the only one who support us, only one who are not under the boot of Washington. Okay? And many fall on this, minorities oppressed in Ukraine. I have my doubts. I have heavily my doubts. But imagine Ukraine is complex. For example, in Chernobyl area, where live some Romanians, I don't know, 40,000 ethnical, I mean, not necessarily citizens with passport of Romania. They are affiliated to Moscow Patriarchat. Understand? And it's another vector to incentivize them to, not be too patriotic. Probably most of them are villagers. And it pissed me off because they want this thing to be still around. They want it very, very bad because Hungarians don't have argument in this policy. In Romania they tried. There were politicians who tried it. We have a defense minister who was just rejected because it was stupid. Another one tried to stir up about the Bustroy channel. Again, was covered because, don't play on this card. Not when they are under pressure. Was the cereal issue, grains which affect the market and the Romanian farmers. This don't get any energy. You get it in Hungary, you get it in Slovakia, you get it in Poland and Bulgaria. The Romanian government says, you know what? No, we let them.
So
And
it's a much more dangerous game that Hungarians are playing here, right? That's fundamentally the case. And the other thing that's
extremely.
worthwhile highlighting here is, for a very long time, we've been hearing that Ukrainians have had, more volunteers that they were able to equip and train. Why therefore would they be? Because the army is, let's call it, more or less 1 million strong in a country of 40 million, right? In other words, there was no need for anything like the Hungarians are portending now. There was no incentive, there was no interest by anyone to bring in ones who aren't interested. Or
I can explain this. Doman, I can explain this. Let's be fair. Only every institution has some errors. Every institution can be overzealous, and you can make bad stuff. You can have bad officers. But also, imagine something like this. You go on the front, you fight. First I heard was in Bakhmut area, not in Kremina. But even the rest is a very bad place. And you fight. I don't know how much time they fight. Few weeks, few months, The attrition, the horror, okay? There were so many people destroyed with mortars, for example, right? And after that, you have taken prisoners. And probably they apply what they do to the prisoner. We need to act humanely. People break. People do anything to not have the nails cut off, right? So I don't judge that people. That 8 Ukrainians who remain in Hungarian, I don't know how we call it, custody. Don't know if it's deserved. But let's say, I understand them. Even if they say, I want asylum, I feel Hungarian, I don't feel Ukrainian, I don't want to go to it. I can understand that. Don't be too macho and say, oh, traitor and bullshit like this. Okay? The problem is the state actor intervene in this. And intervene badly, and they made something which you cannot do. First, you put out the states which are coming because they say they were prisoners of war. So if they were prisoners of war of Ukraine, you have no role in this. It's a deal where maybe can be mediate, not necessarily Red Cross, but any other country can mediate. Look at Azovstal example. But you don't go and start to throw mud at your neighbor, because it's easy to say, I don't know, I don't like Tonga or Fiji. But it's your neighbor, and he's in a huge struggle and try to destroy his credibility. And I know where their targets are. It's Brussels and Washington. Okay? So this is wrong at many, many levels in the first and foremost politically. Because let's say this thing will not be managed. These 8 people doesn't come back to their home. Okay? And Ukraine cannot solve this problem. And they don't want to steer the shit up and sending special operating forces to extract them, right? But we forgot something. Budapest is a full hub of spies from Russian Federation. The Residentura in Budapest is huge. And everybody knows how JRU are moving there. Okay? How can you raise your voice and say, Brussels gives us our money? How can you say, I don't know, all the neighbors except Serbia, by the way, he go to Banja Luka, right? Today, Orban. Yeah, to steer the shit up in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why not? You cannot act like this. And we expect just to crush him under sanction, cutting finances. Okay, we just changed our government, right? But I expect it from Berlin, somebody to go out and say, and probably this might be Chancellor or Foreign Ministry, and say, it's not acceptable. It's not about taking sides. You have no issue in this. And they will say, oh, but Zakarpattia. From 2014, they call about Zakarpattia. They call for Transylvania, they call for all Slovakia. But this is not an European way of doing things. You cannot go in other countries and say, oh, this land is mine, these people are mine, because they speak my language. Because this is the Russian argument. Russians entered in Ukraine, invaded the country, saying we go to protect our ethnical Russian or Russian speakers, not even ethnical, because they have a problem with ethnicity, right? So if you operate at the same level like Russia, what this tell you about Hungary? Because you use same argument, same modus operandi, and you act like a hostile inside our club.
And it's a complete mess as a consequence of all of that. David.
Morning, Domin. Hello, everybody. Please retweet and share the space. Hello, my friends. This is MriyaReport. Please visit MriyaReport.org and make a donation if you are out means. It is a 501c3 charitable foundation, and so tax receipts can be given, so you can have tax benefit for your charitable giving. I wanted to stand on what you said, Domin, and also from something Daniel has also said, and it's as follows: that aside from the obvious parasitic feeding off the Hungarian nation state that we see the GRU and Kremlin Muscovites conducting, I think it should be spoken more frequently and more vociferously. I think it should be made a thing of, despite the fact that it's uncomfortable for fascist Fidesz Hungarians. So in 1956, it took tanks and bullets to subdue the Hungarians. In 2006, all it took was a bit of money. How do they feel about that, these brave nationalists? I would say these hollow Republicans, fake patriots. They're very good at getting tight haircuts and shiny boots and marching up and down, but they also rely on demonizing the other within. I remember visiting that country early in this man's reign, and at the time his regime was beating gypsies off the street. Because you know, poor people are in fact what pulls down any great nation trying to recover from imperial tyranny. And the othering from within didn't stop. In fact, he built himself a fascist coalition from it. People don't like to use that word, they feel naughty. But when I see fascists, I call them. So perhaps we should present the truth to the Hungarians, that we see them selling out their country for dirty Russian money. We know they're not all like that. And so it should be easy to find allies who will inform on the Fidesz regime and inform on the GRU. So I would say my usual advertisement was specified for Hungarians of a certain dint, or those working for the Kremlin, no matter where they were born, active in Hungary. Do consider proffering your knowledge. Do consider selling what access you have to whatever Western power you are most comfortable with. You will be treated well, you'll be paid very well, and more than likely, if you're as cunning as it appears you would have been to survive this long, you can see the balance of the odds yourself. It's time to switch horses. You're on the loser at the moment. I would also then point out to those who are being seduced, or shall we say, the fake show of seduction is being put on, whereas we see Kremlinites dancing for their dinner, you know, singing the tune whenever the master, that white Christian master Putin, tells them to dance. They dance. Well, we should ask them, which of the Russian current allies do they hope to make themselves into in the future? Do they hope to be like North Korea? Do they hope to be like Eritrea? Do they hope to be like Belarus? Hey, do they hope to be like the great and mighty South Africa? We should put it to them as plain as that, because that seems to be the choice they're making. And then to finish off, I'd like to say, no, we shouldn't be as gullible. We're not as gullible here in free nations as to dispense with the United Nations, dispense with the EU, these things which the greatest generation forfeit their youth to give us. The institutions of freedom, however janky and infiltrated they have been and subverted, I don't think we should allow them to spoil the whole dish. I think we should hold them honest to their commitments and to the access agreements and funding agreements they've, subscribed to, both NATO and EU and other international agreements. And I think we should not fall into the reflexive trap that we have seen of the last 20 years, which is, well, I'm a filthy fascist. I mean, a raving bigot, a disgusting human. But I like to wear snappy, expensive clothes and have sexy shaves and haircuts done. And I'm going to insist in I wouldn't say properly, I'd say a para-educated manner or spiel, a learning style, a speech style that can be learned and practiced. And that you must engage with me as if I am an honest and decent person with a point of view that could be engaged or learned from. We need to stop fooling ourselves. It doesn't matter what package the fascist comes in. They deserve no truck and really should be measured on their acts, not on their words. So far we see Hungary helping human traffic, what essentially probably became slaves as soon as Hungary decided to intervene as a third party, not involved, not acting in the interests of Ukraine. They should be treated as a state actor conducting human trafficking across borders, and they should be censured accordingly by their partners, be that NATO or the appropriate authority in EU, probably more likely. But I don't think we should throw them out. I think we should bind them closer. I feel the same about Turkey. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And thanks for having the forum here. Please retweet and share the space. And let's not be afraid to tell Hungarians the contempt with which we hold them, and then to ask them which of the current Russian allies is it that they hope to be modelled for? Are they looking to be fitted for a Lukashenko suit? Or which among them, when they sit in their cabinet, which among them thinks will be suicided first? Because it'll probably be 2 or 3 of them in the next 5 years, right? So let's see who feels confident, and then let's see who wants to talk to Uncle Sam, or maybe a friendly chap with an English accent who likes going to the horses in Gloucestershire. Anybody you want to talk to, they'll take you in. Even Australians, for God's sake, will take your information. But you should proffer. Yeah, that's it. Thanks very much. Please retweet, share the space.
Even Australians. Thank you, David. Daniel, go ahead. I just want to highlight one little thing before we close this out. If you can please find a link to that recording or recording itself of whatever it was on Duna TV, I'd be very interested in seeing that. Daniel, go ahead. Let's close this out and then we go on to quick steps.
Me too. Let's try it first. Maybe David need to reassess how they stand, the Americans, because the ambassador of United States in Budapest is made it from gay and the female in the couple in all television in Hungary from when he come to the post. So how much they care about United States? They humiliate the United States ambassador because he's gay. Okay? So I have different things in my head. I imagine maybe a reunion of neighbors from European Union to discuss this, coordinating something, adding Poland, because Poland have a long tradition of dialogue with Hungary for centuries. But this doesn't work. And I understand European Union got their funds expecting something politically to change. But will not change. Media landscape in Hungary is totally captured by Fidesz, Orban party. There are most of the businesses under control of Fidesz. There is a small Moscovite regime in Budapest. And imagine the mayor from the opposition who ruled Budapest, he won the election. The biggest city is a huge city compared with Hungary. The government took the powers of the mayor of Budapest, making him like, has a title, but cannot do anything in Budapest. So if anyone expects, I don't know, a revolt, a rising of Hungarians, we can expect a lot. They will neutralize the vote in the big cities, and all the villagers will say, oh, look how nice and beautiful roads I have. I don't have any immigrants here, and we don't have gays. Excellent point. Keep in mind, if you laugh about Russia and how the society is destroyed there, watch in our midst inside the European Union, Hungarian.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Daniel. I want to say to all of that, just to close it out. It's especially if the tales of this television appearance are true in that fashion. It is completely and highly unacceptable. While I guess they would no longer be part of the Geneva Convention protection for prisoners of war, because they wouldn't technically be prisoners anymore. Nevertheless, anything like this is not just thoroughly beyond and below what should be done. It's so beyond what's acceptable that it needs the strongest possible response from the relevant institutions. Therefore, I hope that Nick's writing campaign is successful. Right. When you have more information, we will, of course, revert to that as well. Chris Pabs, go ahead. How are you?
Hello. I'm very entertained today. I've been listening to Russian news all day long. I wanted, by the way, to give a special shout out to Axel here from Estonia, since I'll be coming off at your place on 15th of July. It turns out my Estonian composer friend is having his birthday, so that's now confirmed. I'm doing that. But about the news, yeah, Khodorkovsky today was kind of forced to answer some uneasy questions since the Euro Parliament adopted this resolution that Belarusians, specifically Belarusians, cannot be associated with Lukashenko and all their government. And that Belarusians who seek to avoid Lukashenko's government and who are in exile should be treated with respect. The Euro Parliament just, adopted this thing. And Khodorkovsky, one of the more opulent, one would say, leaders of the Russian opposition, was asked, but why is there no such a thing for Russian people? And then he went on about 40-minute tirade about how, you shouldn't correlate Putin with Russians and everything, but all the while he was just denying the answer to one simple question that everyone asked. Yeah, but where is your 35,000 people going out on the streets and protesting all this stuff? And I don't know. I also listened to Alexander Nevzorov yesterday, and that was interesting because he's one of my mentors. And he, a Russian journalist, by the way, who has been given the citizenship of Ukraine by the order of Zelensky himself, one of my mentors, and he stated that it is supremely naive.
Sorry, we can't make anything out ever since the bad wind started. So let's revert back when you're out of the wind, because that was completely unreadable. Sorry about that, but there we go. Go ahead.
I'm fine. Basically, he stated that it is very naive since all these new Russians, and that was a great analogy. All these new Russians trying to make a new government for Russia. At this point is kind of like trying to write elven laws for Mordor. That's just not going to work out. And it was just funny when right now they're scrambling and trying to explain why Russia should still be the dominant country in the region, and at the same time, why Russians should not be treated as collaborators with Putin's regime. I, was just surprised when Khodorkovsky, who earlier today had said that, literally had said about Prigozhin and Kadyrov's conflict, "Fox be upon both of your houses, may you all die." At the same time, he views Russia as something that is necessary to rescue it away and still be dominant. I don't know. Domen, you're from Slovenia, I'm from Latvia, Alex is from Estonia. Does any of you actually think that Russia is something that needs to be preserved?
Only, like a gherkin, maybe.
I mean, dude, we're gonna put him in a cage and give him a full tour around Europe. Come on.
No, nothing like that. There will be a very, very correct.
Why not? He owes me money. He literally owes me money,
Gherkin.
and I'm gonna use all of my trademark.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Gherkin. Of course, we're gonna put him in the cage.
Yeah. See, that's a different one. The thing is, I don't know which court is going to go after him first, because there's at least 3 different international courts, I think, that want a piece of him for different things that he did in different decades.
I mean, at least he's consistent. He has chosen the life of a war criminal, and he's been walking the path of the war criminal since the Chechnya wars, because he had committed war crimes there as well. But the problem is that, I don't know. All I want is some court to give me some of the weird money that he owes. But that's kind of stupid, because I want to talk about Mikhail Kalashnikov here as well. He gained notoriety because he appeared on Maxim Katz, one of the Russian liberals' opposition show, and then all of a sudden my own downloads spiked since I've been covering whatever he also says. It's just weird that currently it seems to me that these whole Girkin and pals are making their own political move.
Mikhail Kalashnikov, isn't he dead already?
Oh no, he isn't.
But he was.
He isn't. No,
he was born in like 1920 or something, right? Because he made the guns.
No, not the founder of Kalashnikov, the Russian propagandist Mikhail Kalashnikov.
Oh, same name. Interesting. No,
there's a different
same name.
Same name. Yes.
He's very prevalent on Russian YouTube and has been had something on VKontakte many years ago. Then has his own Telegram channel. Has been on television. He's completely annoying.
Oh man, you find him annoying, dude. I watch Mr. Kvachkov, the ex-KGB colonel, come on his show, and I am so entertained. I mean, other people find all this cringe, but oh man,
it is of course strange entertainment, but it's like it's like dark comedy because they believe in it. Even if they don't believe in it, they play
it. The weirdest part is the fact that these guys, these pro-war Z channels, what they propose for Russia and Europe in general, it's like, well, I'm sorry, I have 2 master's degrees myself, so I have a bit high standards for things, but they are proposing maybe first-year college level of things, and they view everything, those annoying first-year college students. I was one of them who just, have just discovered this volume of information. They've read a few books, and then they kind of portray themselves as being smarter than everyone else with simple solutions to all the problems everywhere, right? That's Mikhail Kalashnikov for you, and that's his audience. I mean, I've understood that he and Girkin and Mr. Pechkov too, all these guys, they're not capable of thinking a bit deeper. They just like to live by their super simple rules of everything. They still believe that there is this Russia that isn't fighting, and that if Putin one day says, okay, now let's fight seriously, then something's going to change. At the same time, they yell at Putin, they yell at Prigozhin. I think we're seeing a political force here, and that's the thing. I would watch out for them, because if they manage to get power after all this mess, then we're looking on for yet another thing. I mean,
of course.
We have to.
Come on,
we have to make a
Christoph,
list of everything.
You know this. We know this. The Oprichmina will never die. It's a snake, and this snake will always survive as long as its head is still there. And the head of the snake is in the Kremlin, no matter what, no matter in which incarnation. It's just shedding its skin.
Well, that is sadly true. Also, another random question. I know you're Estonian, Alex. Why do you sound so British all the time? Just a funny side note because I gotta go enter my house
I'm
now.
just here in Estonia since ages, but and my family was here also before, many moons earlier. But I'm German, Frisian to be exact. But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really, but the
Frisians
fact
have
is
been
that
here.
I don't exactly know.
Christophs,
I just don't
Frisians have
exactly
been
know
in
about all
Riga.
this. Yeah, sure.
My family has been in Riga even once before, as I found out belatedly, like 10 years ago. So.
Well, my question here is the thing that everyone is already in the Russian opposition side, splitting up Russia and finding out new laws, and they somehow expect that the population is going to follow them. And when Navalny's team, as I watch them occasionally, they speak about this beautiful Russia of tomorrow when everything's going to be great and awesome. And I have to ask a question. Yeah, but who's going to follow your laws? Like, how are you supposed to enforce them? It's kind of weird because on the one hand, I understand why they have to push through this whole progressive agenda thing as they see it. On the other hand, it seems so futile and naive to even hope that they're going to have some less support or something. Maybe someone more enlightened about these matters can explain, because if you look at the war from the political perspective, I just saw Putin in his speech with War Corps being incompetent as hell. He's allowing his yes men from the system to run all these things. I just don't know what to do there. Of course, they have these pre-made defensive positions, and I hope Ukraine breaks through them. But boots on the ground, this is the thing. But if we talk about these political philosophy matters there, like, with whom does anyone even talk to these days? Like, whom do you support? At least in Belarus, you have Tikhanovskaya, right? But I don't know. Is someone making some deals with opposition in Russia? Is someone even focusing on that?
Niet, comrade.
I'm just so confused.
It's no point.
Niet, comrade.
I mean, there's just no point.
Oh well, I wish.
Because what are you going to achieve, right? We all read that article in Medusa about what plenty of those who are actually opposed to the current regime think. What good is going to come of it? Nothing.
That is the saddest part about all the situation, because for one, as we're looking at Russia, remember that, for example, Turkmenistan, with its own extreme dictator, is there. And there are many Central Asian nations who also depend on Russia. And if Russia collapses, there's going to be chaos and everything. I'm very sad to think that in this decade, I think at least I turned 40 or something, I'm going to have a lot of work going to conflict zones.
They let you in. No, but seriously, this is where it all kind of ends up, right? There's not much point in trying an awful lot if half of what was invested into Russia and getting Russia a civil society through the 90s and early 2000s had been invested in, other countries that had escaped the Soviet Union during that period, such as Ukraine, then there would be no need for a revolution of dignity, because the Orange Revolution would have been enough, if that even were to have been needed, right? But they refused it, they rejected it as a collective. Those who were more sensible mostly escaped already in the 90s, if not the early 2000s. Went off, don't want much to have to do with it anymore. Indeed, those initial years, already in the late 1980s, and then 1991, 92, 93, the exodus was palpable, right? And for very obvious reasons at that. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I wanted to say that tomorrow, because today I'm going home at this point, but tomorrow at about noon, I'll be on MriyaReport, because I'll be going to Jurmala. Anyways, I'll be going to Jurmala, and I'll be checking out all the fancy residences owned by the extremely rich Russian oligarchs here, and what are they up to. As I'm a legit journalist with my press pass, I'm just gonna go and post pictures in the nest, and I'll be here and bit angry Domin, I suppose, with my nifty comments about what do I see there with all the Pugachevas and Galkins and everyone else. I hope that this will be fun for you.
just
Photograph
to
the cars. Photograph the cars, Kristaps, because if it's not,
I will,
if it's
yeah.
not AMG, as you know, it's not a proper Mercedes for them. If it is not the extended length, the long wheelbase 7 Series, it's not a BMW for them. If it's not a gold-plated special edition car with a proper horse on it, it can't be a real Ferrari, right? People have no understanding in the West.
Obviously.
They have no idea what's going on in Jomala.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because Jurmal used to be the resort town where everyone went in the Soviet Union, because part of everything. But it made me think, because I spoke about the fact that, there was this Russian businessman who made his dinner there, and approximately, it's like summertime now, it's our Midsummer Fest coming, the biggest Latvian festivity, Jāņi, Ligua, the biggest thing ever. And at this point, we're going to have from on 24th and everything, we're going to have an all-night stay up, because again, we get barely an hour of actual nighttime here in Latvia, much less so in Tallinn even, because it's up north. And they're going to be there. This is the time where I want to go to their residences and ask them some nice questions. If I'll have someone actually agreeing to come and talk, if any one of them speaks English, so I'll be very annoying, then yeah, I'll do that stuff. But I hope that, these new Russian people, they also have a lot of things to answer for, because just because you have a passport in Europe and you've escaped Putin's regime does not mean you did not get rich. Because he allowed you.
Kristaps, when you've had them for a few minutes talking their head off, ask them how they made their money.
Well, obviously, and that's all going to be here tomorrow, folks. Also, there's going to be on my show later on, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows to like and share and read the space. Okay, I have to enter my house now. I'll be off from the internet for a bit, but I'll be back, Domen, in about 40 minutes with a nice edition of Meanwhile in Russia, because I have truly weird news from my regional Telegram reports. It's just that I'll probably be kicked off this place because of how my internet works up there. But see you at 40 minutes or something.
Excellent.
Also, hi Spartan. Nice Spartan. Please, everyone say hi to Spartan. He got into a very crazy argument with some Batniks on my Twitter. I would like to say thank you.
Excellent. It's the Spartan way, isn't it? To expose oneself like that. Very good. I wonder what the regional reports are saying about the traffic now over when Chongar is out of service, having to go all the way around Krasnovidikops, Armyansk, and onward. I hear there's a bit of a traffic jam already, Axel.
Not only that, they are still trying to find ways how to consider this to be, say, a genocide or a war crime. Have you seen these wonderful images of these splendid cars?
Well, so first of all, it's a video, not images. It's a video for anybody who hasn't seen it yet that has been going around, and I'll try to paint a picture with words. So imagine a bridge that has a little low concrete fence either side of the roadway, and then let's say there's about a half-meter gap, maybe a little bit more, just so that somebody can walk between the concrete barrier and then the actual metal fence, which is taller, that delimits the edge of the bridge. Now, what they've had is a bunch of cars over maybe 100 meters distance, maybe a little bit less, that are sort of turned 3/4 of a halfway, or about 3/8 of a circle, so 3/4 of onto their roofs, wedged in between one and the other fence, so that the lowest point is on the concrete fence, and then the middle point is somewhere on the metal fence, and then they're sticking up over the river a bit. And apparently, the explosion was exactly the same linear across several tens of meters of linear roadway to have flipped them off like that.
But did you not hear? Did you not hear? This was this magic Wunderwaffe, which works like a Nicklick. It flies like an attackens. It's swift like a storm shadow, and then it drops like a Micklick. Fantastic. What
Something
a
like that.
great thing. And these cars were all in perfect order, weren't they?
Yes, some cars were missing all of their wheels. Another car was missing the exhaust pipe altogether, all of it. So it was it did very random things to various of the cars. So it had been established by the good people from Bellingcat that in fact this is not just a staged video, because obviously it's staged. It's also from 2022, when Russians were portraying as though they had bulldozed all of these cars out of the way, on their way towards occupying Kherson and Zaporizhia.
So they are reusing the specific invasion art they had created then.
I mean, art is, yeah, sure. Let's call it art.
Would we call it then, say, invasion art recycling?
It's very ecological of them, isn't it?
It's first in, first out as well, accounting-wise.
Something like that. Anyway, so the videos are both staged and thoroughly out of date. It's I don't know, particular level of laziness in propaganda. Can we call it that?
Well, you have to economize, when you're running out of oil money and you're running out of people to hold the, say, proper kit whilst you're filming. Your crew has been decimated, quite literally, and you never know where the next HIMARS is going to land. Of course, you're not going to film it again.
So, Axel, are you saying that Russians are trying to find $6 billion down their accounting sofa as well?
I think it's more that they try to find enough to create methyl ester to blind more troops. There's only a Potemkin sofa or Potyomkin sofa in Russia,
What's a Potemkin sofa? An Ottoman?
No, a Potemkin sofa is one which looks like a sofa, but if you sit on it, you sink into it, the sofa crashes around you, and you find out that it has absolutely no feet, no nothing. And you're just enveloped by the trash. That's a Potemkin sofa. You're only there to pass by and look at it.
In other words, then you become the thing that's stuck down the back of the sofa rather than the money that you see.
Exactly it. Yes. You're folded into it and somebody else can sit on you.
It's a sort of a futon. The way the Swedes do this, you get all the parts of the futon in the packaging. I guess the Russian way, you become part of it.
Yeah, but you see the thing, Swedes send it with one key only, Vasily. Don't tell me you didn't watch the movie.
I don't think I did. It sounds vaguely familiar, but if you tell me what it is, I can tell you if I have.
One ping, Vasily. One ping only.
No, I don't think I have.
Hunt for Red October. You have to
I
watch
didn't.
the movie. I will send you the link. You have to watch it.
That I will do it
before
after
this whole
Ukraine
thing
is free.
out. Huh? What?
I'll do it once Ukraine is free.
Okay, fine. We'll screen it live.
But on Crimea, very good. Let's do that. I think that's a good idea. Excellent. Speaking of excellent, Spartan, how are you?
Good morning, good afternoon, gentlemen. Slava Ukraini. Yeah, I can't believe you don't know The Hunt for the Red October, Dolman. It's my wife.
I've heard of it.
My wife hates that movie because I basically have it on replay. It's one of my favorite Sean Connery movies.
Spartan, the thing is, Dolman doesn't watch any movies.
That's not true. I have seen several.
Several? As in
like 2 or 3?
4 or 5? 4 or 5?
Who knows? Maybe